Shearwater. Written by Derek Murphy. Narrated by Joey Clarkson. Chapter 26. I kept my eyes on the horizon, at the surface layer of cool teal water that veiled the dark blue of the deep. Sometimes I saw massive bodies swimming above us, between us, and in the light above. But as we went deeper, the light faded. My hands and arms, along with Sebastian's face, started disappearing, until suddenly they were gone, and I was completely alone in a sea of blackness. I couldn't tell if my eyes were open anymore. I felt a pressure deep in my skull, like a sinus headache, and it spread until I could feel it throbbing all over my body. Just when I was about to tap Sebastian and point upwards, my eyes started itching and watering, and then everything snapped into focus. The black nothingness around me became nuanced, and I could see depth again. Sebastian was there, looking worried. Rather than dim and blurry, he looked hyper-real, like an HDR photo or a 3D movie. His eyes down here looked like pale green fire, emeralds shining with inner light. I wondered if my own were as awesome. He looked relieved when I smiled at him.
"There you are,"
he said. "I can see."
"Your skin is getting harder too, adjusting for the pressure."
I glanced down at my pale white legs. They shone like moonlight in the dark water.
"Don't worry about it," Sebastian said as he caught me looking. "Want to see something cool?"
I nodded, and he led me forward. My vision was improving all the time. Now I could make out fish and creatures in the darkness. There were strange and magical lights pulsing through the inky blackness that swirled around us. Everything was alive. Even the water felt conscious, humming with a communal rhythm, connected by the palpably thick salt water. It was the perfect conductor for emotional energy. Soft currents of electricity that tickled my skin. I could feel everything. In fact, I could feel further than I could see. That's when I started to freak out. While the bioluminescent creatures around me felt like a fairy world, their small minds completely unthreatening as they darted away, I could feel other things at the edges of my awareness. Vast, slow bodies that felt ancient. If mermaids were real, what else existed in the oceans that humans couldn't even imagine? I felt connected in a way I never had before. There was so much awareness, I couldn't take it. It was like being in the mouth of the ocean and having the ocean turn its side down to look at me. The space around me felt suffocating, and my eyes widened as I felt the chill of the freezing water biting into my skin. The weight of that universe of water pressed down on me, cutting me off from the world above. I strained my neck to look up, but couldn't see the light from the surface anymore. I realized I didn't even know which way was up. I was too deep. My breath came out in shallow pants, even though I knew Sebastian would take care of me. But how could Sebastian understand what I was feeling? Humans weren't even supposed to be able to dive this deep. Any normal human would have been crushed already. For him, the ocean was a home. For me, it was death. I reached my arms out, clawing my fingers through the thick liquid, trying to anchor myself onto something. Sebastian saw me panic and wrapped his arms around me. With a flick of his powerful tail, we shot upwards towards the light. When we reached the surface, I tore off the mercap and took a few long, deep breaths of the salty air. Sebastian told me to hold on tight around his neck before speeding us towards land. We climbed out of the water on the shore in front of the Runcarry house. After making sure I was okay, Sebastian lay on the rocks, his eyes shut. The sun glistened against his sparkling skin, and steam rose like sea tendrils off his body. His tail dried and began flaking off. I averted my eyes when the front had fallen open. A few minutes later, he tugged it off like a pair of strip-away pants and tossed it into the ocean. Sebastian grabbed the towels and clothes he'd stashed beneath a rock and wrapped a soft beach towel around my body. It wasn't until he started rubbing my shoulders that I realized I was shivering. My thickened skin had protected me from the icy water, but now that I was back to normal, I felt an aching numbness deep in my bones. Sebastian tried to smile reassuringly, but I could tell it was fake. Under the smile, his eyes were pensive. He was disappointed in me. Not only couldn't I change into a full marrow, but I also panicked in the deep water. I pulled on a pair of gray sweats and a black t-shirt Sebastian had picked out for me and followed him into the house. Sebastian also had a pair of sweatpants, but was barefoot and shirtless. He dried his hair with a towel, then started cramming kindling into a small wood stove. I had the feeling he was avoiding eye contact with me. "I'm sorry," I said, biting my lip. "Don't be ridiculous. You were amazing. I'm angry at myself. That was way too much for a first dive. We should have stuck to the shore for a few days at least, if anything had happened." "It's just, I felt so vulnerable. The ocean is huge." "There's a quote from Nietzsche I've always liked," he said, combing my wet hair with his fingertips. "He who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. And when you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you." I wondered, in Sebastian's mind, whether humans were the monsters. "But it isn't true, is it?" I asked. "I mean, the ocean isn't conscious." "Not like you or me, maybe," Sebastian said. "But it is old, large, composed of billions of living beings. I sometimes feel it has some kind of an awareness." Sebastian finished lighting the fire, then got 2 cups of peppermint tea. I cradled mine with both hands, feeling the warmth seep into my body. The steam from the mugs rose in the late afternoon sun, and we sat in the love seat by the all-glass reading nook, looking out over the sea. When I first learned I was part marrow, like Sebastian, I thought we were similar. That I'd finally found someone who could understand me, but the world I'd seen today, while beautiful, was also completely foreign. Sebastian had grown up in that dark, lightless world. He was just a tourist here, a visitor. I'd imagined maybe if I could change, we'd run away together and live under the ocean. But now that I'd seen it, I wasn't sure I wanted to. Would I ever feel comfortable at the bottom of the sea? His people would never accept me if I couldn't change, which meant we'd both be outcasts. And if he stayed here on land with me, we'd be hunted until someone killed us for our magical blood. And what about my college plans and singing career? After everything I'd been through in the last few weeks, that future seemed like a dream, but I wasn't ready to give up on it completely. I didn't notice my eyes were wet until Sebastian wiped a tear away with his thumb. "You're fine now," Sebastian said, stroking my cheek. "You're safe." I snorted and pushed his hand away. Sure, safe. I got up and stood alone at the window, crossing my arms. "What is it?" Sebastian said, moving behind me and putting his hands on my shoulder. "I just don't know how this can work," I stammered. "I thought if I could turn, we could be together, but I can't seem to turn." "It was only the first day," Sebastian said. "Don't worry about it." "But what if I never turn? What if this is it for me? If you stay with me above water, you'll grow old and die. You'll give up your family, your world, everything. I can't ask that of you." "You're not asking," he said with a teasing smile. "I'm serious," I said. "It's more than just a culture gap. I'm 16, you're 78. We have wildly different worldviews. And I want to stay here. I want to grow up, Go to college, maybe. I'm not ready to run off, to leave Aiden, my friends. You just do what you want to do, and I'll take care of me. My last statement rang in the air with a tone of finality. I wanted to grab the words and stuff them back down my throat. Sebastian leaned in close. I thought he was going to say something, but instead he just breathed in slowly, his nose an inch from my neck. Oh my God, are you seriously smelling me right now? Will you stop smelling me for 1 second and listen to what I'm saying?
You're cute, he said, but I'm not leaving here without you.
My pulse was racing, and I could feel Sebastian's body behind me, pressing towards the window. I leaned out and put my palm against the cold glass. My ragged breath obscured the view with steam.
Even if you never change, Sebastian whispered, I'll stay with you. Money is no object. You want to go to college? You'll go to the best in the world. You want to travel? Done. There are no limitations when you're with me. I can give you things no one else can. But you also don't need to hide with me or pretend you're something you're not.
My body responded to his touch. I wanted to bury myself in his arms and never let go, but I couldn't get Ethan's warning out of my head. Was this really me, wanting him, or was I succumbing to Sebastian's marrow charms? I turned to face him and put my hands against his chest. Ethan says marrow men have power over human women, that we find them irresistible. At first, his face darkened when I mentioned Ethan, but then his lips curved up in a thin smile.
Do you find me irresistible? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows.
I took a step back and looked him over. The afternoon light flooded into the apartment, spotlighting his muscular frame. His sweatpants were riding low on his hips. His ash-blonde hair was standing in spiky tufts, and his skin was still a little bit sparkly from the salt water. Just looking at him made my skin feel like it was on fire. How do I know that my feelings for you are real, or yours for me? I've seen the way the other girls react to you. Is that what I seem like to you? He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair.
It's true. Marrow guys come on shore, and then they can have anyone they want, because women go weak-kneed in their presence. But that disgusts me. It feels wrong. With you, it's different.
I'm immune to your charms.
Do you want to sleep with me? He asked. Then he smiled. See? Just now, you panicked. Your face froze like a deer in headlights. If I'd asked that to most women, they wouldn't have hesitated. In fact, they often ask me that question minutes after we've been introduced. Even if they're in a relationship or married. It's awkward.
Do you, I gulped, want to sleep with me? His eyes raked over my body, and I felt them hungrily taking me in. It made my skin tingle, but then there was something else. He glanced to the right, to the ocean. I felt both relieved and annoyed by his hesitation. He saw my look and wrapped his arms around me.
Yes, he breathed. Absolutely.
You want to, but you can't.
Given the circumstances and the present danger, it might be better to wait.
I still felt like I was missing something, that there was something he still wasn't telling me. But as long as you're on land, you're in danger, right? Humans hunt marrow.
It's not the humans I'm afraid of. If my father knew I was here, I would be punished, and you would be dead.
Right. The whole it's illegal to sleep with humans thing. But don't you miss your family? Your friends? I pushed.
I can visit them again. Someday.
Ah, I get it now. He was ashamed of me. If I couldn't turn and he stayed with me, he'd be embarrassed of what his friends and family would say. The sun was setting, and the shadows started creeping across the apartment, growing longer and longer until they were stretching across the floor, and Sebastian's face was hidden. I was certain he was keeping something from me. Maybe he had a marrow girlfriend already? Or a wife? But I couldn't bring myself to ask. I was exhausted from our excursion and frustrated by my failure to transform. Well then, since there's nothing else we can do tonight, I said, I'm going home. Chapter 27. I didn't hear Mrs. Tierney call my name until she was practically shouting it. I drifted through my first classes in a daze. There you are, Clara. Welcome back, she teased when I finally looked up. I was just telling everyone, the Christmas pageant is next month. We'll do Christmas carols. I'd like you to sing, O Come All Ye Faithful. I shrugged. Kids play. I could sing anything she gave me tonight with zero practice. Singing usually cheered me up, but I couldn't shake the emptiness I'd been feeling recently. I was frustrated with Sebastian. I couldn't tell if we were together or not. I didn't know if he really liked me, or if I was some kind of land fling before he returned to his responsibilities. And then, I felt guilty for obsessing about boys when someone was out there killing teenage girls. But even that seemed insignificant in the face of a potential marrow apocalypse. Listening to teachers drone on about mundane topics, all I could think was, none of this matters. And I still hadn't figured out who'd attacked me, or what it had to do with my mother, and how it was all connected. I glanced over at Roisin, but she was discussing her own part with Brianna. Her dark curls bounced as she talked. She'd been ignoring me since the bathroom incident. Maybe I scared her off, and she decided to leave me alone. We had lasagna for lunch, and I got a bottle of cherry Coke as a treat. I needed the caffeine to get me through the rest of the day. Jackie and Patricia were laughing about something that happened in a class I wasn't in. Derry and Kyle argued about last night's soccer match, football, as they called it here. Sebastian didn't always come to lunch, but that didn't stop me from scanning the cafeteria every few minutes, wondering where he was. Instead, I found Ethan, sitting alone like usual, looking at me expectantly. I felt a chill, wondering if he was still carrying the dagger around, the one he threatened to kill Sebastian with. And now, he was waiting for us to deliver another marrow, even though I had no idea who he was or where to find him. And if I didn't, Ethan would follow through with his original plan. Suddenly, I was glad Sebastian hadn't shown up at lunch. I wasn't sure how much patience or self-control Ethan had. It was probably best if they avoided each other for now. It wasn't until after school I realized that I'd forgotten to ask Jackie and the others to help out with the Boyles' house. Aiden said it was mostly finished. There was just one side of the trim left to do. I decided to see if I could handle it myself. I didn't feel like being around people, and the work might get my mind off of things. Aiden said he'd left paint and some brushes on the front porch, but I couldn't find them. The ladder was gone too. I made my way around the back and saw Sebastian up the ladder, applying paint like a jet printer. His hands made long, neat strokes against the wall, faster than my eyes could follow. "You're just in time to buy me a cup of coffee," he said when he saw me. "You didn't have to do that," I said, crossing my arms. "Thought it'd be faster if I did it. I'm just finishing up." I was still mad at Sebastian, though I wasn't exactly sure why. I felt like he was trying to hide me, like he was embarrassed to be with me. But what did I expect? His people would kill him if we took things too far. And I wasn't sure I was ready for that anyway. After all, I'd only known him a few weeks. I just hated feeling like we didn't have a choice, like the decision was being made for us. But it was sweet of him to remember about the house, even though I'd forgotten. I helped Sebastian clean the brushes and put away the tools. Then we grabbed coffee from a convenience store and started walking back towards my place. "I think it's time we talk with Aiden," Sebastian said suddenly,
If he was married to Phyllis, there's a good chance he knew what she was.
What do we say? Did you know you married a mermaid?
We don't have to be that blunt about it, but it would be completely normal to ask him how he met her. She is your grandmother after all.
It sounded so simple when he said it. Why hadn't I asked him already? It's not like I wasn't curious. It just never seemed like the right time. Secretly, I was worried about the stories I'd read, about fishermen forcing marrow women to marry them by stealing their swimming caps. What if my grandmother had been forced against her will? What if she'd never wanted children? I shared my concerns with Sebastian.
Those stories aren't really, literally true. A lot of women marrow do wear a cap, for their hair. They can swim faster, and their hair won't get tangled in things. It can even be kind of a fashion piece, a sign of nobility or individuality. But hiding one wouldn't keep a marrow from leaving. The truth is, many of them probably just got bored and left. Or after the new laws were passed, they stayed because they had no home to return to. What's more likely, Sebastian said, is that marrow were giving human women mercaps to come visit them in the ocean, for illicit trysts. Any man who wanted a woman to settle down and be his wife would have to find the caps and hide them.
So you don't think Aiden forced my grandmother to marry him?
Sebastian smiled. Marrow women are beautiful, strong creatures. Nobody forces them to do anything.
I still wasn't sure I wanted to hear the truth, but Sebastian was right. I needed to know more about Phyllis if I was going to understand my role in all of this. What if he doesn't want to talk to us about her? I asked.
There are ways to get him to talk, Sebastian said.
I gave him an incredulous look, and he shrugged his shoulders.
Marrow blood relaxes humans. It makes them more open, less suspicious.
You want to drug him?
If it helps, marrow blood would help that broken bone heal faster.
I bit my lip. Secretly spiking Aiden's tea with marrow blood seemed extreme.
Look, he seems like a nice old gentleman, Sebastian said. But the truth is, you just met him. Your mom ran away from home, and your grandmother disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Let's just say there could be secrets he doesn't want brought up, and it would be better if he were in a good mood before we started asking questions.
I didn't like being suspicious of Aiden, but I also hated seeing him huddle around the house. His mood had been so dark recently, the whole house felt depressing. And if the marrow blood really did make him feel better. We stopped by the grocery store and picked up a few things for dinner. Aiden was napping on the couch when we came in, and Miscreant was using his cast as a scratching post. When he woke up, he kicked the cat and it scampered out of the room. "Tea?" I called from the kitchen. Sebastian came in to help me put away the groceries. When the kettle was hot, I poured water into the cups and added tea bags. Then I took a pin from the bulletin board near the phone and pricked Sebastian's finger, letting one drop of blood fall into the cup. I watched until the redness disappeared into the dark tea, then added some sugar and stirred it in. Sebastian stayed in the kitchen, chopping up meat and vegetables for a lamb stew, as I brought the steaming cup to Aiden. I watched him take a sip, afraid he'd be able to taste the blood, but he didn't comment. Instead, he nodded towards the kitchen.
You and Sebastian seem to be getting along.
Yeah, he's great.
Just, be safe, Aiden said.
Oh my God, was he trying to have the birds and bees discussion with me?
I mean, you've only been in Ireland for a few weeks. You haven't known him that long. Don't rush into anything.
I'll be careful, I smiled, my skin turning warm. Sebastian brought the food to the table, and I helped Aiden to his chair before sitting next to him. The house smelled like turmeric and garlic. The soup was a little spicy, so I took a slice of bread and added a big chunk of fresh butter to it.
I picked this up at the store,
Sebastian said, holding up a bottle of wine so we could read the label.
Aiden peered at it and whistled. Isn't that the bottle that Mrs. Dowie keeps up behind the counter in a case of glass? She's had that thing for 20 years, hoping some rich tourist would buy it. What's the occasion? Must there be one? Sebastian said, filling Aiden's glass. Give me books, French wine, fruit, fine weather, and a little music played out the doors by somebody I do not know. A Keats fan, eh? Who isn't? I think I like this kid, Aiden said to me. Me too, I mouthed back at him in a mock whisper. Aiden laughed, and I noticed he was wearing a relaxed smile. I glanced at Sebastian, and he nodded. I was just about to ask him about my grandmother when he swirled his tea and said, You know, it's been a long time since I've tasted marrow blood. There was a twinkle in his eye, and I gaped at him. For a second I panicked. What if he was Tuatha Dé, or someone else who drank marrow blood for power? What if he attacked Sebastian? But he just smiled and leaned back in his chair. You've tasted marrow blood before? I asked cautiously. My mother's, or Phyllis's. It's quite a remarkable thing, you know, and not very subtle. Besides the boost in energy, the physical healing and stamina, the mood, it also heightens your sensory perception. Brighter lights, more vivid colors. Phyllis would often make me a cup of tea after work, once a week or so at least, keep me strong and fit. I'm so sorry we tried to sneak it out of you, I said. I was just worried about you. And I wanted you to heal quickly. I'm glad you did it, love. It's about time we talked about things as adults. Your mother went through some changes too, right before she left. But after what happened with her, I didn't want to make the same mistakes. What mistakes? I asked. Aiden sighed and leaned back in his chair. Imagine telling a teenage girl she's a mermaid. He smiled, but there was pain in his eyes. Then again, imagine not telling her and letting her find out on her own. Which is the better choice? The last time didn't work out so well. I thought I'd try doing it differently. Plus, I didn't know for sure. I suspected when you brought this one home to your party. He said, nodding towards Sebastian. Knew he was marrow right away, but I couldn't tell with you. Wait, you told my mother she was a mermaid? Aye, that I did. Let's just say she didn't take it well. I opened my mouth to ask another question, but he held a hand up. I think it's best if I start from the beginning. You'll be wanting to know how I met your grandmother. I nodded, leaning forward and nearly holding my breath. Sebastian squeezed my hand under the table. When I was a young man, I worked in fishing. I was down on the water a lot, scavenging, selling junk. Sometimes we'd go out for a haul. One day, early morning, I found a woman on the beach. She was naked and injured. She seemed terrified of what I'd do to her, but I wrapped her in my coat, picked her up, and brought her home with me. Somebody had hurt her. I could tell she had secrets, but I didn't press. I told her she could stay as long as she liked, and not to worry about anything. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, but she was restless. Sometimes at night she'd go up to the cliffs, just stand there, looking at the moon and the sea. I expected her to leave, or fall in love with someone in town. I never thought it would be me. When Branna was born, she told me what she was. I wasn't all that surprised by it, truth be told. There'd always been something magical about her. Sometimes I felt like I stumbled into a fairy tale and married a pixie. You should have seen the way blokes looked at her, especially when she sang. She told me about her life under the sea, and that she would always long to go back. But she had enemies, she said, so we had to be careful. Sebastian's brow furrowed at this, but I was elated. Phyllis had been a full marrow, 100% raised in the sea. I'd suspected as much, but now I knew for sure. She wrote a letter for Branna, just in case something happened to her, and told me to give it to her when she was 16. She said that's when merfolk start to mature, and she might show signs of her heritage. And something did happen to her, I coaxed. She left, Aiden said gruffly, and I was alone. That's it? What about the rumors? What about Father Murphy? I didn't know how to raise a little girl, Aiden continued. When Branna turned 16, I could see the changes in her, and I knew she was confused. I told her what she was, and what I knew about Phyllis. I gave her the letter, but she didn't believe me. Got angry. A few days later, she was gone. Run off to America.
But that wasn't your fault, I blurted. It was because of Colin Blake, right? Aiden looked up at me, surprised.
Well, I don't know much about that. It's true. I heard what happened to the Blake boy around the same time, but...
They were dating. Something happened and he died. That's when my mom left for America.
That may be true, but I don't think Branna had anything to do with it. She'd never... You still have the letter? Sebastian interrupted. The one Phyllis gave you.
I nodded eagerly, hoping Phyllis had left some information or some clue. An instruction manual or something. Maybe it would help me discover what was going on and who was after me.
In my room, in the desk, top drawer. She left a journal as well. I was going to give it to you for your birthday, but it was so soon after you arrived, I didn't think you'd believe me.
I probably wouldn't have, I said.
It was silly, both of us knowing and not talking to each other about it. I thought I could protect you. I was afraid telling you might drive you away.
I'm not going anywhere, I said, giving him a long hug. Then I went to get the journal from his desk. It was a simple spiral-bound notebook, not a fancy journal like I was expecting. The paper was slightly yellowed, but it had aged well. I flipped through the first few pages. It looked like she'd started it at the beginning of the school year. Sebastian started doing the dishes while I sunk into the easy chair next to the couch. I turned on the standing lamp in the corner and started reading in the yellow light. It was all pretty boring stuff. Guys she liked, complaining about teachers. Until this. December 20th. Today I threw out all my girly mags. I used to obsess over my hair, clothes, and makeup, trying to get boys to notice me. Suddenly I'm a magnet. Either I'm blooming into a woman quicker than normal, or something very weird is going on. Not that I'm complaining, I look amazing. I'm pretty sure Colin Blake was giving me the eye today as well. I thought he was with Olivia. Liam told me to stay away from him, but there's something about him. His dark eyes. December 22nd. My whole life has been a lie. I woke up this morning and found a letter and a small jewellery box on my desk. A late birthday gift, I supposed, and I was right. But from my mother? Dad said he had to explain some things to me, and that my mother had written the letter on my first birthday and made him promise to deliver it with the box on my 16th. And then he right out told me that my mother was a mermaid. A freaking mermaid. I thought he'd gone daft, obviously. The strain of her leaving must have been too much for him. I kicked him out before he'd finished, but then I opened the box. Inside was a lovely necklace, with a filigree pendant holding some kind of blue stone. Pure silver, I think, with Greek characters and a symbol that looks like a trident. It looks ancient. Then I opened the letter. I'll copy it here. Dearest child, whom dearly I love, I long to be with you and watch you grow, but there is a deeper yearning within me still. I will ignore it for as long as I can, but as much as it breaks my heart, I know someday I will leave you. Please forgive my selfishness. Perhaps when you're older, you will have some inkling of the trials I've faced. I love your father, but there is no land on earth where I can feel truly at peace. I'm giving you my greatest possession. This necklace holds immense power, and you must protect it with your life. The necklace is pretty, but it doesn't make up for the past 12 years of growing up without a mother. December 25th. Something strange happened this evening. My mother's amulet was on my desk where I'd left it. I could have sworn it was glowing in the moonlight. Then it started vibrating. Or pulsing maybe, but it must have been my eyes. Also, Colin and I have been hanging out. A lot. We seem drawn to each other. Connected in a way neither of us can understand. He told me some of his family's history. He says they can do things I can only describe as magic. I told Colin about the letter and the pendant, and he freaked out. There's something he's not telling me. Something about the marrow and his people. Pages were missing from the back, but there was only one more note. scrawled across the last page. Someone is after me. Colin wants to run away together. Who was after her? I asked. Not sure, Aiden said, but I assumed it was the marrow. Phyllis always said it was her own people that were after her. That doesn't make any sense, Sebastian said, frowning. Marrow don't go around killing other marrow. There'd be no reason for it. I mean, maybe if it was a territory war or something, but just one isolated marrow? You said there was punishment for being with humans, I said. Maybe someone found out. Maybe, Sebastian admitted. But it wouldn't be like that. They would have taken her back to the sea and given her a trial at least. Maybe that's what happened to Phyllis. Maybe she didn't leave. Maybe she was taken. If mixed-race relations were illegal, maybe the marrow returned and tried to take my mother as well. Maybe that's why she ran away. It's unlikely, Sebastian said, rubbing his chin. Seems a lot more plausible it was Colin's people. Marrow wouldn't have anything to gain from one half-breed, but for the Tuatha Dé, every drop of marrow blood is precious. Do you know what happened to the necklace? Sebastian asked. I never saw it again, Aiden admitted. It has given me more than a little grief over the years. When Phyllis pressed it into my hand, she had trouble letting it go. Told me to put it somewhere safe, to protect it, always. Knowing Branna, she could have chucked it into the ocean, or taken it with her to America. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what happened to it. My heart sank. I was glad Aiden and I had put things out in the open now, but I was hoping my mother's journal would have been more helpful. It was getting late, so I told Sebastian I'd see him soon and walked him out, then collapsed on my bed. What had we learned? Nothing. The necklace sounded like something really important, a family heirloom of sorts. Mom probably brought it to America, and it sold along with the other stuff in our house. I wish I'd grabbed her jewelry box before I left. Now it was probably gone forever. I was so frustrated I could cry. I reached for my typewriter and let my fingers drift for a moment above the polished keys. I'm a marrow, I wrote, which makes me pretty and unstable and way too aware of other people's emotions. And people hate me because of what the marrow did centuries ago, and they want to kill me for my blood because it's powerful. I'm in danger, and so is Sebastian if he stays here trying to protect me. It sounds like Colin knew more about the marrow than my mother ever had. I felt sorry for my mother. She never had anybody to explain things to her, other than Colin, who probably thought she was a monster based on the one-sided version he'd been told from the Tuatha Dé. Had Colin told his family what she really was? Maybe they had tried to kill her and Colin intervened. Or maybe running away together was just a ruse to get her alone, and Colin attacked her. She could have killed him by accident, in self-defense. My head was spinning. I needed to know what really happened, so I'd know what kind of danger I was in and who was after me. It was obvious that the Tuatha Dé were dangerous, but they were also the only people who had answers, which meant I'd have to go and talk with Ethan's family if I wanted to learn the truth about my mother. But they couldn't know what I really was, or they might not let me leave. Chapter 28. You're out of your mind, Sebastian said when I told him my plan the next day. He picked me up for school, and we stopped for cinnamon rolls and coffee. Neither of us cared that we'd be late to first period. Let me walk you through it. Let me know what I missed. Your mother was dating a boy, and it was all going great, until she found out she was a mermaid and he was a Tuatha Dé. While she may not have believed it, he knew exactly what that meant, so he probably told his family, and they probably tried to kill her. Somehow, Colin died after she ran off to America. And now, knowing that the Tuatha Dé hunt marrow to steal their blood and replenish their magical abilities, you want to walk over to their house and introduce yourself? They'll know what you are the second you step inside. Ethan's after you, not me. He said his mom knew a lot about the history, The myths and legends. Maybe she knows something that could help us.
You can't see him again, not alone anyway, and going to his house is out of the question.
You're forbidding me? I crossed my arms.
The more you hang out with Ethan, the sooner he's going to figure out what you are. If you do anything out of the ordinary, move too quickly, or pull another stunt like what you did to Roisin.
I didn't do that on purpose.
Exactly, Sebastian said.
Maybe his family doesn't even know. Maybe Colin tried to kill my mother, but she fought back and he died instead. Maybe no one else was involved.
If that were true, your family's secret would have died with him. But someone slashed your arm and nearly drowned you a few weeks ago, remember? Somebody already knows what you are. Someone with a knife, just like the one you saw in Ethan's bag. So let's say it's more than likely that someone in the Tuatha Dé knows about you.
It's strange though, right? If they know what I am, what are they waiting for? Suddenly I had an awful thought. What if they're watching me, and they saw you? I'm only a quarter marrow. My blood isn't that strong. Maybe I'm just bait. But you're the one they're really after. You should leave. You aren't safe here.
I'm not going anywhere as long as you're in danger.
But they could kill you.
I can take care of myself. You, on the other hand.
Our conversation was going nowhere. Sebastian didn't want me going to Ethan's alone, but conceded that I could try and get something out of him at school, as long as there were other people around. It wasn't much of a solution. I felt like we were both waiting for something to happen, stuck in a bad situation with no way to sort it out. Sebastian hadn't mentioned resuming our swimming lessons, but I knew I'd need to get back in the water soon. I just wasn't sure I was ready. Mrs. Garrickty gave us a pop quiz on African nations. I could only remember 10, and I'm sure I put half of those in the wrong place. Mr. Sadlier assigned us homework about the influence Beowulf had on heroic English literature. It was a violent story about a hero who vanquished a beast named Grendel, and then killed his mother as well when she came seeking revenge. I found myself sympathizing more with the monsters than with Beowulf. I sat with Jackie and Patricia at lunch. Derry sauntered in late, wearing dark glasses. At first, it looked like he was trying to be cool, but I felt his underlying mood. Fear. Depression. I reached up and yanked the glasses away from his face. Jackie gasped when she saw dark purple bruises around his left eye. "What happened?" I demanded.
"It's nothing. I tripped and—"
"Don't you dare," Patricia said. "Just tell us who hit you." "It was the guy you were seeing. Trevor, right?" Jackie said. Derry looked like he was going to deny it, but finally shrugged.
"It's fine. It's really fine. He just gets a little excited sometimes."
"He hits you?" Jackie asked. "That is so not okay. And he's older too. You should report him."
"It's not exactly the typical case of domestic abuse," Derry said with a half smile. "We just let things get out of hand. Besides, the bonfire is tonight. I'll just be a skeleton and use a lot of face paint. Nobody'll see it."
"The bonfire is tonight?" I asked. My friend stared at me blankly. Yeah, we've been talking about it all week," Patricia said. "Don't tell me you don't have a costume." "It's fine," Jackie said, squeezing my arm. "We're all heading to Patricia's after school to get ready. We'll find something for you there." "But don't think we're through talking about this," Jackie said, pointing at Derry. "This isn't over by a long shot." I hadn't mentioned the bonfire to Sebastian this morning and wasn't sure if he remembered. I sent him a quick text telling him I was going with Patricia and Jackie and to meet us there. I managed to get through foreign languages unscathed. Miss Lynch called on me to translate something on the board, but I got it right. She frowned, like she was disappointed, but didn't say anything. In gym class, we had volleyball again. I was dreading it at first, after what happened last time, even though that seemed like ages ago now. However, when the ball came to me, I wasn't as awkward as I'd been before, and it didn't hurt as much. I focused on keeping my wrist together and aiming the ball over the net, and was successful most of the time. I seemed to react quicker and panic less. I wondered if it was another benefit of having marrow blood, or if the soft leather ball just seemed relatively harmless compared to the other challenges I'd been facing recently. After class, I ran into Ethan in the hall. He slowed down and gave me a small smile. I had a feeling he wanted to talk, so I stopped also. "Any news?" he asked. I thought of everything that had happened since we last spoke. Swimming in the deep sea with Sebastian, talking with Aiden and getting my mother's journal. I'd learned so much, but nothing about another marrow. "It's only been a few days," I said. "Tick-tock," he said. "Are you going to the Halloween party?" I asked, changing the subject. "Not sure. Sam Hain is kind of a big deal for us. I mean the real thing, not the candy and cheap costumes. Still, hard to pass up a beach bonfire. Why? Are you?" "I'm going with Jackie and Patricia." "Are you going to dress up?" "I guess so." "In that case," he said with a sly grin, "I wouldn't miss it for the world." The bonfire was roaring by the time we arrived. We parked up on the side of the road, on the bluff overlooking the ocean, and followed the music down the steep hill until our feet hit the sand. With a jean miniskirt and a tight red top, I was almost identifiable as Wonder Woman. Kyle's little brother had volunteered a plastic shield and sword, and Jackie made me a tinfoil crown with a red star on the front to complete the outfit. That was my favorite part. It looked like a starfish. I was self-conscious with my bare legs. I was getting too much attention, even when I dressed casual. Now the guys had trouble keeping their mouths shut when I passed. To be fair, Jackie and Patricia were smoking hot tonight too. Patricia's furry boots and tail made her look like a foxy stripper. Jackie was wearing a one-piece, sparkly fairy dress. She had a pair of delicate wings behind her shoulders and a plastic wand that lit up in the darkness. Most of the guys were in shorts, wearing plastic masks. The girls were in bikinis or sexy outfits, even though the weather was chilly. Patricia handed me a small glass bottle of whiskey. "This'll warm you right up," she said. I took a deep swig, then coughed and sputtered as the liquid burned my mouth and throat. That's when I saw Sebastian, cutting through the crowd towards us. He was wearing an old-fashioned carnival mask with a long nose. It was painted in blue and gold, and looked like something you'd pick up in Venice. I wondered if that's where he'd gotten it. I tried to smile through the grimace I was wearing from the whiskey. He lifted his eyebrows at my costume. "You look amazing," he said. He reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. His fingers brushed my cheek, and I felt a warm glow spread through my body. I tried to play it cool and took another gulp of whiskey. "Maybe you should take it easy with that," Sebastian said. I could tell he was only half kidding by the way he scanned the crowd. It was kind of sweet he was so protective, but also kind of annoying. "Can we just forget that someone is trying to kill me? Just for tonight," I said in a low voice. "Can't I just be a girl who wants to get drunk and maybe make out on the beach for a while?" "Make out?" he said, raising one eyebrow. "Well, I'd consider it, if only I could find a handsome gentleman." His eyes flew to my lips, and I licked them unconsciously. I realized even though we were sort of together now, Sebastian still hadn't kissed me. I understood why. He was protecting me, or maybe himself. But still, it was agonizing not to know for sure how he felt about me. A kiss wasn't too much to ask, was it? I was sure tonight would be the night. We sat on some blankets and listened to the music, watching the stars, the sea, and the roaring bonfire. It was at least 10 feet tall and shooting off sparks that went high into the dark sky and mingled with the stars. I could smell the woody smoke from the fire and the salty sea air. Someone had brought bongo drums, and they gave a steady beat to the sound of the pounding surf and the crackling flames. Masked faces danced around the flickering light of the flame, the shadows and costumes making them look like grotesque spirits. The whiskey warmed my body and made me feel relaxed and happy. I leaned back and rested my head against Sebastian's shoulder. He put his arm around me, and it was perfect, for a while. Then I felt him stiffen. He lifted his chin like he was smelling something.
"I'll be right back,"
he said, staring at a spot away from the party, where the shore disappeared in darkness.
"Don't hurry," Patricia said with a smile. "It's time to dance anyway."
She and Jackie pulled me into the throbbing crowd of bodies surrounding the hot fire. I could feel the bass of the music and the pulse of the sea throbbing through my body. I closed my eyes and lost myself in the music, dancing for I don't know how long. Then I felt someone rub up against me from behind, moving in sync with my body. He reached around me with his arms, and I held onto his fingers. Then he started kissing my neck. But then I realized that his fingers were all wrong, not as long and thin as Sebastian's. I opened my eyes and spun around to a pair of smoky brown eyes. Ethan. He was shirtless, showing off the tattoos that covered his shoulders and arms. His chest and stomach muscles flickered in the light of the fire. His eyes were full of desire, begging for an answer. I had the impulse to pull him closer and let him kiss me, and I hated myself for it. Instead, I shoved past him and started walking away down the beach.
"Don't be mad, I had to take a shot,"
Ethan said, following me. My muddled mind was sharper as we left the crowd and the fire. A chilling wind blew my hair up, and I tugged it behind my ears. "You're crazy," I said. "You hardly know me."
"I know you enough, and I know my feelings."
"I'm with Sebastian."
"Are you, though? Are you really? Where is he then? I wouldn't leave you alone for a second."
My eyes searched through the party, but I didn't see him either. Where was he? My stomach twisted in knots, as some part of my mind played the image of Sebastian and Roisin snuggling in the darkness somewhere. "He just went to get me a drink," I lied. Ethan sighed and pushed his hair out of his face.
"You can't trust him,"
he said. I hesitated before responding, trying to keep the doubt off my face. "He told me everything," I said, "and he'd never hurt me."
"He doesn't belong up here. He'll get bored, and sooner or later, he'll leave. They always leave."
Ethan was giving voice to my worst fears. I wanted to yell at him, to scream, but what if he was right? When I first heard the shriek ripping through the booming bass of the music, I thought maybe it was me. But Ethan whipped his head to the side, and I knew he heard it too. He ran towards the sound, and I chased after him. The party was in chaos. Kids were scattering in every direction. Near the campfire was a dark shape, lying at an awkward angle. I thought it was a log at first, until I saw the face. A dislocated arm had landed a few feet away, leaking dark blood into the white sand. Its fingers were still twitching. Another body was lying nearby. I froze, trying to make sense of the carnage I was seeing. The raging fire seemed to spotlight the dark shapes that were spread out on the now empty beach. I heard a shout and looked up. On the other side of the fire, Sebastian was fighting with two large men. They were throwing impossibly fast punches, which Sebastian deflected one by one. Marrow. They had him pinned with his back up against the cliff. A third man was standing close to the fire, holding a girl up by the throat. She struggled against him as he lifted her towards the roaring flames. I didn't stop to think. I dashed towards them and rammed the guy with my shoulder, tugging the girl to safety with my free arm. I felt like I'd run into a brick wall, but the force of my blow tipped him off balance, and he stumbled into the fire. I could smell searing flesh as he began to scream. He pushed off the burning embers with his bare hands, and when he stood up, his clothes were on fire. He ran towards the sea, a pillar of bright yellow flame, and sank into the water with a great billowing of steam and smoke. "Run!" I told the girl, shoving her towards the path leading up the hill. That's when I saw Travis. He was wearing a full-body penguin suit, which would have been kind of adorable, except for the dark red stain spreading across the white surface of the costume. Another Marrow was standing next to him, with something jagged wrapped around his knuckles. He hit Travis with a flurry of punches, puncturing new holes in Travis's body before taking a sideways swipe at Travis's neck. The cut was so deep, I thought his head was going to fall off. I almost vomited as Travis, now spurting blood from multiple stab wounds, crumpled into a heap. It was too late to save him, so I turned back towards Sebastian. He was pinned down now by 3 marrow. They forced his arms behind his back and pushed him into the sand. "Let him go!" I said, approaching them, brandishing my toy weapon. The one in front laughed.
"Now, who's this sweet young thing?"
Like the others, he had long hair and a coral necklace, and looked like he hadn't showered in months.
"Don't you dare touch her,"
Sebastian growled.
"Or what?" "You would have been my commander, you know, if you stayed. But you're just a deserter now. Don't think your father can protect you. You burned that bridge when you ran away."
"His father? What are they talking about?"
"If you touch her, I'll kill every one of you."
Sebastian's captors laughed so loudly I didn't hear the 4th marrow until he was right behind me. I whirled around to face him, but he caught my wrists in vice-like grips. I could feel the pressure against my bones.
"Now that we're all here and you've calmed down," he said, kicking some sand towards Sebastian, "maybe we can talk like civilized marrow." "This is what you call civilized?" Sebastian snorted. "You've just killed a handful of people. Kids." "A handful? That's nothing. You know I would have slaughtered this whole town to get to you." "What do you want, Ajax?"
This marrow was almost a head taller than Sebastian, with massive shoulders. He had thick, dark eyebrows and long eyelashes that made him look like he was wearing black eyeliner.
"Your father sent me," he said. "It's time for you to come home." "Why now? What's changed?"
Sebastian said, still struggling against the marrow who were restraining him.
"Anicetus has decided to move ahead with his plans. The royal family has been missing for decades. They probably aren't ever coming back. Consider this a final warning." "He found the device, then?" "He's decided to do it the old-fashioned way. Open war. Soon, marrow will pour over the land like a knife through hot butter. We'll kill all the humans and take back the land for ourselves. He'd rather have you with him, but he won't let your absence frustrate his plans any longer."
I felt sick to my stomach. I thought a marrow invasion was just a hypothetical possibility, but now it was actually happening. Even worse, it seemed Sebastian had lied to me about it. He was much more involved than he'd let on.
"Here's the message. If you don't come back and take your place at your father's side in 3 moons, you'll be branded a traitor to your people. Personally, I'm hoping you decide to stay and die with the humans. They're so weak and fragile, it's like breaking eggs. There's no pleasure in a battle without resistance. We'll start with this town and make a pile of bodies so high it blocks out the sun."
As he was speaking, I couldn't stop staring at his hands. He was wearing some kind of band around his knuckles, embedded with jagged rows of shark teeth. They were stained red with blood and glistened in the firelight. Travis's blood. "It was you," I said, half to myself. "There were no shark attacks in Brighton. It was the marrow."
"I see you've already told your girlfriend about us then," Ajax said. "Your father's not going to like that. I can see why you like her, though."
He reached up to stroke my cheek. I pushed his arm away with the toy shield, and then hit him as hard as I could with my plastic sword. It bent pathetically around his stiff neck. His eyes widened.
"She's fast. Not entirely human, are you, darling? A bit of marrow in you, it seems. Maybe we should put a bit more marrow in you."
He ripped away my top, exposing my bra. I covered myself with my hands.
"You wouldn't," Sebastian said. "Lying with a human woman is forbidden. Haven't you heard? Your father repealed that command. Spoils of war and all that. First time in several centuries, so I'm really going to enjoy this."
Ajax licked his lips at me, and the other marrow chuckled. Sebastian strained against them and shouted, his eyes wild. They kicked him in the stomach, then forced his face into the sand with his hands behind his back. I felt ridiculous in my Wonder Woman costume, now hanging in shreds around my waist. I wasn't a hero. I couldn't even protect myself. Ajax wrapped his arms around me and pulled me against him. His bloody hands pawed at my skin, leaving fingerprints. It made my flesh crawl and bile rise up in my throat. As much as I resisted, I was no match for him. This was actually going to happen. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Ajax dropped me to shield his eyes. I looked up and saw Ethan, his tattoos burning brighter than the bonfire, as bright as the sun, like ignited magnesium. He threw his palm out towards me, and Ajax went flying backwards. With his other hand, he tossed a dagger. I saw a flash of light as it tore past my head and implanted itself on another marrow's shoulder. Sebastian took the opportunity to roll to the side, knocking over the marrow holding him. I jabbed one in the eye and reached for Sebastian's hand, but my fingers never reached his. Ethan tossed me over his shoulder and charged towards the path leading up the hill. I glanced back to see Sebastian break free and chase after us. "Run!" I yelled. We were at the top of the path before we saw the flashing lights. We were surrounded by police cars. Dark silhouettes stood in front of the cars, flooding the area. "Freeze right there!" A voice shouted. I heard the click of a gun being cocked. Ethan dropped me like a bag of flour and raised both hands above his head. Chapter 29. "Explain it to me like I'm simple," said a policeman in a blue uniform, leaning across a desk. His dark mustache looked like a permanent coffee stain on his upper lip. We were in a gray office with fluorescent lights. The plant in the corner was dying. They'd put us in here 10 minutes ago, and the cop was the first person we'd talked to. The badge on his chest said O'Hara. He looked exhausted, but I could feel something else too. A dark thrill at having a real case to work on. "We already told everything to the officers who brought us here," Sebastian said. "We didn't see anything. It was dark. It happened too fast." "Sure, right. But look, here's what I know. A bunch of kids were drinking on the beach. A fight broke out and got out of hand. We received some frantic calls and then show up and find 7 dead bodies." 7? My mouth dried up, and I felt weak. I was glad I was already sitting down. I couldn't get the picture of Travis out of my mind, lying there like penguin roadkill. 7 kids, killed real gruesome like, O'Hara said, taking a slow sip of coffee from a chipped mug. "Then you 3 come barreling up the hill. My men said it looked like you were running." "Oh yeah, running towards the police and lights," I scoffed. "That makes a lot of sense." "I was bringing her up to safety," Ethan said. "Have you ever seen me voluntarily surrender myself to the police?" "No, but what's it been since we last brought you in here? 2 weeks? I never would have suspected something like this from you though. Vandalism, or B&D maybe. But this level of violence?" He threw a stack of photographs on the desk and nodded at them. "This makes me sick." The Polaroids showed a gruesome amount of detail, illuminated by the bright light of the camera flash. "Ethan didn't do anything," I said. "In fact, he saved us." "Saved you from who, exactly?" "The guys who did this to us, obviously," I said, pointing at the bruises on my arm and my ripped clothes. Sebastian looked suitably victimized, with deep purple bruises on his face and body, a gash on his forehead, and a split lip. I knew he'd heal instantly when he got back in the salt water, but I was glad he looked a little roughed up. Ethan looked pretty damn good considering, though a portion of his shirt had been burned away. With his surprise attack in distance combat, he'd escaped without a scratch. But we'd left 7 bodies behind. 7 kids from school, extinguished in seconds by powerful marrow. And they said it was just the beginning.
Maybe it was your other friend here,
O'Hara said, grooming his mustache with a tiny comb.
New in town, isn't he? Couldn't find any background data on him. No ID, no emergency contact, nothing. Just this driver's license he picked up a few weeks ago, which lists the Runcarry house as his address.
My parents are very private people, Sebastian said. Their wealth makes them targets, so they fly under the radar as much as possible. My fingers were twitching like crazy. I needed to talk with Sebastian, but we hadn't had any privacy since the police picked us up. One of the lights started flickering, and it heightened my anxiety. I had to get out of here. It was dark, I said quickly. But this is what I remember. 4 large men, dark hair, dreadlocks, wearing some kind of shell jewelry. Does that help? Sebastian nodded, and after kicking him under the table, so did Ethan.
Even so, O'Hara said, I think I'd like to hear it from all of you, individually. Ethan, let's start with you. With your rap sheet, you might be looking at some jail time for this one.
O'Hara grabbed Ethan by the arm and led him out of the room. When we were finally alone, Sebastian reached for my hand. I pulled away. What the hell was that? I whispered. 7 kids? This is nothing like what happened to Bedelia. I thought it was illegal to interact with humans.
It seems like the laws have changed in my absence, Sebastian said, staring at the floor.
Yeah, but they knew you. Were they friends of yours?
Did it look like we were friendly?
It's your fault they're here, isn't it? They were looking for you. Sebastian didn't answer. He'd put his wall up again. I wondered what Ethan was telling the police. I was pretty sure he was smart enough not to mention killer mermaids. But what if he tried to pin this on Sebastian somehow? Just then, I heard voices I recognized outside the room. When the door opened again, I caught sight of Patricia and Jackie.
Your friends backed up your story,
O'Hara said when he came in.
Several large adult men with dark hair and dreadlocks. There's also at least one girl who says you saved her life. Looks like you're a hero. And Aiden is going to give me hell if I keep you here much longer, so we're going to let you go. Conditionally. You,
he pointed at Sebastian.
Go with my colleague here. We'll take your fingerprints and put you in the system.
A woman with long red hair and a tight uniform guided Sebastian down the hall. I stood up to follow him out, but O'Hara blocked my path with his arm.
You know,
he said quietly,
this reminds me of another case I worked on years ago. One of the only unresolved murders in this town's history. The murder of Ethan's uncle, Colin. He was stabbed, but we never recovered the murder weapon. It was right about the time your mother disappeared. Something about that night never sat right with me. The other strange case, of course, involves Father Murphy and your grandmother Phyllis, though those bodies were never found.
He leaned closer, and I could smell whiskey. I couldn't tell if it was from his breath, or if I'd spilled some on my clothes earlier. What are you implying? I asked, crossing my arms.
Nothing, unfortunately, except that all the dead bodies in this town seem to lead back to the Daly woman. Maybe it's a coincidence, but with Ethan involved, that seems unlikely. I'm not saying you've done anything wrong.
He sighed, lowering his arm.
But it's also obvious you know more than you're saying. You're a piss-poor liar. I understand maybe you're trying to protect your friends, or maybe you don't feel safe after what just happened. But if you know something else about these murders, please come talk to me. Anytime. 7 bodies.
He shook his head slowly.
The families deserve peace, and whoever did this needs to be held accountable. On a more personal note, I've known Aiden a long time, and he's had enough heartbreak for one lifetime. I don't think he can take any more.
Jackie and Patricia were waiting at the front entry with about a dozen other students from my school. My heart pounded when I saw the blood on Jackie's sparkly dress, but I couldn't see any wounds. Jackie wiped away her tears and pulled me into a hug.
About damn time, Patricia said to O'Hara. I was about to call the American Embassy.
She's been threatening to do that since we got here, Jackie said. But really, I don't know why they were interrogating you. I'm so sorry, Jackie said, her voice breaking. She buried her face in my shoulder. For what? I asked. Leaving you like that. When we saw what was happening, we ran. Everybody did. We weren't thinking. We hid in the dark for a while, trying to find each other. We went back for you, but we just found the bodies. The police were taking pictures and staking out the area, Patricia said, taking over. They told us you'd been taken to the police station, so we all came here to give statements. They told us you were a suspect. As if. Did you see the men who did it? I asked. What did you say? Jackie shot Patricia a worried look. We couldn't exactly agree. It's complicated. Some kids only saw the bodies, or body parts, and what looked like bite marks. They thought it was another shark attack. Others saw the men, moving like a pack through the crowd. I was standing next to the girl I've known since I was 10. Suddenly, she was bleeding from gashes in her chest, her face. There was so much blood. Jackie covered her face with her hands. But you told them what you saw. The men? I pressed. That's what we told them too. We told them what they looked like. Older men, long hair, kind of a hipster looking, Patricia said. We didn't tell them how fast they were moving. I nodded, before I realized I was giving myself away. Told you, Patricia said, nudging Jackie. She does know something. Jackie's eyes got wide. So we're not crazy. The way they moved, it was so fast it was a blur. But I thought I was just drunk, or the light was playing tricks. Who are they? What do they want? Why would they? I don't know, but I saw them too. I saw how fast they could move. I think, maybe, Sebastian knows something. I whispered. I'll try to find out more. I'll tell you if I discover anything else. The redhead returned with Ethan and signed him out. He gave me a dark look, a look that said, I told you so. Then he stormed past us and pushed the front doors open. I wanted to chase after him and protest. Not all marrow are killers. Sebastian isn't like that. But I didn't know what to believe anymore. The front doors swung open again, and I saw Aiden. His face melted into relief when he saw me. I realized I was bringing up memories that he'd hoped he'd never have to relive. I wanted to wait for them to release Sebastian, but I didn't fight him when he said I needed to get home and change my clothes. I draped my top over my shoulders as best I could, but there were still gaping holes that exposed my upper body. I told Jackie and Patricia I'd see them at school the next day and hugged them goodbye. I almost sent Sebastian a text, apologizing for leaving him, but I didn't. After tonight, I didn't know what to say. Sebastian was still keeping things from me. How could I trust him if he wouldn't let me in? I thought Aiden was going to lecture me or say something on the ride home, but he didn't. He just gripped the wheel tightly and we drove in silence. At home, he filled the tub with bath salts and warm water. Your grandmother always liked it, he said, stirring the water with his fingers. It should help you heal a little, at least take the pain away. Not as good as the sea, but I don't want you going out tonight. I tried to say something, but he held his hand up. We can talk tomorrow, he said, when we've both gotten some rest and calmed down a little. Glad you're safe. He gave me a kiss on the forehead and left the room quickly. I think he might have been crying. I could still scarcely comprehend what had just happened. I didn't feel the urge to type. I just felt numb. Even after Bedelia, I hadn't really been afraid of the marrow. Whoever killed her did it carefully, almost a degree of respect. Tonight was a massacre. Ajax and his buddies were demonic in their violence. They were enjoying it, and Sebastian was one of them. I couldn't help wondering whether he'd ever been involved in an attack like that. Cutting humans just to see them bleed, tearing off their limbs. I wanted to cry, but I was too tired. As I fell asleep, I wondered if maybe Ethan had been right all along. It was us against them. Chapter 30. I drifted into school on Monday with a pair of dark sunglasses. I didn't need to worry about my hair and makeup anymore, but after what happened at the bonfire, the attention my looks brought me, the result of my marrow blood, made me nauseous. I paused briefly at the front of the school. In the entranceway was some kind of community shrine. Someone had put pictures of the 7 victims on the main bulletin board. Notes and messages were posted around the pictures, and there were piles of gifts and remembrances on the floor beneath it. There were even a few lit candles. I was surprised the administration allowed the fire hazard. My fingers paused over the picture of Travis. He was the only one I knew personally, though a couple of the others looked familiar. I thought about the way he'd greeted me on my first day of school, and how I'd blown him off after he brought me flowers. Now he was gone, and it was my fault. I knew the marrow were out there. I knew they were planning a war against the human race. But I was enjoying my little slice of happiness, my swim lessons with Sebastian, my new looks and abilities. I felt special knowing I was part of something magical, but I didn't see the bigger picture. And now, it was too late. I wanted to scream down the hallway, "The marrow are coming! The marrow did this!" But nobody would understand. And if they did, if they knew about the marrow, they might find out the truth about me. That I'm a monster too. But what could I do about it? Ethan was right. The marrow were evil and dangerous. Sebastian might be an exception, but that didn't excuse him. Ajax said that he'd run away from home, and that they'd come to bring him back. It was his fault they were here. And now Travis and the others were dead. Shifting the blame to Sebastian, however, didn't make me any less miserable. If anything, it made me feel worse. None of the teachers brought up what happened at the campfire, though it was always just on the edge of every topic. It was like the teachers were deliberately trying to avoid any reference that might remind us that we'd just lost 7 classmates. They'd say something, and then look alarmed, stutter, and change the subject. Or stop mid-sentence, and simply stand there in a daze. Every time I saw an empty chair, I wondered if any of the kids had been in a class with me, and if I just hadn't noticed them before. I didn't think so, but I also wasn't entirely sure. At lunch, I saw Jackie and Patricia in our usual spot, but I couldn't face them. They'd ask questions and want answers. Answers I wasn't ready to give. Instead, I ended up in the library. I settled in behind my favorite round table in the back. It was half hidden behind a tall bookshelf, next to a wide window that gave me plenty of reading light. I wasn't entirely without a purpose. The last great battle between the Fomorians and the Tuatha had involved some heavy firepower. References I'd found of the Eye of Balor made it sound like some kind of advanced weaponry. It took 4 men to raise the lid, and when it was uncovered, its venomous gaze could defeat armies. I found a new description of it in an older book of Irish folklore. It was always covered with 7 cloaks to keep it cool. He took the cloaks off, one by one. At first, ferns began to wither. At the second, grass began to redden. At the third, wood and trees began to heat up. At the fourth, smoke came out of wood and trees. At the 5th, everything got red hot. At the 6th, blood boiled and hearts grew weak, the mind numbed and reality faded. At the 7th, the whole land caught fire. It sounded like some kind of mermaid super laser, with almost nuclear powers. Balor was Fomorian, a marrow general, and he used the weapon to subjugate the Tuatha. But his own grandson, Lu, who was half human, led the Tuatha in a rebellion against the marrow overlords. He destroyed the Eye, killing Balor and expelling the Fomorians from Ireland forever. Was this the device Sebastian and Ajax were talking about? If so, it was a good thing it was still missing. But it wasn't the only weapon in the folklore. Lugh had a magic spear named Ariadbear. Its tip had to be kept immersed in a pot of water to keep it from igniting. In the book was a 1905 illustration of Lugh's bloodthirsty magical spear. It glowed with fire and power. According to legend, the spear of Lugh would always ensure victory. Ethan said the Tuatha De Danann had 4 magical items that were passed down within each clan. The spear of Lugh was just one of them. I ran my fingers across the picture. Was it more than just a story? If so, was one of the Tuatha De families still keeping it somewhere? I knew I'd find you here. Ethan's eyes were dark and stormy as he sat across from me. Despite the cold, he was wearing a black t-shirt and a light jacket. We need to talk. The Tuatha De were unlikely to tell me anything about their history. Ethan, however, might let something slip. Something important. But only if he trusted me. About what? I asked, playing dumb. Might as well let him put his cards on the table first. Bedelia, now this. They came up on land. They killed in the open. And there were a group of them together. What do they want? Are more coming? How should I know? Don't give me that bullshit. You hang out with Sebastian. He hasn't told me everything. Besides, he's not one of them. Ethan slammed his fists down on the table. Of course he's one of them, he spat. Several people turned to look at us. I leaned closer to Ethan and said quietly, all I know is the marrow are tired of humans polluting the oceans. Some of them think it would be better to wipe out humanity and reclaim the land. But they're divided. Sebastian left because he didn't agree with them, and their royal family is missing. So it seems like nobody is really in charge anymore. There were laws preventing marrow from coming up on land and interacting with humans, but I guess they feel like they don't need to follow those rules anymore. Ethan's eyes widened. He opened his mouth a little, and I thought he was going to say something, but instead, he leaned back in his chair. It looked like he was grinding his teeth. So much for holding my cards close to my chest. It was a relief, though, to share it all with someone who didn't think I was crazy. Someone who got the severity of it all. Part of me felt like I was betraying Sebastian's confidence. But I was still keeping a few of his secrets. I didn't tell Ethan that the marrow at the bonfire had been looking for Sebastian. My turn, I said, taking advantage of Ethan's silence. You said before that the Tuatha De had 4 magical talismans. 2 of them were weapons, the spear of Lugh and the sword of Nuadha. Lugh defeated Balor with his spear. Ariadbahar, your family, your clan, are caretakers of the spear, right? Do they still have it? Could we find the other talismans? Ethan looked at me like I'd gone crazy, then he started laughing. He laughed so hard he squeezed his eyes together and put his hands on his stomach to catch his breath. It would have been funny, except I hated being laughed at. I was halfway to the door before he noticed that I'd stood up. He chased after me and grabbed my arm. Wait, don't be like that. He smiled. I'm not laughing at you. Of course you are, but I don't see what's so funny. It's just, that stuff is legend. These books were written about 100 years ago. Nobody knows where those weapons are, or if they're even real. Maybe Lugh was just a really good fighter, and people started idolizing his spear. We got shushed by the librarian, so we headed downstairs and outside, through the back of the school. We ended up in the old chapel, where I'd first seen Ethan doing magic. The fall air smelled crisp and fresh. I crossed my arms as we sat in the ancient pews in the small stone building. Mermaids are real. Magic is real. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff Sebastian can do. But you have powers of your own. using mermaid blood tattoos. I don't see what's so hard to believe about some magic weapons. At least they'd give us a chance against the Marrow invasion. Ethan looked at me with warm eyes. They were full of compassion, but also pity, which pissed me off. I'm sorry I laughed at you before. You see Sebastian and the Marrow, and they're so strong and powerful, and you see how I can fight them with magic, but you feel vulnerable. You think if you had a magic weapon, you could fight back too. You could defend yourself. That's totally understandable. I bit my lip. I'm not sure I could have put all of that into words myself, but it seemed about right. Could Ethan really understand me so well? Better than I understood myself? Ethan moved his hand and our fingers brushed together. My face flushed, suddenly realizing how alone we were, and how close he was sitting. But I started talking again to break the intimacy. Given what we know about what's possible, about the Betulia and the Tuathiday's abilities using marrow blood and metallurgy, isn't it possible that they made some super powerful weapons? Maybe when they had much more marrow blood available than they do now. Lou's spear was called bloodthirsty. Maybe it drank blood, like your dagger, which powered it up like fuel. Maybe with technology that's been forgotten. Yeah, it's possible, Ethan said, brushing his hair away from his face. But that's a lot of maybes. I mean, we tell stories about the legendary battles, but I've never seen any actual weapons. Not like that. Have you looked? I pressed. He smiled at me again. Ethan's smile was so rare, it always lit up the room, and the look he gave me warmed me to my toes. It was like he admired my tenacity, or was continuously surprised by me. Tell you what, Ethan said after a long pause. I'm not sure the spear actually exists, but I can help you look for it, on one condition. And that is? Go out with me. What? One date. A normal, human date. It'll be a test. That way you'll be able to feel what's real. I know you think you like Sebastian, but he has that effect on every girl. You're just under his spell. Besides, after what happened at the bonfire, you've got to realize that he's the enemy. He'll leave and go back to his people. And if there's a war coming between humans and Marrow, you can't possibly be on their side. They plan to wipe us out. Sebastian won't be able to protect you. But you can. I can try. His eyes burned with inner fire, and I believed him. He'd protect me with his life if it came to that, though I'd never ask him to. And I did care for Sebastian. But what if Ethan was right? What if my feelings for him were just the natural response to the uncanny effect Marrow had on humans? I saw the way girls reacted to him. Even if he wasn't doing it on purpose, how could I be sure my feelings were real? And even if Ethan was wrong, and Sebastian and I belonged together, what kind of future did we have? Was I ready to give up everything I'd ever known and disappear under the ocean? If I couldn't change, was that even an option? And if not, I'd be asking him to stay here and fight against his own people, while the humans hunted him as a monster, and the Tuatha wanted to drain him for his blood. This was worse than being star-crossed lovers, worse than Romeo and Juliet. They'd taken the easy way out, choosing death and letting their tragedy mollify the anger of their warring families. But the stakes in this story were so much greater. The annihilation of the human race, the fate of the world. This wasn't a problem that would be resolved by the death of a couple of teenagers. Should I go out on a date with Ethan when the lives of everyone I knew were in danger? A few days after a Marrow attack that I felt personally responsible for? Absolutely not. But whatever was between Sebastian and me seemed destined for epic failure. I was only 16. I didn't want a lover's suicide. I didn't want the pressure of saving the world on my shoulders. I just wanted to be normal. Any other girl would have jumped at the chance to go out with Ethan. Maybe this was the last time I'd get asked out by a cute guy. Maybe I'd wind up dead tomorrow. Plus, if the legendary weapons of the Tuatha were real, I didn't have a chance at tracking them down without Ethan's help. Only one? I asked. I promise, if you feel nothing for me, just tell me to get lost, but give me a shot first, and afterwards, I'll still help you find the weapons, if they really exist. But only as long as I trust that you plan to use them to defend humanity against the marrow, instead of doing something stupid, like giving them to Sebastian. Deal? One date to see if my feelings for Sebastian were real, in exchange for weapons that might save humanity. That seemed reasonable. Chapter 31. After school, I went straight outside to wait for the bus. A car honked, and I looked up to see Sebastian in his classic black car. He waved me over, then got out to hold the door open for me. I didn't get in. "We need to talk," he said. His face was as beautiful as ever. So beautiful it didn't seem real. But something was different. He seemed on edge. When I hesitated, his brows furrowed and his lips curved downwards slightly. Had he seen me with Ethan? Is that what he wanted to talk about? I glanced behind me and saw Patricia and Jackie exiting the building. I still wasn't sure how much I could tell them. Talking with Ethan was one thing. He already knew about the marrow and the threat that they posed. But telling my ordinary human friends what was going on seemed drastic. Would they even believe me? And if they did, could I trust them with Sebastian's secrets? What if that put him at risk? The least I could do was give him a chance to explain himself. His shoulders relaxed when I got in the car. "Where are we going?" I asked. "Somewhere private," he said, pulling out of the school parking lot. As we drove in silence, I felt guilty about being with Ethan just now. The way he'd touched my hand in the chapel, and how I'd blushed. It's not like Sebastian and I were officially going out or anything. We hadn't even kissed yet. But still, the way he was looking at me, and the way it made me feel, I couldn't believe I'd just agreed to go on a date with another guy. It only took a few minutes to reach Dunluce Castle. It was still open this time, so we paid for tickets and we went in through the small wooden gate. We passed through the grassy area to the narrow bridge which spanned the chasm separating the castle from the mainland. My heart was pounding as we crossed the wooden planks. Far beneath us, another path led to the entrance of the cave below the castle, then forked towards a lookout point directly under the bridge. There were a handful of tourists, but Sebastian led us to the back and through a small arched doorway into the remains of what used to be one of the towers. We had to walk around the winding, circular staircase several times before we emerged in the small room at the top. Parts of the ceiling were gone, and about a fourth of the walls were missing, replaced by an iron guardrail. I leaned out over the steep cliff and watched the waves crash against the shore hundreds of feet below us. "One day, the ocean will reclaim this whole castle," Sebastian said. "How can something so beautiful be so destructive?" I asked. "Nature knows no morality," Sebastian said. "But if you're talking about the marrow, we aren't all evil. What you saw on the beach, that isn't common. I've never seen anything like that. When I was growing up, any kind of violence against humans was forbidden." "But not anymore, right? Because of your father." Sebastian nodded, but offered no excuse or explanation. All the questions I'd bottled up came pouring out. "That other marrow, Ajax, he said your father would have made you a commander. He said they came here for you. Those kids died because of you. And he said they're planning to kill all the humans?" "I tried to tell you earlier," Sebastian said lamely, rubbing the back of his head. "You said some of your family wanted to wipe out the humans. You didn't say that they were leading the charge. Besides, you said it was theoretical. What did Ajax say? They were going to wipe out the human race and reclaim the land like a knife through hot butter. And soon.
I didn't think it would ever really happen.
But you would have known if you hadn't run away. Maybe you could have stopped it. Maybe you could have changed your father's mind.
You don't know my father, what he's like.
So tell me.
I grabbed his arm and squeezed it with both hands.
Make me understand, because right now I really don't.
The sun was setting over the horizon now, casting shimmering splashes of orange and pink across the waters. It would have been romantic, the perfect place for a first kiss, in other circumstances. I looked at Sebastian's lips, then blushed and turned away. I took a few steps back and sat on the ledge of an intact window in one of the remaining sections of the wall. The Marrow have always been ruled by the royal family, Sebastian said, finally. They are the direct descendants of Poseidon.
The god?
I asked. The humans thought so, but he was probably just a very powerful Marrow, one who united our race and made the first laws. For some time now, humanity's ambition has been out of control. Entire species have gone extinct. My father, who is head of one of the most ancient bloodlines, thought it was time to stop hiding. We were letting humans destroy the world, and us with it. The king disagreed. We'd had war with the humans before, you see. Thousands of years ago, there was a technologically advanced nation, Atlantis. We were allies at first, but their greed was insatiable. We'd shared some of our secrets, and they were using the technology dangerously. We tried to reason with them, to teach them self-control. But their thirst for power was too great, so the Marrow built a weapon so powerful it destroyed the entire continent. My head was spinning. Atlantis was real? My father thinks we should do it again. Use the weapon, destroy the humans before they destroy us. But the king, he's older. He was there. He saw the destruction firsthand, and he swore never to do it again. My father forced a vote, and most of the council sided with my father, but the king still refused. That's when the royal family disappeared. Nobody knows where they went or what happened to them. Some say they left to take the temptation away from my father. Only the royal family knew where the weapon was, or how to operate it. With them gone, my father couldn't really carry out his plans.
Sebastian leaned his back against the wall. It was getting dark, and I wondered if they'd lock the gates while we were still inside. But I was riveted by Sebastian's story.
Once the royal family was gone, he continued, my father got more outspoken. He gave these polemic, hate-filled speeches about how Marrow were on the brink of extinction. He said humans were a deviation from our own glorious race. We are stronger, faster, and live longer than anything else on this planet. We shouldn't have to hide at the bottom of the ocean. He started putting troops together, training warriors, something we hadn't done for thousands of years. When I was old enough, I started training as well. Some of it was fun. I felt like I was a part of something important. Part of me even believed the stories about how the humans had butchered Marrow, forced us to breed, harvested our blood for power. And my dad was right. The humans were destroying the oceans. Anyone could see that. Near any town, anywhere in Earth, the water is full of toxins and garbage. I passed through my training, and my squad took me out. Ajax was one of them. Our first mission. It was a final test, they said. A show of loyalty. And it was simple. Find a human child and sacrifice him to the ocean. The wind was picking up, and I shivered. The sky had darkened, and Sebastian's face was in shadow.
I could hardly breathe, waiting to hear what came next. I refused, Sebastian said. Instead, I went straight to my father and told him all about it. I thought he'd be outraged or put a stop to it. I was young and naive. He laughed at me and said he'd started the custom. He said a war was coming, and he needed his soldiers to be tough. Loyalty couldn't be tested with something easy, he said. It must be something hard, something horrible. He said he had big plans for me. He wanted me to become a commander and lead his warriors into battle. But first, he needed to know he could trust me. He told me not to bother coming home again until I'd killed my first human. So I went up on land, a beach in Florida. It was crowded with tourists. I watched the children running around, laughing and playing in the sand, building sand castles, burying each other. Many of their parents were sitting far away, hardly even watching, reading books or playing on their cell phones. It would have been so easy. I didn't realize how much power we had over humans, the way they responded to us. I chatted with a few of the mothers. They smiled and giggled and fanned themselves. I could feel their lust for me. I talked to some children, and they were implicitly trustful, wide-eyed and innocent. One day, I made friends with a young woman, a single mother with a young daughter. We played games and laughed. Soon, I was giving the daughter swim lessons. All I had to do was let go and leave the ocean to deal with her. I covered my mouth with my hand. But I couldn't do it, Sebastian said bitterly. He sounded almost regretful to have failed his father. I exhaled suddenly and wrapped my arms around myself, rubbing my shoulders. I got the girl back to the shore and ran. I stayed on land as much as I could. I went to Greenland for several years, learned more about humans, made friends. And this is what I've learned. My father was wrong. The humans didn't all deserve to die. They weren't all evil. They needed to be educated, not annihilated. We could reveal ourselves, live together peacefully. It doesn't have to be a war. But it's too late now, I said. The marrow will go to war, with or without you. And if you don't return to your father in 3 moons, they'll kill everyone in Port Ballantrae. Aiden, Patricia, Jackie, everyone. So what choice do you have? And if I go back, they'll either condemn me as a traitor or expect me to fight, to help the marrow wipe out the humans. I never thought he'd go this far. But there is nobody left to stop him. Now you can see why I didn't tell you earlier, Sebastian said, hanging his head. I didn't want you to look at me the way you're looking at me now, with disappointment. Actually, I was thinking I'd been too hard on him. The kids at the bonfire died because Sebastian was shirking his responsibilities, hiding from his father. But what else could he have done? At least he wasn't a cold-blooded killer. I stepped closer to him and took his hands in mine. You did what you thought was right, I said. You're not responsible for your whole race, or your father's actions. So where does that leave us? He said, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Hope I wouldn't have to disappoint. You ask that as if we have a choice. There's always a choice. If you don't go back, more people will die because of us. I couldn't live with that. And if you stay, you're still in danger. We could run. Run where? For how long? And what would we do? Sip cocktails on a beach somewhere, watching the collapse of civilization? I don't want to be with someone who runs away from their problems, who isn't willing to stand and fight. I am willing, Sebastian said quickly. I will stand and fight against my own kind if that's what you want. Is that what I wanted? then we'd both be dead. The thought of Sebastian being killed by his own kind, fighting a hopeless battle because I told him to, made my heart feel like I'd taken it out and stepped on it. More than anything, I wanted Sebastian to live. Even if I couldn't see a future where we could be together. Maybe letting him go was the only way to protect him.
So what do we do?
Sebastian prompted again. We do what we need to do, I said slowly. I need to stay, and you need to go. Sebastian turned his head towards the sea, but not before I glimpsed the pained expression on his face. I wanted to comfort him so badly, it felt like my heart was breaking, but I resisted. The moon was rising, and a handful of sparkling stars peeked out from behind dark gray clouds.
You know, there's a legend about this castle,
Sebastian said, turning back to me.
A love story. Lucy and Alan had an arranged marriage, but Lucy fell in love with another man. A dashing youth named Robert. Alan was so crushed, he hung himself. From that rafter.
Sebastian said, pointing to the remains of a jagged beam of wood, jutting out of the stone wall.
Lucy was so ridden with guilt, she lost her mind. She locked herself in this room and stopped eating. Robert was called to comfort her, but in her grief, she no longer recognized him. The more Robert insisted he was her true love, the more she refused him. Eventually, to prove her love for Robert, who was just outside the door waiting for her, she threw herself out this window.
Sebastian paused for dramatic effect, gesturing towards the crumbling remains of the tower window. I looked again at the near vertical drop and the jagged rocks far below, and shuddered.
According to the stories, some people over the years have seen a woman in white, haunting the castle and the nearby cliffs, never finding peace. Blinded by her grief, she couldn't recognize what she really wanted, even though it was right in front of her.
He paused and let that sink in. It wasn't difficult to get the point.
I just want you to know, I'm not asking you to change or become anything. I see you, and that's enough for me. I know there are a million reasons we can't be together, and you're right. It's selfish to pretend they don't exist. But if it were my decision, I'd put us first and let the world burn.
Sebastian dropped me off at the cemetery at dusk. School was having a bigger memorial for all of the students, but I felt I should go to Travis's myself. I didn't know why. We weren't exactly close, but his death impacted me the most. Maybe because I'd been annoyed at his eagerness, or because he seemed so innocent and friendly. Maybe I felt guilty. Attending his funeral was the least I could do. Sebastian offered to join me, but I could tell he'd rather not go. It seemed disrespectful to show up and mourn, when it was his own kind that had put Travis in the ground. I was glad to be alone as I walked through the cemetery. Before the bonfire, I'd been trying to embrace my marrow heritage, but now I was horrified. Is that who we were? Bloodthirsty warriors? Travis's broken body in his penguin costume was seared into my memory. His death just seemed so pointless, so tragic. Those kids weren't soldiers. They weren't the heads of the corporations polluting the oceans. They were just teenagers at a Halloween party. They had their whole lives ahead of them. After hearing Sebastian's story, I couldn't blame him for running away. What choice did he have? Kill that little girl and earn a place by his father's side? Where would we be then? He could have been one of those marrow on the beach. Instead, he was sensitive, kind, generous, and loyal. And wasn't I just as responsible? I knew the marrow existed, and that they were dangerous. Ethan and Sebastian had both told me as much. Plus, I was one of them. At least partially. I couldn't put all of the blame on Sebastian. I spotted a group of people standing around a dark coffin and joined them quietly. Father Murphy was standing behind a wooden podium next to a large picture of Travis, set on an easel. He gave me a tight smile. There were a few other kids from school, but they looked younger than me. I tried to identify Travis's parents among the adults, but there were several that shared his features. He must have had a lot of relatives. Almost everyone was wearing a suit or a dress. I felt conspicuously casual in my black sweater and jeans. Father Murphy's black cassock stood out like a dark pillar against the light gray gravestones surrounding us. A pair of standing funeral sprays of yellow roses and white gardenia added a splash of color to the otherwise grim scene. Their sickly sweet scent turned my stomach. Father Murphy started the eulogy, but I quickly tuned him out. I couldn't focus. Then I felt bad for not listening. But my mind kept rehearsing the same problems, making lists, looking for a way out. Sebastian couldn't stay here on land with me. His people would keep coming back for him. And somebody else was hunting marrow on land. He wasn't safe anywhere. But if he stayed here, he'd bring more pain and death. He had to leave. And I couldn't go with him, even if I wanted to. I'd gotten over my fear of the shallow water, but I still couldn't handle the deep. Besides, I wasn't about to let humanity get wiped out. The only solution seemed to be finding the legendary weapons of the Tuatha Dé, if they even existed. I barely registered that Father Murphy had stopped speaking. Now everybody was singing something, but I didn't know the words. At first I tried to mouth along, pretending to sing, but that felt stupid. Instead, I got the tune and started humming. I felt my frustration and anger for the senseless death spread like black tendrils through the music. Several women and 2 men started sobbing. Even if I was just humming, it still felt like a relief, like I was letting go of all this pent-up emotion, draining it into the people around me. I didn't notice the man standing next to me until he pulled out a bright pink handkerchief and handed it to one of the women close to us. He looked familiar, older than me, but not by much. His suit was high quality and finely pressed. The shine on his shoes was immaculate, despite the soft soil and grass of the cemetery.
It's kinda silly to be making a big deal of this,
he said quietly, so that only I could hear him. I spun to face him, my eyes wide and my mouth open. That's when I recognized him. The guy Derry was dating. The guy who hit him. He was even more handsome in person, with dark hair and high cheekbones. "What are you even doing here?" I hissed, looking around for Derry.
"Never miss an opportunity to put on a fine suit."
He smirked. "Show some respect," I said angrily. "People died."
"A few dead kids. This is nothing. It wasn't even a skirmish. I could kill everyone at this funeral with one hand behind my back, but I'm a lover, not a fighter."
At that moment, I realized 2 things. Firstly, that Trevor was a marrow. Secondly, I knew with a certainty, deep in my gut, that Trevor was responsible for Bedelia and the other dead girls. He'd courted them and murdered them, not for a race war, and not to save his species, but simply out of some kind of perverse, demented pleasure. And now, he'd set his sights on Derry, which meant the police might soon find Derry's lifeless body, laid out on a beach somewhere, surrounded with a crown of flowers, unless somebody stopped him. My fist connected with his chin before I knew what I was doing. It made a loud crack, which was followed by a deathly silence. Father Murphy had stopped talking and everyone was watching us with horrified expressions. Trevor smiled wickedly and massaged his jaw. Then he punched me hard. For a second, I thought he'd go right through me, like Sebastian had done to the picnic table. But he wasn't trying to kill me. He slowed his hand down and still hit with the force of an oncoming car. I went flying backwards, crashing into one of the standing flower arrangements. It hit the ground softly. Me, not so much. I lay on the ground, gasping and clutching my ribs. "You're lucky I don't kill my own kind," Trevor said, leaning over me. "But you better figure out which side you're on, and soon. Humans were made to serve us. We are naturally superior in every way." Then he straightened his tie and brushed off his jacket. "Forgive me," he said to the dumbstruck Father Murphy. "Carry on. I've always been fond of Deuteronomy 28:25. The Lord shall cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You will go out one way against them, but you will flee 7 ways before them, and you will be an example of terror to all the kingdoms of the earth." I pushed myself off the wet soil. I had a smear of mud on my cheek and dirt under my fingernails. Trevor was walking quickly away, and all eyes were on me. The beautiful flower arrangement lay in tatters on the ground. I'd ruined Travis's funeral. My cheeks burning in shame, I mumbled an apology and walked off towards home, imagining what I'd do to Trevor if only I had a magical spear. Chapter 32. I held on tightly to Ethan, my fingers clinging to his flat stomach muscles. I was on the back of his motorcycle, heading to his place for our date. My dream of running off under the sea with Sebastian and having a fairy tale romance was gone. All I could see now were the marrow ripping kids to pieces on the beach, and Trevor's smug smirk after he punched me. I knew Sebastian wouldn't want me going to Ethan's alone, but there was so much more at stake than my personal safety. I'd managed to mostly avoid Patricia and Jackie all day, though Jackie looked annoyed when I made up another excuse about why I wasn't ready to talk about what happened at the beach. She was too nice to pressure me into sharing more than I wanted to. At least for now. She probably thought it was too traumatic for me to talk about. Mr. Halpern was the first teacher who worked the bonfire murders into the class curriculum. According to him, the biggest mass killing in recent history had been the Lowen Island Massacre in 1994, when a loyalist paramilitary group opened fire in a pub crowded with people watching the World Cup and killed 6 civilians. Now Port Ballantrae had its own massacre, with 7 deaths, but one that was senseless and apparently without motive. It was causing a localized existential crisis in the community. Some TV pundits were blaming it on immigrants or satanic rituals. One celebrity interviewed claimed aliens had done it. Of course, I knew the truth. These deaths were just the beginning. There was no point in trying to heal or move on. It wasn't senseless or random. It was the first skirmish in a war with a race humans didn't even know existed. We needed to arm ourselves, and fast. I hoped Ethan would be able to help me do that. And even though Ethan could be intense sometimes, I didn't think he'd hurt me. Not unless he found out what I really was. I felt bad using Ethan's interest in me to learn more about the Tuatha Dé, but I was out of options. Someone had to do something to stop the marrow, and it seemed like I was the only person who could. We zoomed down the narrow road, passing pastures and livestock, before entering a sparse forest. Tall tree trunks made a strobe light of the sun. The rushing wind brought scents of pine. My legs were just going numb from the vibrations of the bike when we pulled into a wide clearing, protected on all sides by cedar trees. The ground was carpeted with bright green moss. In the middle was a 2-story, Gothic-style stone lodge, with ivy creeping up the red bricks of its facade. The building was flanked by 2 round towers with turrets, but the stones were broken and crumbling, If I had discovered this place on my own, I would have assumed it was an abandoned relic of former glory, and probably haunted. Ethan brought the motorcycle to a stop and put down the kickstand, then helped me off the bike. "Home sweet home," he said, gesturing at the mansion. "You live here?" I asked. "What do you expect? A thatched cottage?" "Yes, actually, or maybe a log cabin. The Blakes are one of the most powerful families of the Tuatha De Danann. At one time, we ruled most of Northern Ireland, and people came for miles to pay us tribute, which made us almost obscenely wealthy." He flashed a sly grin and started walking towards the house. "But that was centuries ago. Now a place like this costs so much in property taxes, we can barely afford to live here. Actually, my parents have a modern house nearby, but I thought this place would impress you more. After Colin died, my father, Paul, had a falling out with his father, Gilroy. He went off to college and met me mom, Kate. She was into healing and herbs, chakras and spirits, but my dad showed her some real magic. My father was the second son. Colin was always the one who was meant to take over the family role and lead the Tuatha Dé. When Colin died, my grandfather tried to toughen up my father quickly, but he didn't want a leadership role. He married my mother and became an accountant. There's no income in witchcraft, he always said when I was growing up. Plus, there isn't much marrow blood around anymore. All the politics between the families, the feuds, and the rivalries. He thought it was old-fashioned and barbaric. My mom was the one to convince him to move back after Gilroy. My grandfather died. She'd always been interested in the family history. She studied all her books and learned everything she could about my grandmother. That's why I thought you should talk to her before, when you were asking about the old stories, but not today. Today I just want to show you the house and introduce you to my grandmother, Morgan. She may have some of the answers you're looking for, though I'm not sure she'll talk to you." He led me up the grand staircase in front of the building and unlocked the heavy oak doors. From inside, I could see that the front windows displayed intricate patterns of stained glass, which cast patches of bright colors on the wall. It reminded me of the colors I saw in the cave when my vision was affected. "It's beautiful," I said, tracing the metal lines between the glass panels. "I make those to sell at craft fairs," Ethan said. "I converted the stables into a studio apartment. I live here most of the time. There's much more space for my work." I raised my eyebrows in surprise. "You're an artist and a magician?" I teased, pretending to fan myself. "Oh my!" "I also take care of my grandmother, and she trains me. After my grandfather died, our family's place in the Tuatha Dé was diminished. With Colin dead and my father refusing his role, for the first time in centuries, the Blakes don't have a seat at the inner circle. My grandmother thinks I can reclaim it when I turn 18. Ethan led me into a large living room with antique furniture and wide windows overlooking an outdoor garden. A fire was already crackling in an ornate fireplace. A marble bust stood on the wooden mantel in front of a framed mirror. A woman with long, dark hair was knitting something in a regal-looking chair covered with green felt. She stood to greet us when we came in. "This is my grandmother," Ethan said. "Call me Morgan," she said, extending her arm. I shook her hand, then sat down when she gestured towards the sofa. "Ethan tells me you're interested in the Tuatha Dé, the history and legends." "I know a little bit already," I nodded. "I'm mostly curious about the conflict between the Tuatha Dé and the Fomorians. They were allies once, right? Even relatives? But the Fomorians became oppressed, and the Tuatha Dé revolted and threw them out of Ireland. The stories I found talk about the magical weapons the Tuatha Dé used to defeat the Fomorians. I wanted to know whether weapons like that really existed, or whether something similar could still be made today." "You're asking me how to make magical weapons?" Morgan asked, raising one delicate eyebrow. "What makes you think these stories are anything more than mythology, or that I'd know anything about it?" "I know the Tuatha Dé use magic based on marrow blood, and that the Fomorians were marrow. I know magic is real. I'm just hoping to understand it better. Morgan looked alarmed and glared up at Ethan. He held his hands in front of him and took a step back. I didn't tell her, I swear. She did a lot of research and guessed on her own. Since she already knows so much, I thought it would be best to hear the rest from you. Better to make sure she knows the truth, right? I swear I won't tell anyone, I said quickly, trying to diffuse the tension. It's just, I've been thinking, if marrow are still out there today, they might come back someday. And I'd like to know the Tuatha can defeat them again. For a moment, I thought she was going to throw me out. But then she sighed and leaned back in her chair. I could tell she was still unnerved, but she composed herself quickly. Sorry for our secrecy, but we're used to keeping to ourselves and not trusting outsiders. The things we do here, in the outside world, they think we're witches. It wasn't that long ago that we were tortured or burned alive for simply using medical teas or knowing a little bit of medicine. But you do use marrow blood, right? We used to. Marrow blood is incredibly rare and very valuable. For its healing qualities, of course, but also for activating runes, making objects of power. Some of the families still have relics from former times, objects that were said to have great power, but to use them now would take more marrow blood than all of our families possess. Even if we could agree to share our stores and activate them, we'd have nothing left. Instead, we hoard what little remains and pass on the knowledge to our children as best as we are able. She paused, and I took a moment to glance around the room. The high ceiling was divided by heavy wooden beams, and the walls were painted sky blue. Bookshelves lined the walls, and the large windows let in a lot of natural light. It must have been a magnificent sitting room once, but it had seen better days. The stains running down the walls indicated a leaky roof, and some of the paintings were crooked, like nobody cared enough to fix them. I wondered if Morgan was lonely, living by herself in this derelict mansion. You asked about the conflict between the Tuatha and the Fomorians, Morgan said, pulling my eyes back to her. This is the story I learned from my grandmother when I was a little girl. She closed her eyes for a moment, remembering, and then began speaking in a soothing voice. A long time ago, marrow married humans and taught them magic. Some of them were just visitors, leaving behind offspring of mixed blood. But some of them stayed. They shared their powers and knowledge, and most importantly, their magical blood. They gave it freely at first to protect their human families. They taught us how to channel it and harness the power into objects or artifacts. The marrow built the stone circles, places of power to strengthen the Tuatha. They taught their families rituals to renew and maintain the power. These were the first druids. Together, they would fight off the human invaders coming from the mainland. But they weren't prepared for human ambition. The human families began fighting against themselves, arguing over land. They'd also have grand competitions of magic for entertainment and waste buckets of marrow blood on magical displays, each family trying to outdo others for honor and glory. The demand for marrow blood became so great, hunting marrow and selling blood became a lucrative profession. Humans used tricks and deceit to lure marrow into traps, where they could be butchered. Marrow children were an especially easy target. Ethan had gone to heat up some tea and returned with 2 steaming mugs. He handed one to me silently, then stood behind my chair as Morgan continued her story. But there were repercussions. The marrow are far stronger and more powerful than humans. When a loved one went missing and they suspected human treachery, they would retaliate. They flooded cities or kidnapped our children to drown them underwater,
or tore the heads off a whole herd of cattle and left them to rot. Most marrow stopped coming to shore altogether. They'd warn their children against setting foot on land and always run from a human. Those marrow who did come to land were harsh merchants or traders. They used the humans for sport or profit. Our story begins with the druidess Byrog. The Fomorian general Balor heard of prophecy that his grandson would destroy him, and so he locked his daughter Enya in a tower on Tory Island. But then he stole a magical cow from Gubenu, the smith. Fed up with the abuse against his people, one of the young Tuatha chieftains, Kian, and the druidess Byrog promised to get it back and seek revenge against Balor. Byrog helped Kian sneak into Balor's tower, and there he encountered Enya. They were smitten with each other, and she later gave birth to 3 sons. Balor sent a messenger to drown them in a whirlpool, due to the prophecy, but one boy escaped and was rescued by Byrog. She gave the child to her brother, Gubenu, the smith, and he was raised as a Tuatha. This was Lu. Nuadha was the first king of the Tuatha, and he ruled for 7 years, until he lost an arm in battle. According to tradition, Nuadha couldn't rule because he was physically imperfect, so Balor replaced him with Bress, a half-Fomorian prince who was loyal to the Marrow. Under Bress, the Tuatha were required to pay an awful tribute to keep the humans powerless and in check. This was the environment Lu grew up in. As tensions rose between the Tuatha and the Fomori, Lu decided to defeat the Marrow once and for all, and free his people. He asked Gubenu to make him a powerful weapon, a spear of nearly miraculous qualities. Gubenu also made Nuaha a magical arm of silver and a powerful sword. With his new arm, Nuadha qualified for kingship. Bress was removed by a coup, and Nuadha was restored. Bress fled to Tory Island to request Balor's help, and together they gathered a Marrow army to restore Fomorian rule of the Tuatha. Balor defeated Nuadha in battle, but Lu threw his spear through Balor's poisonous eye, killing Balor and scattering his armies. Morgan finished her tea and set her cup down on the table before continuing. The Tuatha lived in peace for thousands of years, but without a fresh supply of marrow blood, their powers lessened considerably. As more and more mainlanders began moving to Ireland, they believed the Tuatha practiced witchcraft and communed with the devil. We mostly kept to ourselves, became secretive, but they still feared us. During the witch hunts, one of the main tests for witchcraft was to throw a witch in water. If they drowned, they were innocent. If they floated, they were guilty. Of course, most Tuatha don't have much marrow blood and would drown. However, some Tuatha with purer blood, instead of drowning, would adapt to the pressure and learn to breathe underwater. Others would use a spell or magical artifact to save their lives when put through such a test. But eventually, everything real became superstition and madness. The Tuatha became legendary creatures who lived underground, called the Good People. It was believed that fleeing into a graveyard or jumping across a creek were other options, because the Good People couldn't follow you into a graveyard or across water. They are right to fear us and our powers. We are not to be trifled with. When Morgan finished talking, I looked up for Ethan, but didn't see him. I hadn't even noticed him leave the room. I felt awkward, alone with Morgan. Her eyes were sharp and piercing, as if she were trying to look under my skin. I didn't know what to do with my hands, so I got up to check out the books on the bookshelf. "Forgive me for staring," Morgan said. "It's just that You look so much like your mother. Did Ethan tell her who my mother was? Or did she guess?
Did you know her well? I hedged, unsure how Morgan would react if I brought up Colin's murder.
Not as well as I would have liked,
Morgan said. She was dating your son, is that right?
Briefly, she said. They met in high school, were drawn together, and then inseparable for months. Until Colin died.
Now that she'd broached the subject, I decided to push ahead. I'm trying to figure out what really happened. I know my mother and Colin were planning on running away together. My mother thought someone was after her.
Who would that be, dear?
I don't think she knew. I don't think Colin ever told her. Morgan stirred her tea, then tapped her spoon against the side of the cup before setting it down on a dish.
What exactly are you asking of me?
She folded her hands in her lap in a casual pose, but there was an edge to her voice. The silence in the room seemed to crackle with energy, and I realized how stupid it had been to come here. Ethan may not have put it together yet, but I could tell by Morgan's saccharine smile that she had. Colin and Branna were running away from something dangerous. What if the Tuatha Dé had been the dangerous ones? What am I thinking? Of course they were. Sebastian and Ethan both told me how they treated Marrow. But if the Tuatha Dé were after my mother, why had they killed Colin, Morgan's son? It didn't make any sense.
I met your mother a few times, Morgan continued. And then there was the tragic accident, if you can call it that. It was no accident that someone put a knife through my son's heart.
But the police said they never even checked into it.
We wanted to keep it a private affair.
But he was murdered. Didn't you want to find out who killed him and why?
There are many people who don't like our kind, who are afraid of what we can do. Giving reporters a reason to dig around in our affairs is not encouraged.
I could see the headlines in my mind. Young witch murdered.
The truth is, I don't know what really happened that night, and I don't know why your mother fled.
Just then, the front door opened and Ethan poked his head into the house. That's enough history, he called. It's my turn. Let's go before we lose the light. I got up and followed him outside, but Morgan gripped my arm and held it tightly.
My grandson seems to have taken an interest in you, but I can't allow him to throw his destiny away or be tempted by the likes of you. Too much is at stake.
The likes of me? I asked.
You're Marrow, like your mother. I can smell it on you. But then, maybe it's because I knew your grandmother so well. We were friends, in a sort of way. She made me promise to protect her daughter. I didn't expect her daughter to start dating my son. Of course, that caused problems. I convinced my husband not to tell the other families a Marrow was living among us. When the truth came out, he was disgraced. Not many alive today have ever seen a true, full-blooded Marrow. Ethan has never seen one, so he doesn't recognize you for what you are. But it would be better if you tell him yourself, and soon, or I will.
My heart was pounding as I walked outside. Why would Morgan tell me so much about the Tuatha Dé if she knew what I was? And why didn't she attack me? At least I knew that Ethan hadn't told her about Sebastian. Yet. Ethan made me cover my eyes with my hands and led me around the side of the house, guiding me by the elbow. After a short walk, he told me to open my eyes. We were standing next to an old wooden barn. 2 horses were saddled next to it, and Ethan was holding the reins. I thought you said an ordinary date, I said. A human date. I was expecting coffee, maybe dinner and a movie. But horses? Ethan gave me a lopsided grin. Can't a guy try to impress a girl? Whose are these anyway?
Our neighbors. But we take care of them all the time. This one is Nancy," he said, pointing to a white horse with brown patches. "That one is Buttercup." I laughed as Buttercup nuzzled my shoulder. His coat was yellow gold, and he had a white marking on his forehead. "He's just looking for sugar cubes," Ethan said. "Sometimes I keep them in my jacket pocket." Ethan helped me onto my saddle, and we started out slowly, following a path through the trees. I'd done a little riding in summer camp in the States, but I wasn't exactly sure what I was doing. Ethan and Nancy took the lead, and Buttercup followed along behind them. I held the reins loosely, trusting the horse to know the way. The narrow path climbed through a rocky slip between two large boulders, then dipped into a narrow canyon between two cliff faces. The grass was bright green, and there were standing stones here, like in Baymore, but more haphazard. It was less of a circle and more of a loose gathering of megaliths. The energy was palpable, and I felt the hair on my arms stand on end, charged with static electricity. Inside the canyon, it was eerily quiet, broken only by the soft trickling of an invisible stream dripping down the canyon walls and the sporadic bird call. Trees rose from the top of the cliffs, making a canopy overhead that made the light fall in speckled patterns. "What is this place?" I asked. Temherfalak, the first seat of kings, the original meeting place of the Tuatha, where the first covenants were signed and the revolution against the Marrow was planned. Here, the 12 families came together and plotted a war, led by Lu and Nuada. This location was a prized secret. Later, there was also a public, conspicuous Temher the king ruled from. But all the real business was done here, far away from the public eye, a sight no enemies could discover. We rode through the canyon until the ground narrowed again, and the path appeared before us in a crack between the steep walls. The trail curved several times as it wound uphill, then came out on top of a cliff overlooking the ocean. The view was so beautiful, it took my breath away. Ethan hopped off his horse, then reached up and helped me dismount, catching me by the arms as I fell off Buttercup awkwardly. Not far away, a yellow blanket had been spread out with a picnic basket. "Look what we have here," Ethan said, pulling out some bread and cheese, then a couple of paper plates. "You planted all of this? Does this usually work on girls?" I asked, sitting next to him. "Every single time. Actually, we should hurry," he said, checking his watch. "I'm bringing another date up here in an hour." I punched him on the shoulder and made sandwiches, then watched the sun go down over the ocean, until just a sliver of light was left. As I watched the fading light illuminate the purple and pink clouds, I allowed myself to enjoy the moment. I'd never been treated this way before. Wooed. It was nice, and the truth was, I liked being with Ethan. He was fun to be around, and he made me laugh. It was nice to pretend I was just an ordinary girl on a normal date. I was so distracted by my thoughts, I didn't see Ethan lean in until his lips were on mine. I didn't pull away. Not at first. His breath was hot and salty, and I could feel his heart racing. I realized Sebastian's never does that. It's always steady, smooth, like a lighthouse beacon. Then I was imagining what it would feel like to kiss Sebastian, and that's when I realized how wrong this was. I pushed Ethan away gently. He was everything I wanted, but could never have. The normal life was as much a fantasy as swimming off into the sunset with Sebastian. It might be safe and practical. It might be perfect, but it wasn't what I wanted. It was what I wanted to want, but didn't. "It's Sebastian, isn't it?" Ethan frowned. "You'll never be happy with him. You'll never know whether or not it's real."
I realized I was putting Ethan in the same position. He still thought I was just a girl, a human girl. He wouldn't feel the same way about me when he learned the truth. He'd always be questioning his attraction to me. I like you, Ethan. If I could choose, maybe I'd choose you. I'd love to be normal and live in a little cottage and grow old with someone, but I can't help the way I feel about Sebastian or what I am.
Wait, what? How are you not normal?
He asked, eyeing me suspiciously. My grandmother, Phyllis. The men in town say she was uncannily beautiful, that her voice was mesmerizing. Aiden found her washed up on the beach.
No,
Ethan said, his eyes widening.
It can't be.
My mother, Branna, she started going through changes when she was 16, just like I did.
What are you saying?
Ethan said slowly, his muscles tense. If Sebastian is a monster, if I can't be sure of my feelings around him, then I'm a monster too. I'm part marrow. I never knew until recently. I never knew anything. Ethan buried his face in his hands. He looked like he was going to be sick. So you see, the feelings you have for me, they may not be real either. Ethan clenched his fists, and I thought I smelled smoke. For a moment, I was afraid.
I don't believe it. Maybe it's just something he told you. You have to be human. I'd know if you weren't.
But I'm not totally.
How do you know? I mean, for sure.
I didn't have any marrow superpowers like Sebastian. I could sometimes control salt water, but rarely on purpose. I could move a little faster than normal, but not at a supernatural speed I'd seen other marrow use. I know, I said finally, because Aiden told me. I swear it's the truth.
You let me enjoy this whole stupid date, thinking I had a chance. For what? Just to learn more about the Tuatha Dé? Trying to probe our defenses before your people attack? That's pretty twisted.
It's not like that, I said, putting my hand on his. I'm not with the marrow. I really am trying to stop them. And I do like you. I like spending time with you. Just not in that way. He pulled his hand out of my grasp and stood up, scowling.
Stay away from me. Don't ever talk to me again.
Chapter 33. I'd ruined everything. I should have kept my secret longer to pump Ethan for more information. He was the only one in the Tuatha Dé who was at least on speaking terms with me. Now, as far as I knew, he was my mortal enemy. When I asked for a ride back to Port Ballantrae, he said,
"Why don't you swim home?"
It took me 2 hours to walk to Aiden's. A misty drizzle made my clothes damp, and soon I was shivering in the cold evening air. I'd lost Ethan without learning anything new, and after my run-in with Morgan, now I was sure the Tuatha Dé knew exactly who I was. Even if Ethan didn't come after me personally, someone in the Tuatha Dé probably would. My blood was just too valuable for them to miss. Ethan's silence had been the only thing protecting Sebastian, but after his reaction to me, I didn't know if our deal was still on. What if he told his family, and they went after him? Or what if Ethan tried to take out Sebastian himself, the way he'd planned to earlier? I dialed his number to warn him, but he didn't pick up. I was secretly hoping he'd come drive me home, but after 3 missed calls, I left a message. "Sebastian," I said, trying to keep my teeth from chattering. "I don't know if Ethan will keep your secret anymore. If he doesn't, they might come after you. You're not safe. Be careful." I thought about calling Aiden, but his leg was still pretty weak, and I didn't want him driving. And Jackie or Patricia would ask too many questions. So I walked. When I finally got home, my legs were rubber. I filled the tub with warm water and bath salts and made myself a cup of tea with ginger and lemon. Then I dove under my blankets. Miscreant surprised me by jumping up on the bed with me. He'd never been very friendly, but now he purred as I ran my fingers through his thick, gray hair. I tried to keep my eyes open, hoping to get a response from Sebastian, but I finally gave up and let myself fall asleep. The light was still dim when I woke up the next morning. I stumbled over to my typewriter. My brain was in a fog when I got home yesterday, but it was clear now, and the clarity made me anxious. There was so much to do. First, I chronicled, on my invisible diary, everything that had happened in the last few days. I hadn't been ready to process it all, but now it came out in a torrent of words. Ethan hitting on me at the bonfire, the attack, the police station, Sebastian telling me why he ran away, my run-in with Trevor. Trevor. I realized suddenly I hadn't told anyone about Trevor yet. I was the only one who knew the identity of Bedelia's killer. If I told Ethan that he was a marrow, maybe he'd still honor our deal and keep quiet about Sebastian. I wanted to kick myself for not doing it sooner. I hoped I wasn't too late. Ethan was hot-headed. He could have gone after Sebastian or told his family immediately. I texted Sebastian, even though it was early in the morning. Need to talk. See you at school? Then, I made a to-do list. 1. Tell Ethan and Sebastian about Trevor. 2. Tell friends about the marrow. 3. Find a way to stop the apocalypse. My list was stupid, and I knew it. But it was better than having no plan at all. I didn't want to think about what the Tuatha Dé would do to Trevor, but he needed to be stopped. I had to tell someone, and they were the only ones who would believe me and understand. Unfortunately, it didn't really solve anything. Ethan would still hate me, and Sebastian still had to leave, which left me isolated and alone. When I moved to Ireland, Jackie, Patricia, and Derry had been my support group. I missed being able to talk to them. And if the world was ending, I needed allies. Keeping secrets from them had been killing me, especially since the bonfire, when they knew something weird was going on and that I was hiding things from them. I didn't have to tell them about Ethan or Sebastian. Those weren't my secrets to tell. And I didn't even have to tell them that I was part marrow. But I could tell them something. I felt marginally better with this decision. Even though I was pretty sure, without Ethan's help, a group of ordinary high school kids probably had no chance of stopping a marrow invasion. But still, 4 heads were better than 1. I put on my school uniform and applied some makeup. I didn't need it, since my skin looked flawless already, but today I wanted to look confident and powerful. I added dark mascara, eyeliner, and eyeshadow, then some dark red lipstick. It was a touch glamour and a touch goth, but I hope it said, "Don't mess with me." My first day of school, I'd been worried about my appearance. I wanted to cover up, but now, with the uniform showing off my legs, I almost made it look as good as Patricia. I opened my desk drawer, looking for an accessory, and my fingers trailed over the mementos I'd gathered since my parents' death. The red ribbon of my last performance, Bedelia's blue ribbon, and a strand of pearls Sebastian had given me. And then, there were Travis's flowers. I'd almost thrown them out at school, but they were pretty. Small, purple and yellow wildflowers. I wondered if he'd picked them himself. I brought them home and left them on my windowsill to dry them. Now they were dead, like him. I took 3 of the long stems and wove them into a braid, then tied it around my wrist like a friendship bracelet, and added the rest of my collection. It looked silly, but I didn't care. I was done caring about what people thought of me. There was too much at stake, and too much had already been lost. My first step was to get the photograph of Trevor from Derry so I could show it to Ethan and Sebastian. I knocked on his door an hour before the bus. Liam answered. His face blanched when he saw me, like he'd seen a ghost. But then he blinked a few times and held the door open wider. "Clara, hi. Come on in. Almost didn't recognize you with all of this." He gestured at my face. "Sorry to show up so early. I just needed a word with Derry. He's upstairs in his room. Let me see if he's up. You want some breakfast?" My stomach growled in response, and he laughed. "Just come next door to the pub when you're finished talking." Derry came downstairs a few minutes later. "Well, this is unexpected," he said when he saw me waiting. "I know, and I'm sorry, but I really need to talk to you." "You might want to stop at Jackie's next. She thinks you've been avoiding her. I told her to give you time. We all handle grief in different ways." I nodded, but I wasn't here to talk about the bonfire. I planned to talk with her and Patricia today at school. I'm sorry if I've been distant. I went to Travis's funeral 2 days ago. I think I've been feeling overwhelmed. I'm a planner. I like to identify problems and fix them. "But you can't fix this," Derry said. My chest tightened. Derry's statement was a simple truth that I'd been avoiding. 7 dead kids, not including Bedelia. And my parents? Gone forever. Not coming back. Unfixable. Derry's eyes softened, and he pulled me into a hug. "None of this is your fault, Clara. It's not your responsibility." Was I trying to control the uncontrollable? Should I just give up? I pulled away and got control of my emotions before the tears started spilling. Maybe it's not my fault, but that doesn't mean nothing can be done. Those killers are still out there, and I think I know who one of them is. Derry's eyes widened in surprise, but then narrowed again. "And you came to me first. Why not go to the police?" "I don't know where he is, or where he's staying, but you have a picture of him on your phone." It took a second for my meaning to sink in. "No way. That's impossible. Trevor would never." "What? Hurt people? But he's already hurt you, right? What if he's planning to do to you what he did to those other girls? What if you're his next target? I can't let that happen." "Where are you getting this from anyway? You don't even know him." He was also at Travis's funeral. He basically admitted it. Then he punched me. Ask around the school. I'm sure people are talking about it. 12 people saw, including Father Murphy. Look, all I need is that picture. "What are you going to do with it?" he asked. "Nothing," I lied. "Not right away. I mean, if he's innocent, if he didn't kill Bedelia and the other girls, then there's no need to worry. But if he did, he needs to be stopped. Maybe he knows the guys who attacked at the bonfire. You and I didn't go to the police earlier, like Jackie wanted us to. And look where it's gotten us." "You're saying this is my fault?" "Of course not. I'm saying we need to stop waiting for bad things to happen to the people we care about. I'm saying we need to do everything we can to keep each other safe. You're one of my best friends here, and I think you might be dating a serial killer. What would you do in my situation?" Derry looked like he was going to argue, but then his shoulders sagged. "Fine," he said, reaching into his pocket for his phone. "But just the picture." I got a notification on my phone that he'd sent it to me. "Don't do anything stupid," Derry said. "Let the police handle it." "Do you have his phone number, or know where he's staying?" "He's changed hotels twice since I met him," Derry said, shaking his head. "He calls me from the lobby when he's in town, but I think he travels a lot." "Next time he calls," I said, "don't meet with him. Promise me." Derry bit his lips, but finally nodded. We walked over to the pub together, and Liam set a couple of steaming plates in front of us, with poached eggs, bacon, toast, and fried tomatoes. I was hungrier than I thought I was. I don't remember the last time I sat down and had a real meal. I ate half a sandwich last night at Ethan's picnic, before things got out of hand. We met Jackie at the bus stop. I smiled at her, but found a seat by myself in the back. I had one more thing to do first. At school, I waited for Ethan in the parking lot until he arrived. "What do you want?" he growled, climbing off his bike. "I found the other marrow," I said, pulling out my phone and showing him Trevor's picture. "Why are you showing me this? I thought you were on their side." "How can I be on their side?" I said. "Just because I'm part marrow doesn't mean I want the human race to be wiped out. I'm more human than marrow. And they're killers. This one attacked me at Travis's funeral. I'm not strong enough to do anything about it, but the Tuatha might be able to. Plus, we made a deal. I promised you another marrow, to leave Sebastian alone." "So that's what this is about," Ethan said with a grim smile. "You're still protecting him? Well, the deal's off. Marrow are bloodthirsty monsters, and they've all got to die." I shuddered. Was he talking about Sebastian? Or me? I sent him Trevor's picture anyway, and headed to first period. I was getting worried about Sebastian. He still hadn't responded to any of my texts. What if the Tuatha got to him already? At lunchtime, I joined Jackie and Patricia at our usual table. Jackie raised an eyebrow at me, but didn't say anything. I listened to the small talk for a while. I could tell they were giving me space. But finally, Patricia lost her cool and put down her chicken nuggets. "Okay, sorry, but are we going to talk about the elephant in the room, or what? It's been days since the attack, and it's driving me crazy." Jackie looked at me pointedly. "At the police station, you seemed to know something about the attackers. You said you were going to ask Sebastian, though I'm not sure how he's connected. We've been waiting. Did you find anything out?" There was no way to do this without seeming crazy. "Mermaids," I blurted out. There was a long pause, then Patricia stood up. "I'm out," she said. "It's too soon. Half those kids aren't even in the ground yet, and she's joking about it like it's no big deal." "You saw how fast they moved," I said. "That's something they do. And they used the shark teeth to cover their tracks and make it look like a shark attack. Because they aren't ready to reveal themselves yet. Why would humans do that?" "And Bedelia? And the other girls? You think the mermaids did that too?" Jackie leaned away from me with her arms crossed. She was eyeing me critically, trying to figure out whether I was crazy or just a compulsive liar. "Yes, but that was a different one. The group that attacked at the bonfire. They were military." "Mermaid, military?" Jackie repeated, with a cocked eyebrow. This wasn't going well. I gulped and pushed forward. "The other was just a lone asshole who likes killing girls. There were laws against interacting with humans, but now the royal family is missing, so the deviants have gotten bolder because they know nobody will stop them." I was digging my own grave here. I looked back and forth between Patricia and Jackie, willing them to believe me. I wished Derry was here, to at least back me up about Trevor, or Ethan, or Sebastian, though I'm not sure whether they would have even supported me, or denied all of this. "Whatever," Patricia said. "I don't know if you've gone off your meds, or what, but this isn't funny. If you don't know anything, just say so. Don't make shit up. It's not cool." "What did you expect me to say?" I asked her. "You saw how fast they moved." "I don't know. Ninja or martial arts experts or something, maybe hyped up on speed or coke. Not mermaids. I can't. I'm done." She held a palm up, then turned and left. "You don't believe me either," I slumped, looking at Jackie. She sighed. "I'm not sure if you really believe what you're saying, or whether you're deliberately lying. But no, I don't believe in homicidal mermaids. We've tried to be here for you after your parents' death, but then all of this stuff keeps happening. I thought it was bad luck at first, I felt sorry for you. You seem to attract drama. But I saw you leaving with Ethan yesterday, and then fighting with him this morning in the parking lot. A week ago, you were with Sebastian. I don't know what happened to him. And Patricia heard a rumor that you punched another lover at Travis's funeral. I'm starting to think I don't know you at all, or at least you're not the person I thought you were. My jaw dropped open. For some reason, coming from Jackie, that stung more than anything else that had happened in the last few days. That wasn't a lover, I said. That was Trevor, Derry's boyfriend, the one who hit him. He's also a mermaid. He's the one that killed Bedelia. I finished, laying all of my cards on the table. Do you even hear yourself? Jackie said. I don't know how you can make things up on the spur of the moment and keep a straight face. And you say them with such earnestness. It's really disturbing. It makes me wonder about everything you told us. The note on the door, the guy at the bar. Was any of that true? I was tearing up now. The day hadn't gone anything like I'd hoped. I'm really sorry, Jackie said, picking up her lunch tray. We're all still shaken up about what happened, but I can't encourage these ideas you have or humor you. I think you might need help. For now, I think it's best if we don't hang out anymore. I made it to the bathroom before the tears really started pouring. It was so unfair. I'd finally tried to tell the truth, and my friends thought I was lying. Sure, it was ludicrous, but they could have made an effort to believe me. I thought today I'd at least have my friends back. But I'd miscalculated. Now I'd pushed everyone away, and I was completely alone. Ethan thought I'd seduced him with my marrow charms to find out more about the weapons of the Tuatha Dé. Jackie and Patricia thought I was an attention whore. I sniffed back my tears as I heard voices. A lover spat at a funeral. That's a new low, even for her. I heard he punched her, and she fell right into the hole on top of the casket. They should have been quick and filled the grave. Nobody would have missed her. She's such a slut. Hooking up with that Icelandic hottie and then slumming it with Ethan. I can't blame her for the first, though. I mean, have you seen him? Yum. Ethan's kinda sexy too. Though, you know what they say about his family. Not worth it. When the girls left, I was done feeling sorry for myself. I was pissed. My tears left dark streaks of mascara down my face. I wiped them off as well as I could, which just left blotchy black patches around my eyes. Now it looked like I'd been in another fight. Great. It didn't matter. I'd had enough of school for one day. Sebastian still wasn't returning my messages, and I was frantic. He'd never gone this long without responding. I decided to take the rest of the day off and drop by his place. I stopped at my locker to stuff my books away. It's not like I was going to do any homework tonight. I noticed the envelope just as I was about to shut the door. A small brown envelope with my name on it. Maybe I had another admirer? Inside were 3 photographs of Sebastian and I near the shore after our last swim together. The pictures showed him drying his tail in the sun, then tugging it off and tossing it in the water. Shit. A single sheet of paper was also in the envelope, with a ransom note-style message cut from lots of different magazines. I know what he is. I have a video. Bring £10,000 to the Old Bushmills distillery tomorrow at 7 p.m. Put them in the blue crate behind the building. Then leave. Come alone and take the next bus. Or I'll tell everybody. I took a public bus back to Port Ballantrae and walked to the Runcarry house. It wasn't that far, just down the hill from the Giant's Causeway Visitor Centre. The massive building stood alone, on the edge of a small peninsula, with flat green grass that ended abruptly at the edge of the dark cliffs that plunged downwards into the ocean. The water was dark teal and looked like broken glass against the grey sky. I pressed the buzzer outside the main fence and waited for someone to let me in. I expected Sebastian to appear suddenly, like he had last time, smirking at me. I'd seen him just 2 days ago, but it felt like much longer. The Runcarry house looked quiet, and empty. The large glass window watched me, solemnly. The last words I spoke to Sebastian were ringing in my ears as the wind picked up into a howl. I need to stay, and you need to go. Would he have left without saying goodbye? Was he already gone? I wrapped my arms around myself, but I felt like I was unraveling. I'd come here to warn Sebastian about Ethan and to tell him about the note I'd received. I was counting on him to comfort me and say that he'd solve it somehow. Solve everything. But if he was already gone, I was on my own. Completely and utterly. I walked across the grass towards the shore. With the dark sea and grey clouds, the grass in Ireland always seemed almost unnaturally green. The wind teased my dark hair, so I pulled it into a simple braid. I reached the wooden table where Sebastian had revealed himself to me, trusting me with his secret. One of the wooden boards had been replaced recently. I wondered if Sebastian had done that. He was so responsible. A fixer, like me. And I'd let him leave. No, I told him to leave. I regretted it now. I felt like diving into the sea and chasing after him, but it was too vast, too big. I'd never find him. It was a barrier, a division between us. That's when I heard the music, the soft keys of a piano, expertly played. The delicate notes carried on the wind like fallen leaves. At first, I thought I was imagining it. But then there was a lull in the breeze, and I could hear it more clearly. I hurried over to the edge of the bluff and saw a sleek, grand piano set up on the rocks below. Its narrow legs disappeared into the white foam, seething between the black rocks. Silver candelabras held tall white candles with flickering yellow tips. Sebastian looked up at me and smiled, but continued playing. Joy filled my heart at the sight of him. The scene was strangely surreal, yet oddly beautiful. I looked up and saw that a double rainbow had formed on the horizon, the bright colors framing Sebastian perfectly. It was so fortuitously magical, I started laughing. "What is this?" I asked, after climbing down to the rocks to join him. "You're here too early. I was just practicing. I was planning on picking you up later and surprising you." "It's amazing, but why?" Sebastian stopped playing and stood up to face me. He took my hands in his. "I know there are thousands of reasons why we can't be together, but it's impractical and it doesn't make any sense. But I didn't want to risk not making it clear how I feel about you." My heart started pounding and my cheeks warmed up. "So, a piano?" "A grand gesture," he smiled, "to show you that sometimes you have to make an effort for things you want the most, even if it seems crazy." He stroked my cheek with the back of his fingers, and his green eyes burned with intensity. I licked my lips and then parted them, as he brought his face closer and hovered, inches away. When I couldn't take it anymore, I leaned forward and pushed my lips to his. His lips were soft and salty. I leaned into him and he wrapped his arms around me. His body was safety, warmth, comfort, and adventure. With my hands on his chest, I could feel the strength of the ocean inside of him. Our first kiss was everything I'd imagined it would be, and more. But then I pulled back. "Are you sure? If we're together, you'll be giving up your home, your family. You'll always be on the run." "I was on the run before I met you, and I've never felt like I belonged anywhere. With you, for the first time, I feel like I have something to live for, something where I belong." I was out of arguments, and as he reached out and tilted my chin upwards, all my resistance melted away. He kissed me desperately, like he'd wanted to breathe me in. I melted into him, moaning softly. Everything else faded away,
and there was only this: the water at my feet, the fire in my veins, and Sebastian. Chapter 34.
"Come on in. The water's fine,"
Sebastian called. He dived in from the shore in front of the run-carry house, and his exo was already forming around his lower body. The water fizzled and sparked around him. I tested the water with my toe. "Liar?" I glared. I put my legs in, gritting my teeth against the freezing water. I knew from experience that the cold would disappear after a few minutes, once the changes began. I watched the rainbow lights and felt tingling as my marrow blood began to heal my body. Scratches disappeared, as well as all pain. I felt renewed, refreshed. Even the near-constant anxiety that I carried with me lately began to relax. Although I couldn't transform completely, the water still felt welcoming. We'd spent the previous evening curled up in Sebastian's living room, watching the seagulls parade on the grass outside the window. Sebastian built a fire, and we sipped jasmine tea and cuddled as I told him everything that had happened in the last few days. When I got to the part about Trevor, his eyes darkened and I saw him clench his fists, but he didn't interrupt me. Then I pulled out the blackmail note and pictures, but he shrugged it off like it was no big deal. "You're already in danger. If these photos get published, you won't be able to stay here or blend in. Everybody will know about the marrow and you."
"Maybe it's time they know. The marrow are coming anyway, right? Maybe it's better to let the secret out."
"But you'd be a target, and so would I. I'd never be able to have a normal life if these pictures came out. I'd be the girl who dated a mermaid." His lip curled up in a smirk, and I punched his arm.
"Okay, so we'll pay,"
he said. £10,000? I can't get that kind of money. Aiden is struggling as it is. Sebastian went into the kitchen and pulled a cardboard box out of a drawer, then tossed it on the living room table. My jaw dropped as I looked inside. Gold and silver coins, jeweled necklaces, and massive pearls gleamed from the small box. It looked like pirate booty. Sebastian shrugged.
"Marrow love shiny things, and the ocean is full of shipwrecks."
"You pulled all of this from a shipwreck?" I said.
"There's a lot more where that came from," Sebastian said. "Tomorrow, if you're up for it, we can take a swim and collect some more. Then we'll pay off whichever idiot took these pictures. Problem solved."
"For now," I said, biting my lip.
"As for what happened with Trevor," his eyes darkened. "I should have been there with you. It was stupid to let you go alone, with everything that's going on, but I can't be with you all of the time. You'll never be as powerful as a full marrow, but at least I can teach you some basic self-defense, to keep you safe in case I'm not around."
"You're going to teach me how to fight?" I asked, suddenly excited.
"I'm going to teach you how to defend yourself," Sebastian corrected. "That doesn't mean you should start looking for trouble. Smart choices to avoid conflict will protect you more than anything I can teach you."
I could hardly wait for school to end. Not only did I get to go on an underwater treasure hunt, but I would also finally learn how to protect myself. It was about freaking time. I was so tired of being helpless and afraid. Even though school sucked worse than usual, now that none of my friends were speaking to me, I found myself glowing with happiness. I'd kissed Sebastian. I thought he was the enemy, that I'd had a moral responsibility to side with the humans. But after my date with Ethan, I realized I didn't belong anywhere. Ethan's eyes filled with disgust when I told him what I was. No matter what I chose for myself, the Tuatha Dé would always see me as a monster. Sebastian never looked at me that way. He treated me like I was something special, and we made sense. We were both outcasts. We were alone, together. I took a deep breath and plunged into the water,
submersing my head, then dog paddling towards Sebastian. I panicked a little until my feet found a rock that I could stand up on. I still hated being unmoored. I took out the cap Sebastian had given me on our first swim together and stretched it over my neck. Then I dove underwater. It ballooned up immediately, allowing me to breathe and see through the water clearly. My eyes adjusted to the darkness of the water faster this time, allowing in more light and color. It was almost a form of night vision. Part of me was still terrified of the ocean, the depth, the vastness of it, so much space on every side. But another part of me felt like I belonged, like all that water was an extension of myself. And then there was Sebastian. I reached him and threw my arms over his shoulders. His body armor was rough, but powerful. It was like holding onto an anchor, steady and secure. I realized he was scanning the shore with his narrowed eyes. "You think someone is still there?" I asked. "No," Sebastian said. "I've been watching. There's no way to the shore without cutting across the grass. They might have sneaked past me before, when I wasn't paying attention. But now that I'm looking for them, there's no way. Anyway, let's forget about it and try to have some fun today. We're going to the wreck of La Garona, out near Dunluce Castle. It was part of the Spanish Armada of 1588. "Race you there?" I joked. Without a tail, it would take me ages to swim that far. Sebastian ducked underwater and made a sound like a whistle. In a few moments, I felt something rubbery nuzzling my elbow. One of the dolphins that had swum with us last time. "Dolphins are friendly and playful," Sebastian said. "They're usually happy to help, but you should never force them to do anything against their will. Just hold on and follow me." I grabbed the creature's dorsal fin, just as Sebastian shot off through the water. The dolphin gave chase, and I held on as tightly as I could. If my body hadn't already been strengthened by the seawater, I'm not sure I would have been able to keep my grip. I tried kicking at first, but it didn't help. I could feel the dolphin's annoyance whenever I kicked his tail, so I gave up and just hung on for the ride. At first, all I could see was the white water hitting me in the face, but I finally put my head underwater. That's when I saw how quickly we were moving, as the ocean floor sped by beneath us. I could feel the dolphin's enthusiasm as it followed Sebastian. It was infectious. Laughter bubbled up inside of me. We covered the distance in the space of a few minutes, and the dolphin stopped suddenly in front of the cave, practically tossing me into Sebastian's arms. I pulled off the mercap and paddled over to firm ground. Sebastian had packed some supplies in a waterproof bag. He tossed me a towel to dry off, and then we sat on some rocks outside the mouth of the cave, directly below the castle. It was an unusually bright November day. The black volcanic rocks gleamed in the sun, jumping up through the clear, teal water. After he was dry, Sebastian peeled off the remains of his tail and tossed it into the ocean. It began to fizzle and dissolve immediately. I turned away as Sebastian pulled on a pair of shorts, and we walked into the cave and stepped into the shallow pool. "The ocean gives us strength," he said. "So whenever possible, avoid conflict until you can get your feet in the water. You'll heal quicker, move faster, and be more powerful than your opponent, and they'll be just the opposite. However, if you have to fight on land," he pulled out an antique flask and tossed it to me, "bring the ocean with you." "What do I do with it? Drink it?" He rolled his eyes at me, then pulled out some long strips of fabric from the backpack. "Soak these in seawater, then wrap them around your knuckles." He showed me how to tie a loop around my thumb, then wrap the cloth around the back of my hand so the fabric tightens when I make a fist. He pulled it between each finger, then back around my wrist again. It took me a few tries before I could do it the same way myself. "Now, soak your hand in the water." I bent down and plunged my wrapped hand into the pool. I could feel the water soaking through the fabric and tingling against my skin. "As long as you keep the flask full,
and the fabric wet, you should have a big advantage over humans on land. That is, you'll have more strength and agility. You still need to learn how to use it.
He reached down and soaked his hands until they nearly doubled in size, then held his palms up and nodded. My fists hit the palms of his hands, with a satisfying smack. It felt like I was punching a cement wall, but with my hands wrapped, it didn't hurt.
Harder, Sebastian said.
He corrected my footing and posture and showed me how to put my weight into the punch. Then he started dancing around, giving me a moving target to aim at. Suddenly he lashed out and clipped my ear with his finger. Ow! He'd barely touched me, but it felt like he'd taken a chunk out of my ear. The bindings around my hands were already drying out, and I started to feel impossibly slow and frustrated. I'll never be fast enough, I said. You move so quickly, I can't even see you.
I've been trained, but most marrow have.
How can I hope to fight trained soldiers? I asked.
You can't fight marrow directly, he frowned. You'll never be fast enough or strong enough to win, unless you can draw them out away from the sea, long enough for them to dry out. At least 24 hours away from the ocean, hopefully more. Then, ideally, you'd shoot them in the head.
I laughed before I realized he wasn't joking. Wait, you want me to shoot them? Like, with a gun?
It's too dangerous to fight them in hand-to-hand combat. And remember, if they come, it'll be a group. Keep your distance. Stay hidden. Pick off as many of us as you can.
My blood ran cold when I realized he'd said us, as if he expected to be a part of the invasion. I didn't want to imagine any scenario where I had to aim a rifle at Sebastian's head and find the strength to pull the trigger. I forced the image away. It made me feel like throwing up.
But I'm not teaching you how to fight marrow, he said, putting his hands on my shoulders. I'm just teaching you a bit of defense. It'll give you a chance to survive an encounter.
Then what's the point of all of this? Why learn to fight at all?
The marrow aren't the ones after you, remember? It's the humans that are trying to kill you, the Tuatha. Remember the way Ethan took out Ajax? What if he came after you?
He wouldn't.
Maybe not, but Ethan's young. The other Tuatha will be even more powerful and less likely to hesitate. Your advantage is speed and agility, not to mention your beauty, which might slow them down a little, at least if they're men.
My looks aren't a weapon, I said.
Oh yes, they definitely are.
He smirked. What about the other weapons? The legends say Lu defeated Balor's poisonous eye with a bloodthirsty spear. And one of the 4 relics of the Tuatha is the sword of Nuadha. Do you think those could be real? Is that what you meant when you were talking to Ajax, about the device?
Well, it was before my time, but our weapon was real. It's what sank Atlantis.
Tell me about it?
I only know what I've heard,
Sebastian said.
Probably not much more than you already know. Gubenu created 2 powerful weapons, a spear, which he gave to Lu, and a sword for Nuadha, the first king of the Tuatha. During the Great Battle, Balor killed Nuadha, but then Lu threw his spear through Balor's eye, destroying it. The explosion wiped out most of the Fomorian army. Lu beheaded Balor and became the new king of the Tuatha.
So the Eye of Balor was destroyed. What was the device then?
An even more powerful weapon. The ruling family built it thousands of years ago as a failsafe, and only used it once, for Atlantis. But it was so terrible, destroying a whole continent, sinking a civilization, that they promised they'd never use it again. When my father petitioned the king to use it again, he refused. It wasn't long after that the entire royal family disappeared. They were the only ones who knew where the weapon was, and had the key to activate it.
What key?
The royal family have a very powerful betulia. They're larger and blue, like sapphires. Some think they ran away to protect the device. So you see, even if we found it, it wouldn't do any good without the key. And I don't think it would be any help to us against the marrow.
I sighed and stretched my neck. So I guess I just need to keep practicing.
Let's try something simple,
Sebastian said, picking up a pebble and holding it in his open palm.
When you can snatch the pebble from my hand, young grasshopper, it will be time for you to leave.
Seriously? I asked. Isn't that from a kung fu movie?
He dropped the rock with a grin. It's a classic. He shrugged. Seemed appropriate.
I soaked my hands in the water again, feeling the rush of energy and power as the fabric dripped with seawater. Then we sparred for another 30 minutes. Sebastian taught me how to avoid punches, though I'm sure he was just moving in slow motion to make it easy for me. Even so, I was soon exhausted and dripping with sweat. The bindings around my fingers kept drying out, leaving my hands red and swollen.
Remember, it's better to duck than to block. Every time you take a hit, it's going to do some damage to you. The salt water in the bindings will heal you quickly, but the more damage you take, the sooner you'll dry out. And once your flask is empty...
Game over, I said, pulling strands of my hair away from my face. Speaking of, are we done yet? I think that's enough for one day. And we're on the clock, remember? The note said 7 p.m. We returned to the deep blue water outside the mouth of the cave. I held onto Sebastian's shoulders, and he pulled me behind him until the castle was just a bump on the horizon. The jagged coastline of Northern Ireland formed a crisp green line above the dark sea. He nodded at me, and I took a deep breath and put the mercap back on. Then, we dove deeper. My heart started pounding immediately. At first, all I could see was never-ending blue in every direction, and the dark lip of the abyss we'd entered last time, the all-swallowing void of the ocean depths. But that was still pretty far off. As we got deeper, I could make out the bottom and relaxed a bit. Knowing there was some limit, seeing the edges of the space I was floating in helped calm me. It was the absence of any kind of markers to indicate size, or scale, or distance that was terrifying. I flailed backwards as the bow of the ship emerged suddenly from the murky water. It was carved in the shape of a wild boar. It looked like it was bearing down upon us, even though we were the ones moving in and it was stationary. The curved boards of the ship were jagged and split, like the broken ribs of a fallen giant. Sebastian's pale body looked tiny in the shadow of the massive galleon. Torn strips of the sail beckoned slowly, waving in surrender even after being forgotten for centuries. Webbing and ropes made a maze of the wreckage. They tumbled out of the ship's gutted midsection like intestines. It was exactly the kind of place an evil sea witch could use for a secret lair. I shuddered and pulled back.
"It's okay," Sebastian said, reaching for my hand. "I won't let anything hurt you."
We dove down underneath the front of the bow, and Sebastian started making wide circles around an area to the left of the ship. Finally, he stopped and looked up at me, smiling.
"Can you feel it?"
he asked, pointing at the ground. There was nothing there but sand. I shook my head.
"Shut your eyes and use your senses," he said.
I closed my eyes and felt the water around me, the subtle shifts in current as it parted around the massive ship, the wall of sand beneath us, the rotting wood. That's when I felt it. The rusty iron and metal felt different. Wrong, somehow, like it didn't belong. I could sense the large anchor on the other side of the ship, the thousands of iron spikes hammered into the hull, and then, Something else. Another kind of metal. Finer, more elegant somehow. I opened my eyes and smiled back at Sebastian. I'm like a human metal detector, I said. Almost everything down here is organic, or at least naturally forming. Man-made things stand out, metal especially. Sebastian aimed his tail directly downwards and started waving it back and forth, like a fan, kicking up a cloud of sand and debris, and what looked like long, white twigs. As the cloud settled, I could see glittering pieces of gold, now exposed on the ocean floor. He grabbed a handful of coins and flung them in my direction. They fell around me, like sparkling raindrops. I swam lower and brushed a layer of sand away from a dark rectangular object. It was a chest of some kind, with leather handles coming out of each side. The large metal lock on the front was rusted over. I tugged on it, but it wouldn't budge. Sebastian winked at me. Then his arm shot out and smashed the lock clean off. I opened the lid cautiously, and my eyes grew wide. The chest was full of gleaming coins and jewelry. Sebastian pulled out a diamond necklace with a ruby as big as a marble. Behind the chest was a Spanish rapier with a richly decorated hilt. I reached for the sword, which was caught in a pile of white branches, and tugged it out. A few of the twigs snapped. Take whatever you want, he said. They won't miss it. They? I asked. I looked again at the scene around us. My blood ran cold as I saw the twigs and branches for what they really were. Bones. We were in a forest of human bones. This wasn't a shipwreck. It was an underwater graveyard. Chapter 35. How could you not notice 100 dead bodies? I fumed. We'd taken all the treasure we could carry back to Sebastian's place to clean up before meeting our blackmailer. They've been dead a long time, Sebastian said. I didn't think it would bother you that much. People die every day. But I don't see it. Not like that, I said. I forget sometimes how young you are. You've never seen a war, or a famine, or a plague. Anyway, I didn't know there would be that many down there. Most of the bodies floated to shore and were buried in a mass grave near Dunluce Castle. Forget it. At least we got what we came for, right? Let's focus on one thing at a time. What's next? First, we stopped by a pawn shop in Portrush. I thought the shop owner was going to have a heart attack when Sebastian pulled a fistful of antique gold coins out of his pocket and dropped them on the counter. Sebastian bargained the price to £1,000 per coin, about the worth of the gold weight. They were worth 10 times that to the right buyer, he said, but we didn't have time to be picky. The blackmail note said to come alone and drop off the cash in a blue crate behind the old Bushmills distillery, then take the first bus. If I stayed to watch, the photos and video would get released. So the plan was I'd walk to the drop-off point alone, then make a big show of getting on the bus back to Port Ballantrae. Sebastian, meanwhile, would wait and follow the blackmailer, and hopefully find and destroy any evidence they might have. Sebastian cut through the back of a bed and breakfast and found a perch for his stakeout. Through the bushes he had a pretty good view of the lot behind Bushmills. If I see anybody else coming, any sign of danger, I'll rush in. They'll probably want to avoid getting identified though, so I think they'll wait until you're gone before making a move. I nodded, my stomach in knots. I hated everything about this. The photos that proved Sebastian wasn't human. The fact that somebody knew our secret. Handing over so much money to some blackmailing asshole. I left Sebastian and made a wide loop around the bed and breakfast, around the bus stop, then into the front of the distillery. It was a tourist site usually, but the lot was quiet now. It was almost 7, and the light was fading. I felt exposed walking along the side of the huge factory building. In the back of the building, the fumes of charcoal barley, and grain alcohol were nearly overwhelming. It wasn't hard to find the blue crate. It was sitting on top of a stack of wooden boxes near the dumpsters. I checked the time on my phone and waited until exactly 7 to place the unmarked envelope full of cash in the crate. I had to force myself to let go of the fat stack of bills. Some people would have to work for years to save up this much money, and I was leaving it here like garbage. I took a deep breath and left the lot without a backwards glance. Walking through the front gate into the bus stop. The next bus came at 7:10 p.m. Whoever wrote the note had timed it well. I only had to wait a few minutes before the bus pulled up, and I stepped inside. My part was over, but my anxiety increased once we pulled away. What if Sebastian got in trouble? What if the blackmailer was violent? Or one of the Tuath a day? What if this was all some kind of complex trap to draw Sebastian out? I'd probably been on the bus less than a minute before I pulled the emergency cord and begged the driver to stop the bus. The road had already wound down a hill, and I was near Giant's Causeway Centre. Far out of eyesight, but only about half a mile away. I raced through the fields to reach Bushmills town, and then snuck around to where I'd left Sebastian. He spun around when he heard me approaching.
"What are you doing here?"
he whispered. I held up a finger, then bent down to catch my breath. "I was worried," I said finally. "Anything yet?" He nodded, pulling me down next to him, then moved a branch out of the way with his fingers. There was a figure in the back of the lot, reaching into the crate. It was getting dark, so at first I didn't recognize her, but then I saw her face as she glanced around furtively before stashing the envelope in her bag. Roisin. I was halfway through the bushes when Sebastian grabbed me and pulled me back.
"Where do you think you're going?"
he said, his arms wrapped around me tightly. "To throttle her and get the money back."
"She still has the pictures, remember? If we don't pay her, you might see those in every tabloid in the country."
"So we just let her get away with this?"
"Let her enjoy it while she can. The world might be ending soon, remember? Besides, now we know who it is. We can keep an eye on her."
I stopped struggling when Roisin was out of sight, but I was sullen on the ride home.
"You're really gonna let this bother you?"
Sebastian asked as we got out of the car. "I just wish the money was going to better use," I grumbled.
"So we'll go back and get more. Use it however you want."
"That's not the point. I just don't want her to have it."
"Forget about it. It's over. Concentrate on more important things."
"Such as?"
"I don't know. It's almost Christmas. How about we go shopping for presents?"
"With what?" I scoffed. "We just left all our cash in the back of a distillery."
"Not all of our cash,"
he said, pulling out a stack of bills that was almost as thick as the one we'd left for Roisin.
"I kept some for the holidays, and for Aiden. Thought it might put you in the festive spirit."
"You're trying to buy my happiness?" I asked.
"Is it working?"
"Maybe a little. If only I had some friends to shop for."
"About that," he said. "I think you should make up with your classmates. You're becoming too isolated. It makes you vulnerable, not to mention moody."
"But they think I'm crazy."
"Tell them you were distraught and confused, that you made it up. Tell them I told you about the mermaids, but I was just teasing you, and you fell for it."
"Lie to them, so they won't think I'm a liar?" I glared at him, crossing my arms.
"They're not ready to handle the truth yet. Your frame of understanding is too large, too scary for them. That doesn't mean you can't still be friends. If you want them in your life, you have to conform to their version of reality."
I smelled the turkey as soon as we entered the house. I'd been so caught up in death threats and swim lessons, I'd forgotten Aiden was planning on cooking an American Thanksgiving, even though they don't celebrate it in Ireland. Aiden's leg was almost healed, thanks to a few more drops of marrow blood, and he was stirring a pot of mashed potatoes in the kitchen. I helped him set the table, and the three of us sat down for dinner together. Aiden made cranberry sauce and stuffing to go with the turkey. It wasn't the same as my mom's cooking, but it was still very sweet of him to try. After dinner and a glass of wine, my anger had somewhat subsided. Sebastian was right. There were bigger things to worry about. Roisin and her pictures were annoying, but meaningless in the grand scheme of things. It was more important to find the weapons of the Tuatha Dé and get stronger in case they were lost for good. If I could also salvage my personal relationships and make amends with my friends before Christmas, the holiday season might just be bearable. For the next few weeks, I was so busy training, I nearly forgot that someone was trying to kill me, or the mermaids were going to wipe out the human race. Instead of driving myself crazy worrying about things I couldn't control, I focused on the few things I actually could. Learning to move in the water, feeling the thick, salty liquid between my fingertips. If I concentrated hard enough, I could almost make those little shapes like Sebastian's could. Maybe not a giraffe, but something that vaguely looked like a fat hippo. I practiced swimming and fighting with Sebastian almost daily. He said I was a natural, though I'm sure he was just humoring me. Before long, I could block or duck under most of his punches, even though I'm sure he was holding back. I was also pretty sure I was getting faster. It felt good to be doing something useful. Nobody had seen Trevor since the funeral, and nobody else had died since the attack on the beach. Things were almost starting to feel normal again. In school, I caught up with homework and managed to scrape out a decent grade point average. Jackie and I said hi every once in a while, a quick nod while going in opposite directions. Ethan was worse. He scowled at me every time we crossed paths. Roisin showed up every day with a new outfit and expensive accessories, looking like a fashion magazine. It made me sick, but she'd been true to her word. I'd gotten into the habit of leafing through tabloids at the checkout counter, but never found any headlines about mermaids. Being in the lunchroom and seeing my friends was too uncomfortable, so I spent every lunch in the library, researching the history of the Tuatha Dé. At least once a week, I made Sebastian drive me to one of the ancient sites I'd discovered in my reading. Mount Sandal, near Coleraine, had been in use since 7400 BC. Navan Fort, near Armagh, was a seat of the Ulster kings, and it was made famous in the sagas of Lu's son, Cuchulainn. Howth Head, in Dublin County, was a 2,500-year-old collapsed dolmen, known locally as Ideen's grave. Ideen was a warrior who died of grief shortly after her husband, Oscar, was killed in battle. Oscar's father, Oisin, was said to have personally buried her beneath a 75-ton capstone. I thought maybe we could sense the weapons, the way we'd sensed the gold under the water, but above ground, I didn't have the same feeling of connection. Every trip ended in disappointment. Cuchulainn seemed to have claimed leadership after Lu unlawfully. He destroyed the Stone of Destiny because it didn't name him as the rightful king. He took Lu's spear and refitted it with a new head, the bone of a sea monster. Then it was renamed Guy Bolga. Maybe he'd done that specifically because Marrow could sense metal? There was no mention of the Sword of Nuadu after it fell, but maybe, like the spear, it was renamed. If Ethan was right, it was passed down in secrecy, protected by one of the families of the Tuatha Dé. I tried to trace the lineage of the oldest families, but the genealogy websites listed thousands of different branches. As the weather turned colder, I tried not to think about it almost being Christmas. My first Christmas without my parents. My first Christmas in Ireland. I bought decorations and made Aiden put up a small tree. Sebastian helped decorate it with shells and pearls. Then we made popcorn and watched movies, snuggling under blankets on the couch. I think we both knew we were living on borrowed time. The Marrow had given Sebastian 3 moons, which meant he'd be leaving at the end of January. And if he didn't, they'd be back. and it would be much worse this time. He was preparing me, trying to toughen me up before he left. Not that it would make any difference. Sebastian would go back, and if he refused to fight, he'd be an enemy to his people. His father's armies would still move against the humans, and we still had no idea how to stop it. But when it was just the two of us, alone in the ocean, everything seemed amazing. He made me feel strong and special. In a sense, it was the best time of my life. The week before Christmas, he gave me an early present on our way to our lessons. A long, thin box he told me to open carefully. Inside was the rapier from the Spanish wreck. The gilded hilt sparkled with ornamentation and gemstones, and the long, thin blade gleamed in the afternoon light. I got it cleaned and sharpened, 3 feet long, fit for a queen. It's beautiful, I said. People don't use swords anymore, but they're a lot better than trying to fight with your bare hands. One quick thrust at the heart or eye, and you can take out just about anyone who comes at you. I held the sword out gingerly and raised an eyebrow. I thought you said you were only going to teach me how to defend myself. Well, I didn't want to mention it earlier, but it's unlikely an attacker will simply give up or go away after you've blocked the first few lunges. You'll probably need to incapacitate them. You mean kill them? If it comes to that, better them than you. And if they all have knives, like the one Ethan has, they're unlikely to come at you bare-handed like we've been practicing. Which means everything I've learnt so far is useless. No, not useless. Using weapons in the beginning would have been dangerous for both of us. You're improving quickly. I think you're ready for this. Plus, I know you've been looking for the weapons of the Tuatha. I thought maybe you'd feel safer if you had one of your own. If Sebastian's gift was meant to make me feel safer, it backfired. I felt clumsy and unbalanced with the sword. He taught me a few basic fencing stances and positions before putting the sword away. Why don't we just use sticks until you get the hang of it? He said finally. You can practice more with the sword on your own. It seems like a lifetime since I got the letter from Mrs. Dubbs, when someone attacked me on the pier, and we still don't know who sent the letter or what they wanted. One of the Tuatha, I assume. It must have been. But why haven't they attacked me again? What are they waiting for? Why don't we be grateful for the decrease in assassination attempts, shall we? Practice again tomorrow? I can't tomorrow. Actually, I think I'll have to take a few days off. We have the Christmas Eve concert on Saturday night. I need to get ready and find something to wear. Black tie event? Sebastian asked. Something like that. Dressy. I'll do my best. You're coming? I asked. It's just a high school concert. If you think I'm going to skip a chance to see you in a dress, you're sorely mistaken. His eyes sparkled as he smiled. At school the next day, my bag was filled with presents. I'd stayed up late wrapping them and listening to carols in front of our little tree. Christmas was in only a few days, and I was totally unprepared. I anticipated how much it was going to suck, so I tried not to focus on it. But now that it was almost here, I figured I should make an effort. Maybe it was my chance to make amends, to start over. I gave each of my teachers a package of cookies and chocolate, and even gave cards to some of the office staff. In choir we practiced the entire concert, including my solo. I was holding back, but Mrs. Tierney said she was moved to tears. I'm pretty sure I saw several of my classmates sniffling too. At least I could still sing. It gave me enough confidence to do what I needed to do during lunch. Hi, I said, approaching my former friends, at our customary table. Derry gave me a tight-lipped smile and an encouraging nod, and Jackie looked hesitant but not unfriendly. Patricia's gaze was pure ice, but I pushed on. Listen, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Sebastian made a joke about the shark attacks being killer mermaids, and I was so stressed out. And because I'd seen some things I couldn't explain, I took him seriously. But I was wrong. Jackie eyed me over, and there was a long pause, so I continued. Also, I wanted to give you this. It's an invitation to our Christmas concert. I'm not sure if you are already coming. I'd really like you to be there. And presents. I pulled out the packages I'd wrapped for everyone. Jackie's eyes glistened with emotion, and she reached out for me. I missed you so much, she said, pulling me into a tight hug. Of course we'll come to the concert. I was so relieved, I almost started crying when Derry and then Patricia gave me a hug as well. So now that we're all friends again, can we open up our presents? Patricia asked with a smirk. I nodded and watched them unwrap their gifts. A cashmere scarf for Derry, a high-end makeup kit for Patricia, and a simple, classic bottle of Chanel No. 5 for Jackie. For the rest of the day, I felt happier than I had in weeks. Jackie hardly left my side, filling me in on all of the stuff I'd missed. Even Roisin, strutting down the hall in a pair of Versace black tennis shoes with sparkling golden Medusa heels, didn't upset me. I just laughed when Patricia called them desperate and tacky. I hadn't seen Sebastian all day, but I just figured he was skipping again, or spending time in the ocean, something he often did when he wasn't with me. When my phone rang an hour after I got home, I assumed it was him before checking the number. Miss me already? I said. I told you I can't meet today.
Clara, it's me, Ethan.
Ethan? We hadn't spoken in almost 2 months. What do you want? Calling to wish me a Merry Christmas?
You need to meet me tonight.
Last time we spoke, you told me never to talk to you again. Now you want another date?
I heard my father talking on the phone. They've got a marrow. They're going to sacrifice him. I think it might be Sebastian.
Chapter 36. Ethan clamped his hand over my mouth and pushed me down into the dirt. His body was pressing against me. I tried to tear his hand away, but he shushed me and pointed into the clearing. On the drive over, I tried calling Sebastian several times, but there was no answer. We parked Ethan's motorcycle on the road and hiked up the canyon to Tamher Falak and hid behind some logs on the other side of the wide space. Ahead of us, I could see the stones rising up out of the ground, shrouded in mist. Ethan pointed again, and this time, I made out the 2 standing figures. They were so still, I hadn't noticed them at first, even though their long, white robes stood out against the dark stones. A flicker of light caught my eye, and I turned to see a procession of 10 more men, lifting the hems of their robes as they trod through the rough canyon floor. Some of their beards were so long, they had them pulled back over one shoulder. 4 carried torches, 2 at the front, 2 at the back. Most of the men wore curved swords at their waist, but it was the 2 in the center that had me fixated. They were holding oak staffs ending in golden sickles, engraved with ornamental decoration. They looked like angelic grim reapers. These 2 were dragging something between them, a figure with a bag over his head. He stumbled forward, and I saw that his hands were tied behind his back with heavy ropes. Sebastian. I shoved against Ethan, struggling to get free, but he held me tightly. If you don't let me go, I'll scream, I warned.
And get yourself killed, he said. Stop struggling. There's nothing you can do.
Of course there's something I can do. I hissed back at him. I can fight. I can save him. I'm not just going to let him die. Ethan looked torn. I realized what he was risking by betraying the Tuatha Dé and bringing me here. He could have just waited until Sebastian was dead, but he'd warned me early, in time to stop them. I'd just have to do it alone. I was about to stand up and reveal our location when the leader tugged the bag off the figure's head. I held my breath as it fell away, dreading the sight of Sebastian's sweet face. I nearly cried in relief when I saw the dark hair. Not Sebastian. Then I recognized the lean, angular features. Trevor. Ethan let out a long, slow breath next to me. I glanced at him, but he just shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't know, I swear," he whispered. "I came as soon as I heard. Still want to save him?" Trevor, who hit Derry, who murdered innocent girls, who humiliated me at Travis's funeral. I curled my lip in disgust. The 12 figures lit more torches and then formed a ring around the bound figure. They shoved him to his knees in front of a large, flat rock in the middle of the stone circle. One man stepped into the altar, rising several feet above the others, and began to speak. The hood of his robe was so low, his whole face was hidden in a shadow. "Brethren, our prayers have finally been answered. It has been, according to the records, 362 years since our last communion. In accordance with the laws of our people, first conceived in this place after our victorious revolution, we offer this sacrifice to renew our community, strengthen our alliance, and maintain our holiest relics. None of us here have encountered a marrow personally, nor witnessed a sacrifice such as this one. I hope you feel, as I do, that it is both a privilege and an honor to serve the Tuatha Dé in this manner. As is the custom, and according to tradition, we will drain the body and divide the spoils between us, before beheading the sacrifice and burying the remains beneath the stones to further enrich our holy site." "What do you want to do?" Ethan asked. I didn't reply. Was I a murderer if I stood by and let this happen? Probably. But I still made no move to save Trevor. Why should I risk my life for his? I watched in morbid fascination as the hooded figure raised a gleaming dagger up into the air and then brought it down swiftly, slicing Trevor's throat. The torches sputtered and flared as particles of magic were released into the surrounding air. Thick red blood spurted out of Trevor's neck, onto the stone altar, spilling into the grooves and radiating out towards the edges along carved spokes. As the blood spread over the ancient runes, they began to glow with blue light. They were so old and weather-worn, I hadn't noticed them before. But now they drank the blood greedily and shone with renewed energy. The men set down the torches and began filling up flasks and containers from the streams of blood flowing over the edge of the rock, which was now glowing like a strange spaceship, brighter than the flickering yellow flames of the torches. Trevor slumped over, his lifeless body tumbling off the stone. I choked back a sob as I realized I'd just witnessed a murder and done nothing to stop it. Or had I? Trevor was marrow, not a man. Was this worse than butchering a shark for its fin and then leaving the body? Humans take what they want. That's how it's always worked. Why should this be any different? But I knew it was. The hooded figure raised one of the golden sickles and severed Trevor's head from his body with one quick slice. My stomach churned, and I covered my mouth, afraid I was going to puke. Ethan held me to him and put my head against his chest. "We will bury the sacrifice here, as is our custom, to feed the earth supporting the stones. We do this as proof of the power of our unity." The men spread out around the stone, then pointed their palms upward and began chanting in unison. The stone trembled, then lifted weightlessly into the air. It was as big as a bowl. It must have weighed 100 tons. The leader kicked the body beneath the stone, then grabbed Trevor's head by the hair and tossed it in also. Once he stepped clear, the other men released the stone. There was a sickening squelch as it flattened Trevor's remains like a grape, splattering the men's clean white robes with blood. Is this what happened to my grandmother? Was her blood on these stones? Were they planning to do the same to my mother? Is that why she ran? I felt sick, picturing my mother held against the rough stones, the sharp edge of the knife slicing through her beautiful skin. The leader's hood had fallen back, revealing piercing blue eyes, long silver hair, and a dark gray beard. "That's Marcus Byrne," Ethan whispered. "Current Archmagus, leader of the Kale." Marcus raised the dagger in one hand and the sickle in the other, both dripping with blood. "This is the first blood sacrifice in many years, but we are fortunate, brethren. We have been blessed. There is another. We have already set plans in motion. We waited on the sacrifice so we could activate the stones on the winter solstice, when the magic is strongest. But we will not wait so long before the next one. For now, let's drink and congratulate each other on the success of our harvest." They began shaking hands and clapping each other on the back, oblivious that their hands were soaked in blood. In fact, they seemed to revel in it. Some were drawing symbols onto each other's faces with blood, laughing all the while. Others were squeezing their robes to catch every precious drop. It was barbaric, and they wanted to do it again. To Sebastian. "That's not going to happen," I swore to myself. "No matter what. Whatever it takes, Sebastian cannot be harmed." Just then, I recognized one of the figures in the clearing. He had his back to me before, but now I could see his dark hair and thick eyebrows. It was the mysterious stranger from the pub, the one that looked like Colin, and I realized now, like Ethan. "You," I said, as it finally clicked into place. "You told them. That's your father, Paul Blake, right? And you told them about Sebastian. That's how you knew. That's why you brought me here. You felt guilty." Ethan gulped, but then nodded slowly. I spun and stormed off through the trees, picking my way along the face of the cliff, away from the gruesome gathering. "I was angry," Ethan said, when we were far enough away from the stone circle that our voices wouldn't carry. "Frustrated, so told them about Sebastian. Then I told them about Trevor as well. I didn't think they'd actually find one of them or be able to capture him." "I thought your dad wasn't into this stuff," I said. "Morgan talked him into it. The Kale need 12 families to complete the ritual, and I was too young. We couldn't afford to miss this. The other families would have cast us out for good." "So your father told his cronies, and they tracked down Trevor somehow? And they'll go after Sebastian next. And if they need more blood, they'll move down the list, to me, right?" "I didn't tell them about you," Ethan said, pushing a hand through his hair, "and I wouldn't let them do that." "But they already know," I said. "How could they not? Someone attacked me in Portrush with a knife just like yours, the one you showed me. It had to be one of the Tuatha Dé, right?" Ethan blanched and grabbed my arm. "Wait, what? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me about it earlier?" "Would you have cared? Someone sliced my arm and pushed me off the pier. I almost died. Sebastian thinks that maybe they were just making sure I was part marrow. But still, someone knows." "Someone else in the Tuatha Dé, and they're keeping it a secret from the other families for some reason. Shit." "So I'm not wrong," I said. "Sebastian, then me." Ethan nodded. "My dad still thinks a marrow is the reason Colin died, so for him it's personal. When I told him about Sebastian and Trevor, he was thrilled. He never thought he'd get a chance to avenge Colin's death. But the rest of them, this is more blood than they'd ever had in their lives. They'll be drunk on power and desperate to get more of it as soon as possible." "So why warn me? You hate Sebastian, right? And you can't stand me either because of who my grandmother was. So why betray your own people? Why bring me here?" "I knew if they killed Sebastian, you'd never want to speak to me again. And I didn't want to hurt you like that. Maybe I did earlier, when I was angry, but not now. You didn't choose what you are, and you're more human than marrow, right? So I thought, maybe it's not too late for you. For us." "There is no us," I said. "Fine," he said darkly. "Whatever. But for now, I'm still gonna make sure my people don't try and kill you. And I just wanted you to know
If they go after Sebastian, it's not because of me. Are you cool with that?
I shrugged. I was tired of arguing. Sebastian was waiting in front of Aiden's house when we pulled up. I hopped off the bike and threw my arms around him, covering his face with kisses. I didn't realize I was crying until Sebastian wiped the tears away from my eyes. Then he charged towards Ethan and grabbed him by the collar.
"What the hell happened? What have you done to her?"
he demanded, shoving Ethan back against his bike.
"Nothing, fish boy," Ethan snarled. "And we were trying to save you." "I was out swimming. I thought we weren't meeting today, but then I got all of your frantic messages, so I came right over. What the hell is going on?"
"They killed Trevor," I said quietly. "Sacrificed him. Cut off his head. Crushed his body like cheese." I smiled at my metaphor, then felt sick. I must be in shock. There was nothing funny about this.
"And you thought it was me?"
Sebastian guessed. Ethan nodded. Both of them were watching me with strange expressions. Maybe I was acting funny, or they thought I was too weak or fragile to function.
"Well, I can't say I'm sorry about Trevor," Sebastian said, "and I think I owe you for the warning." "I didn't do it for you," Ethan scowled. "Obviously," Sebastian said with a smirk. "Still, it's marginally improved my opinion of the Tuatha Dé. Maybe you aren't all power-hungry, treacherous butchers after all."
I saw Ethan's tattoos flare, so I stepped between them and put my hands on my hips. "After what I saw tonight," I glared at Ethan, "that description seems pretty fitting. Plus, you did say they'd come after Sebastian and me next, right?"
"Yeah, but so what? Didn't you say the Marrow were planning on wiping out the human race? This isn't some fucking high school drama. We're talking about the future of civilization, and you need to pick sides."
It was Sebastian's turn to look shocked.
"You told him that?"
he asked, with wounded eyes. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a secret, and if they're coming, we need the Tuatha Dé to help us fight them off."
"You're really going to stand against your own people," Ethan said,
eyeing Sebastian critically.
"For the humans. Why would you do that?" "Most Marrow want peace, not war. I don't know if there's anything we can do about it, but no, I won't help them kill humans,"
he said, looking directly at me and holding my gaze.
"So, truce," Sebastian said finally. "For now," Ethan said, "and for Clara. But watch your back. Your secret's out. I'll give you a heads up if I hear my people planning anything. You warn me if there's going to be an imminent Marrow attack. Sound fair?" "Deal,"
Sebastian said. They shook on it. Then Ethan got on his bike and rode off. "I thought I'd lost you," I said when we were alone.
"I'm so sorry you had to see that."
Sebastian pulled me towards him and arched my back into his body. He leaned down to kiss me, his fingers tangled in my hair. Our tongues touched, and he pulled away, looking at me with an intensity that took my breath away. Then he held my hand and led me inside. Our temporary alliance with Ethan was a small comfort. He couldn't stop his people from coming after us, no more than Sebastian could stop the Marrow attacks. Ethan told me to pick a side, but I didn't belong anywhere. I'd never fit in with the Marrow. They'd just see me as a weak human, and the Tuatha Dé would kill me for my blood if they couldn't find a pure-blooded Marrow. I didn't know what Ethan's deal was, but I was glad he was talking to me again. Maybe he thought, if Sebastian left or was killed, he'd be there to pick up the pieces. If he could overlook the fact that I was a quarter Marrow. At least Sebastian accepted me for what I was, or at least what he hoped I would become. Which wasn't really the same thing at all. This much I knew. The Tuatha Dé were a threat. They wouldn't stop until Sebastian and I were dead. And it didn't really matter because Sebastian was leaving soon anyway. If he didn't, the entire town would be slaughtered. I drifted off into a tormented sleep, my fingers twitching as my mind replayed the golden sickle removing Trevor's head from his shoulders. Chapter 37. The next day, it snowed. I marveled at the white blanket of ice that had transformed the landscape outside my window. Aiden told me school was cancelled, so we made oatmeal with chopped apples, syrup, and cinnamon, and watched the kids outside throwing snowballs. Sebastian was chatting with Aiden when I fell asleep, but he'd left late last night. Jackie texted in the morning to see if I wanted to hang out, and we made plans to meet at Liam's pub later. The whiteness was comforting, almost like yesterday's bloodshed had purified the earth and made it clean again. And with the Christmas tree, the kids laughing outside, and plans to meet up with friends, I almost felt happy. It was the conditioning of a lifetime of festive holidays, but I couldn't let myself get distracted. I took a walk to clear my head. I hadn't brought a winter coat with me. I never imagined it would get this cold in Ireland, so I borrowed a puffy jacket from Aiden and stuffed my pocket with some of the money Sebastian had given me. I was going to put the rest in Aiden's stocking, but I figured I could buy myself a new coat first, and maybe a dress for tomorrow's concert. I thought about inviting Patricia and Jackie, but I needed some time alone. I would have given anything to hang out with them last week, but today, I'd be rotten company. All I could see was death. The bonfire attack, along with last night's carnage, had given me a glimpse of the future. Violent, senseless death. The marrow were coming, and everyone that I passed were on the clock. The cute guy in the coffee shop, the little blonde girl chasing her brother and then falling down in the snow, the old couple sharing a park bench. Everyone was in a good mood. They smiled at me as I passed, and they had no idea what was coming. I couldn't warn anybody. They would think I was crazy. If I couldn't get my friends to believe me, there was no way I could convince strangers that mermaids were real and planning the imminent destruction of Port Ballantrae, of all places. My only confidants were Ethan, whose family were plotting my murder, and Sebastian, whose father was leading the extermination process. I was relieved Ethan was talking to me again. I'd missed his cocky smile and teasing. If Colin was anything like Ethan, I can see why my mother fell for him. But he was no Sebastian. I couldn't explain it, but being away from Sebastian made me feel physically ill. Last night, when I thought he was in danger, I would have stormed in unarmed if Ethan hadn't held me back. And yet, he had to leave. If he didn't go back as his father commanded, everyone around me would die. To save them, I had to give up the one thing I couldn't bear to lose. I ended up buying a long black coat, lined with soft faux fur. It had a wraparound sash and a wide hood I could hide under. It felt like being wrapped in a blanket, and made me feel like an Eskimo assassin. My tennis shoes were damp, and my feet were freezing, so I also picked out a kick-ass pair of black leather boots. They reminded me of the ones my mom bought me for Christmas a few years ago. That memory confined me to the dressing room for 10 minutes, wrestling with an overwhelming wave of holiday nostalgia. I remember my dad sitting up all night with me because I was afraid of Santa's reindeer, and the time he spent all day trying to set up my new dollhouse, but got frustrated because he couldn't get it to fit together properly. I said I liked it just the way it was. When I'd stopped reminiscing, I bought a couple of sweaters, new socks, and some small gifts for Aiden and Sebastian. As a joke, I picked up something for Ethan too, a leftover Halloween decoration of a cackling witch on a broomstick. Sebastian was waiting for me when I got home. Aiden fixed us some tea while I stashed the gifts in my room and showed off my new clothes. The only thing I didn't get was a dress for tomorrow, I said, but I have some old performance stuff I can wear. If you're anything like Phyllis was, you can sing in pajamas and captivate the room, Aiden said, scratching miscreant behind the ears. Jackie wants to hang out later at Liam's pub, I said. Should we all go? We can get dinner there. Sure. What do you want to do in the meantime? Sebastian asked, How about some practice? I said. I haven't got much use out of the sword yet. I grabbed it from my room and also picked up the flask Sebastian had given me. I wrapped some rags around my hands, then doused them with salt water. We went into the backyard where nobody could see us. It should have been freezing, but once the salt water soaked into my skin, my hands felt impervious to the cold, and the rest of me warmed up quickly as I practiced my stances again. Then my defense and offense. After that, Sebastian started throwing snowballs at me. Slowly, at first. I just tried to swing and hack through them with the sword. Then he started compacting them tighter and throwing them faster. I realized if he wanted to, he could squeeze an ice cube in the palm of his hand and shoot it through my skull. But he was taking it pretty easy today, tossing me mostly soft balls that I could block or skewer. I broke into a sweat once he started tossing 3 at a time. When I was finally able to slice all 3 snowballs in a quick succession of slashes, he smiled and pulled me in for a hug. That evening, the 3 of us headed towards the pub. I noticed that most of the houses had candles in the windows. With the white landscape and purple husk on the horizon, it was a beautiful scene. The pub was busy, but cozy. Liam was serving hot spiced wine in mugs, and the gathering spilled outside. People clutched their mugs for warmth and chatted around the entrance. I was surprised to see a familiar face when we squeezed inside. "Ethan, what are you doing here?" I asked. "I invited him," Jackie said, linking arms with him. "That way Sebastian won't be the only piece of arm candy here." Sebastian smiled, and I could have sworn Ethan was blushing. We got drinks and slid into a table Liam had saved for us. Sebastian sat on one side of me, Ethan on the other. The day's specials were mini hamburgers and potato wedges, thick Irish stew, and cider. I was salivating from the rich smells from the kitchen before our food even got there. I had some wine, but mostly stuck with soda water. I didn't want anything to jeopardize my performance tomorrow. I realized it would be the first time I'd sung in public since the night my parents died. Part of me felt nervous, like something bad was going to happen. Like I was cursed, maybe. But that was crazy. There was no way my singing caused my parents' death. I knew it, but it was still hard to shake the apprehension.
Jackie said you were all hanging out later, and I should come.
Ethan whispered over dinner.
We're not here together.
Don't worry about it, she was just teasing you, I said. Though from the looks Jackie was tossing him, I realized that wasn't entirely true either. We sang carols, and Derry tried to teach us a drinking game, but it was difficult to follow the rules. Later, we all walked towards Aiden's house, our shoes crunching in the icy snow. Aiden went in the house and turned on the lights. I hugged Jackie and Derry, and Jackie pulled Ethan away so Sebastian and I could be alone.
You look radiant tonight,
Sebastian said, lifting my chin before kissing me. I'm sure it was the wine, I said.
No, it was your smile. You hide it most of the time. I wish I could coax it out more often.
I leaned against his chest and inhaled deeply. He smelled delicious, like warmth and safety. I wanted to invite him in, but I needed sleep. See you tomorrow? I said, gazing up at him.
I wouldn't miss it, he said.
The snow had mostly melted when I woke up the next morning, but there were icy patches still. The air was chilly and clear. I poured some coffee and was spreading butter and strawberry jam on a piece of toast when Aiden came in holding a large garment bag.
Morning, sleepyhead. I thought you might sleep in after last night.
I feel pretty good, actually. What's that?
I pulled this down from the attic for you. You don't have to wear it, but since you said you were looking for a dress.
He unzipped the back and pulled out an elegant black gown. It was classic, vintage. It had a frilly skirt that poofed out to the sides and a tight, laced bodice with shimmering strands of silver thread. It's gorgeous, I said.
It was your grandmother's. Brianna might have worn it a time or two as well. Now it's just been sitting around. I got no use for it, of course, but I couldn't stand parting with it either. It made Phyllis look like a movie star. Also, this came for you, he said, pointing to a box on the table. It was a package from Beth, filled with Christmas gifts, candy canes, and a photo album of pictures of us together. I wanted to call her right away, but figured with the time difference, she was probably still sleeping. Instead, I sent her a thank you message on Facebook. I played around with the sword outside some more, then took a shower in the afternoon, and started to get ready for the concert. The dress was stunning, especially after I put on Sebastian's pearl necklace and pulled my hair up. I would have normally put on a lot of makeup for a concert, but I didn't need it anymore. I looked so good I almost reached for my makeup remover to wipe some of it off. But this was just my face now. Rosy lips, flawless skin, perfect eyebrows, and long, dark lashes. I wondered how much I looked like my grandmother. Aiden drove us to school, and we parked in front of the auditorium. Before I'd even seen him, Sebastian opened the car door and offered me a hand out of the car, which I actually needed, since the dress was so cumbersome, I was afraid I'd trip over it. Once I stood up, Sebastian looked me over, his eyes taking me in. I thought he was going to say something clever, but he looked like he was having trouble finding the words. "Wow," he said finally. I realized it was the first time he'd seen me in a dress, rather than jeans, or a school uniform. "You clean up pretty good yourself," I said. Sebastian was wearing a flawless, classic tux, with a black bow tie. He was overdressed for the occasion, but I wasn't complaining. He looked amazing. I made Aiden take a picture of us and posted it as my profile picture. I knew Beth would freak out when she saw it. I'd hinted that I was seeing someone here, but hadn't given her any details. We were early, so my escorts found their seats, and I went backstage to join my class. Most of us were wearing simple, dark clothes. Mrs. Tierney told us to dress conservatively, and I was worried that my dress might be too flashy. Luckily, my dress was tame next to Roisin's. She was wearing a sherbet orange dress that was almost painful to look at. It was well cut and pushed her boobs up like they were on a display shelf. I overheard her talking to Brianna when I walked in. "He couldn't come tonight, but he took me shopping to buy this. Said he wanted me to look my best. This dress cost over £400. I told him he shouldn't spend that much money on a dress I'll only wear once, but he said I was worth it." It sounded like she made up a new boyfriend to explain her sudden wealth. At least she was lying to protect Sebastian. And it was Christmas. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly and approached them. "You look really pretty," I said. "Love that dress." Roisin pulled away from me like she'd been stung and narrowed her eyes. I didn't wait for her to respond. I just moved into my place on stage and began warming up. 30 minutes later, I grabbed some water and took a peek through the curtain. I found Ethan first, sitting next to Jackie, who was next to Patricia and Kyle. Jackie was in jeans and a semi-casual blazer, but with her red hair, she still looked gorgeous, the epitome of understated elegance. She laughed at something, and I saw Ethan smile. He had on a jacket with a long black tie, which he wore with a rugged handsomeness that stood out. I wondered if he'd ever gone to a concert like this before, or whether he'd come just for me. My stomach felt tight watching them together, but I wasn't sure why. If Jackie liked him, why shouldn't they be together? Other than the fact I'd just watched his father murder somebody. Finally, they dimmed the lights, and I went back to my place quickly. The curtains opened, and Mrs. Tierney introduced us. We did a few songs as a group. Like always, I held back so my voice would blend in, rather than overpower the others. The lights were warm, the air dry. I took a sip of my water and hummed to myself just before my solo. Then I came out to the front, and the spotlight was on me. I glanced down, half expecting to see the 2 empty chairs I'd saved for my parents, finding out that the last few months of my life had been a crazy dream, and my parents were alive,
and I was just a normal girl. Mrs. Tierney waved to catch my eye, and I'd realized I'd missed my first cue. The pianist repeated the bar, and I started singing. After the first refrain, I relaxed. I let my breath fill my diaphragm and empower my voice, which erupted out of me. It was like a bird I'd kept in a cage too long, and now that I'd opened the door, it was desperate to get free. I closed my eyes and let my voice carry out over the audience like a thick, white fog. A strange power radiated through me. I could feel my voice connecting with the audience, soothing them. I was crushing it. I was dazzling them. They loved me.
Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant.
It was like the game I used to play, letting my voice capture their attention, but so much deeper. We were linked together through the cord of music that stretched from my lungs to their hearts. I could feel their adoration, almost like I was sucking it in. I lifted my hands up, letting the music guide my body, feeling the power of my voice grow and spread down my arms and through my fingertips.
See how the shepherds summoned to his cradle, leaving their flocks draw nigh with lowly fear. We too will thither and our joyful footsteps.
I could see everyone in the audience, even with my eyes closed. I could feel them. We were of one mind, like when I'd controlled the school of fish and made it jump. With one more verse to go, I opened my eyes again, and then I stopped singing, mid-syllable, with my eyes resounding in horror. The audience were no longer in their seats. They were standing, their arms raised above their heads like mine had been, their eyes collectively blank and unaware. Many of them were walking towards the front of the auditorium. A handful already stood below me, reaching for the hem of my dress. My frantic eyes sought out Aiden, then Jackie and Ethan. I choked back a sob when I saw their empty, zombified faces. All were under my spell, a spell I'd cast accidentally, and one I had no idea how to reverse. There was movement in my peripheral vision. Sebastian. Thank God he was unaffected. He practically ran up the side stairs and strode out on the stage, his footsteps echoing in the deathly quiet room. "What do I do?" I whispered to him loudly, my voice and hands shaking. "Tell them to go back to their seats and sit down. The effect will wear off in a minute or two. Once they're seated, they won't remember any of this." "Ladies and gentlemen," I said into the microphone, "please go back to your seats and sit down again." At first I was afraid it wasn't going to work. I couldn't feel that palpable cord of connection like I had before. I concentrated again, trying to seek them out. I hummed for a few seconds, then sang,
"Go sit down,"
in a B-flat. That did the trick. They began to shuffle back to their seats, in single file. I could already see some faces waking up in confusion and looking around. Luckily, almost everyone was sitting again. I watched Mr. Sadlier regain consciousness while he was still a few seats away from his chair. He looked up at me with a stunned expression. Time to run. "Thank you," I said, curtsying awkwardly before leaving the stage. After a few seconds, Mrs. Tierney picked up her cue and came on to announce the next singer. There were murmurs, but nobody seemed to be pointing fingers. Nobody, except Ethan. He practically dragged me outside, with Sebastian close behind us. "What the hell just happened?" Ethan demanded, once we were alone. His breath came out in a white fog, and his cheeks were rosy from the cold. Patches of ice clung to the edges of the parking lot. "What do you mean?"
Sebastian said. Don't lie to me, fish face. 1 second I was in my chair. The next, it was like a gap in my awareness. Everything was a little different. People sitting in different positions, papers on the ground, several people standing up. I can only remember half of your song. Something happened, right? What did you do to us?
I didn't do anything, I said. Not on purpose. I was just singing.
There are stories about the marrow, Ethan said. Old stories about the temptation of their voices. Sailors going insane and turning on each other, crashing the ship against the rocks. Whole towns throwing themselves off cliffs. Warriors filled their ears with wax so they wouldn't be influenced by the siren song. Tell me the stories aren't true.
I didn't answer. I had no idea. Ethan and I both looked at Sebastian.
Those are legends, he said, tugging at his bow tie. But based on history, yes, we are dangerous. Yes, these are things we can do, have done, especially the young who haven't learned to control themselves. Some of the oldest families, those with the purest bloodlines, do retain some of those abilities. But even they could probably only seduce 1 or 2 humans at the same time. During the wars, a handful of marrow might have been powerful enough to control a whole town, but there's no way Clara could do it. She's not even full marrow. She can't even change yet. Explain what just happened then, Ethan said, his eyes narrowed. Honestly, I can't, Sebastian said. He was looking at me strangely. I've never seen anything like that. Maybe it's just because you're such a skilled singer, because you've trained your voice, or maybe because you've spent most of your life out of the water. Maybe you've tapped into some ancient ability somehow. Or maybe it was just a freak combination of the lights or the music that somehow hypnotized everyone and put them in a trance where they were suggestible to influence.
That sounds crazy, I said. How could I accidentally hypnotize a whole room of people?
You sure you didn't do it on purpose? Ethan asked.
I thought about the game I was playing with my voice. I was trying to influence them. I wanted them to listen to me, pay attention to me. I was trying to block everything out and get them to focus on my voice. It's a game I played for years, though I don't remember when I'd started. I vaguely remember my mother telling me something when I was younger, something to overcome stage fright. They are here for you. They want to listen to you sing. Just remind them why they came.
Of course not, I snapped back at Ethan. He looked doubtful, and even Sebastian didn't look like he fully believed me. It seems like we're all surprised by this, Sebastian said finally. But now that we know it's possible, we can take precautions to prevent something like this from happening again.
Precautions?
I asked. You can't sing like that again, Ethan said, crossing his arms. Sebastian nodded in agreement. Not in public. Not ever.
Chapter 38. For the first time, Ethan and Sebastian were in total agreement. I was dangerous, and I could no longer do the one thing that made me feel talented and unique. Giving up singing was like giving up breathing. It was the only thing I was good at. After the concert, both of them kept trying to rationalize it to me, to break it down like I was stupid, explaining why I couldn't sing anymore. But I got it. Taking over someone's will, brainwashing them, getting them to do anything you told them to. It was a terrible power. Ethan said he felt violated, like I'd mind-raped him. But I didn't do it on purpose. I'd never do it on purpose. It was only dangerous because I couldn't control it yet. Maybe if I figured out how to control it. But no, I could see it in their eyes. They'd never trust me with a power this strong. I agreed to stop singing because I knew they were right, but I didn't feel like being around either of them. Everyone else was going out for coffee after the concert, but I went home with Aiden and wrapped last-minute stocking stuffers. Sebastian had no place to be on Christmas, so I told him to come over in the morning. I hung another stocking for him before going to sleep. Christmas Day was quiet. Sebastian arrived with a big bag of presents and stacked them under the tree like a small mountain, then kept me occupied with card games. I knew he was trying to cheer me up, but it was poor consolation. I felt like Ariel, when she got her legs but had to give up her voice in the bargain. Except I wasn't getting anything for my sacrifice. I'd seen myself as a singer for half of my life. Until yesterday, I still thought maybe I'd study music at a good school and try to make a career out of it. Now that dream, distant though it was, had been erased. Sebastian said most marrow couldn't even do things like that anymore. So why me, a half-blood? I wondered again who my grandmother was and where she came from. How did she end up on that beach, alone? At first I was worried Aiden forced her into a marriage somehow. Now I wondered if the opposite were true. Maybe she'd seduced him, a simple fisherman, with her beauty and hypnotic voice. Helena came over in a festive red sweater and helped Aiden cook a pot roast and potatoes for dinner. It was cute seeing them together, though it did make the house feel much smaller. I was too wrapped up in my thoughts to add to the conversation, but Helena's bubbly personality filled the silence. I could now see why the Tuatha were so afraid of the marrow. The violence I'd witnessed at the bonfire was bad enough, but this kind of power seemed far worse. I'd always believed evil was found in our choices, not our nature, but it was hard to see this new ability as anything other than malevolent. On the other hand, could I really afford to ignore any new ability? The Tuatha sacrificed Trevor for the past sins of his race. Sure, he deserved it, but they didn't know that. For them, one marrow was as good as any other, and they'd come after Sebastian next. Ethan kept telling me to pick a side. My side was with Sebastian, against the Tuatha, but also with the humans against the marrow invasion, which left me nowhere. I was still too weak to fight for real. Even though I'd been training, I'd never be as fast as Sebastian, or as strong as Ethan. The only power I had, according to Sebastian, were my looks, but I would never use my beauty on purpose for seduction or flattery. I hated those girls who used their looks to get what they wanted. But now I had my voice as well. Ethan and Sebastian agreed that it was powerful and dangerous. They seemed afraid of it. If so, why shouldn't I use it? If I had to, against anyone who might try to harm me or my friends. Was it evil to stand up for yourself? To protect the ones you loved? These thoughts circled my brain for days. We were on winter holiday for school, and I had way too much free time. The gray, quiet weather made me stir crazy. I caught up on homework assignments and pounded on my typewriter until my fingertips formed calluses. I started dipping them in salt water so I could keep typing away my frustrations. Sebastian came over every day, but the thrill of practice had worn off, and now it just seemed like work. Why was I training so hard to build up my speed, agility, and swordplay, when I couldn't use the one weapon that came naturally to me? Every time I tried to bring it up, Sebastian gave me a warning look that said the discussion was off limits. I know it's bad, I said, or at least it's been used for terrible things in the past. But shouldn't I master all of my abilities, not just some? Couldn't it come in handy? In Portrush, just before I got pushed, I was commanding a school of fish. People aren't fish. But what if the Tuatha come after you, and I could make them lay down their weapons? The effect would wear off, and they'd pick them back up again, hating us even more. You'd have to charm them, and then slaughter them while they were under your influence. But it would only increase the fear and hatred. They'd come after you again, in bigger numbers, with renewed strength.
Don't you see? Right now, you're just one marrow. Not even a full marrow. You can blend in or disappear. You can hide out, join the humans. But this gift? It'll make you infamous. A sorceress. Nobody will ever trust you. Your friends and family will lose faith in you. They won't know whether your relationship was real or if they've been charmed. It's not about whether your gift can be used for good. It's about not drawing more attention to yourself and making you a target. Everything Sebastian said was reasonable, and I could see he was trying to protect me, but I still wasn't convinced. I'd gotten in the habit of taking strolls by myself, before or after our marathon training sessions. On the last day of the month, I walked all the way to Coleraine, the biggest city in the area, which was a few miles away. Sebastian had invited everyone over to his house for a New Year's party. I planned to sleep in and go shopping with him in the afternoon to get some food and party decorations, but I woke up at dawn and couldn't get back to sleep. I thought I'd just walk up to Dunluce Castle, but I kept going, following the long, straight road through green fields filled with cows and sheep. I knew I should turn back, but I didn't. I needed something new to explore. I'd been all over Port Ballantrae and Portrush, and I felt stifled, limited by their familiarity. In Coleraine, I window shopped all morning, then got some coffee and a piece of carrot cake with thick white frosting. I was about to start walking back when I saw the church. It was old, a few centuries maybe, with dark grey stones and a tall steeple. We went to church sometimes when I was young, though I didn't think my parents were particularly religious. There was a sign outside with a quote that read, "Life is not just a succession of experiences. It is a search for the truth, the good and the beautiful. It is to this end that we make our choices. It is for this that we exercise our freedom. It is in this that we find happiness and joy." I could use some happiness. I pushed open the heavy wooden door and passed what looked like a bird bath, then sat in one of the pews and began flipping through the Bible. I'm not sure what I was looking for. Permission? Forgiveness? I didn't know I wasn't alone until the man next to me cleared his throat. "Something I can help you with, Clara?" My heart raced when I heard my name, but I looked up and recognized Father Murphy in his black cassock. It was weird to see him outside of class, but I guess I shouldn't be too surprised to find him in a church. "You work here?" I asked. "I'm not sure it's fair to call it work." He smiled. "I like to think it's more of a calling. Were you looking for anything in particular?" he asked, nodding towards the Bible. "Isn't there a passage about God making all the creatures under the sea and saying that it was good?" I asked. "I mean, didn't he make everything good, and evil came into the world later, through disobedience?" "Yes, in Genesis, but right after the part he tells mankind to fill the earth and subdue it, rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, and over every living creature that moves on the ground. Why do you ask?" "I don't know. I guess I'm just wondering, how far is too far? What if we wiped out a whole species? Or what if a human did something without meaning to, that hurt someone else? Or what if, to stop someone from hurting others, you had to do something to them? Something not good? Would that be evil, if your intentions were pure?" In Isaiah 1:18, the Lord says, "Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool." All humans can be forgiven. "All humans," I repeated, wondering about the distinction. Father Murphy reached for the Bible and placed it in the back of the pew in front of us. As he did so, I caught a glimpse of the gnarled flesh around his wrist. It looked like something I'd seen before on burn victims. He's rescued us from the domination of darkness and brought us into the kingdom of forgiveness and redemption. Father Murphy continued. Who is a God like you, who pardons sin and forgives the transgression of the remnant of his inheritance? You do not stay angry forever, but delight to show mercy. You will again have compassion on us. You will tread our sins underfoot and hurl all our iniquities into the depths of the sea.
Father Murphy said that last line with a knowing look that made my blood run cold. Was it just a coincidence? Or was he telling me he knew something? As I looked around the empty church, a chill crept up my spine, and I shivered. Thanks, I said hastily, standing up. Sorry to bother you. Actually, I didn't expect anyone to be here. I just needed a place to think. You're welcome here anytime. See you in class next week, he said. I nodded and hurried outside. Once I returned to the bright light outside, I felt ridiculous. Father Murphy was just trying to help. Still, I wondered. If God had thrown all our evils into the sea, did that mean the marrow were evil? Was I part of the domination of darkness? It made some sense. The marrow existed in a world that was naturally devoid of light. A silent, dark world beneath our own. What if the dark place under the ocean where marrow come from was the source of evil? But that seemed too black and white to me. I thought about Ethan and Sebastian. Both, in their own way, had a moral compass and were fighting for what they believed was right. Maybe it wasn't what you believed that made you evil, but how far you were willing to go to defend those beliefs. I caught a bus home and called Sebastian on the way to make plans. The weather was clear but chilly. I was glad I brought my new coat and the blue scarf Aiden gave me for Christmas. I felt bad leaving Aiden alone on New Year's, so I invited him to our party, even though it would be a little awkward. But he said he had plans. With Helena. A date? I asked. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. He grinned. Just asked her to join us for a pint at Liam's place. It's no big deal, he said. But he'd combed his hair and was wearing a green sweater that looked new. He looked adorable. Okay, I'm glad you'll be with friends, I said, giving him a hug. Be safe, he said earnestly. Stay with Sebastian, don't drink too much. If you need to stay over there or with Jackie, just text me and let me know. I wanted to help Sebastian shop for the party, but he said he'd already taken care of everything and would pick me up at 7. He was right on time, and he jumped out and held the door open for me. Your chariot awaits, he said, beckoning towards his car. Derry and Patricia texted about inviting some friends. Is that cool? It's New Year's, he shrugged. The more the merrier. Sebastian's apartment sparkled with silver glitter decorations and paper streamers. On the main table was a massive spread of snacks and a pot of chocolate fondue surrounded by fruits, bread, and assorted cheeses. On the porch was a bucket with at least 5 bottles of champagne. You did all of this today? I asked. I move fast, remember? I can slice up a dozen apples in a minute. He handed me a glittery tiara and gave me a kiss. Guests started arriving at 8. Jackie and Derry came first, marveling at the space and the decorations. Then Patricia and Kyle arrived, leading a group of other kids. I'd met most of them before, but had never really talked to them. Plus, they looked different without their school uniforms on. Jackie refreshed my memory as they came in. So, that one with the shaggy blonde hair is Tristan. He plays tennis and is dating Megan, the one with the dark hair and the pink top. Declan and Kiera are together, she said, pointing at a taller boy with dark hair and green eyes, and a pretty girl with light brown hair. And that's Caitlin with the freckles. It's almost too pretty to eat, Patricia said, standing near Sebastian's magnificent spread. Allow me to go first, Kyle said, piling up his plate. As we ate, I learned that Caitlin loved computers and tech. Kiera was learning to skateboard, which is where she got the long scrape on her forearm, and Tristan was a jokester. He kept doing impressions or saying things that made everyone laugh. The doorbell rang, and I went to get it. I was surprised to see Ethan at the door. After recent events, an unannounced visit from Ethan was usually a sign that something terrible was about to happen. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Nice to see you too." He smirked. "Sorry, I'm just surprised. Did Jackie invite you?" "No, Sebastian did." He laughed when he saw my expression. "Yeah, it surprised me too at first. Actually, I was half sure it was just a trap to get me alone, but I watched everybody else arrive. With all the guests here, I think we'll manage to keep it civil for one night." I nodded and held the door open for him. I'd never seen Ethan be social. He always seemed sullen, and I think he used his reputation as a bad boy to keep people away. I was afraid he'd be a jerk and ruin the vibe of the evening, or sit alone in the corner drinking himself into a stupor, but I shouldn't have worried. Tonight, Ethan was generous with his smile, and he seemed friendly and confident. He jumped into Declan and Tristan's conversation and was soon laughing along with them. Kiara and Patricia joined them, and a few minutes later, they all headed towards the door. "Where's everybody going?" Jackie asked. "Impromptu skate session." Tristan back over his shoulder. "Ethan's going to give us some pointers." We followed them outside and waited as Tristan retrieved 2 skateboards from his car. "Here you go, mate," Tristan said, tossing one board to Ethan. "I bought one just to keep her company, but every time I get on the damn thing, I fall on my ass." Ethan took the board and shoved off with his back foot down the cement pathway, leading up to the house. Then he flicked the board up and it spun under him. He landed the jump and then kicked the board up, catching it in one hand. The other kids cheered and clapped. I was seeing a whole new side of Ethan tonight, and I realized I'd been unfair to him. I thought angry jerk was pretty much the default setting of his personality, but I realized he was just that way to me. And with everything going on, who could blame him? It made me happy to see him this way, having fun for a change. I didn't realize how much I was smiling until Patricia came up and stood next to me. "It's not fair, you know," she said. "What's not?" "Stringing him along like this." I turned and looked at her with wide eyes. "Ethan? We're just friends. I'm with Sebastian." "Does he know that?" "I've told him." "Then why does he still look at you like that?" "Like what?" "Like he'd jump into a volcano to save you. Like he's waiting for his chance, because he doesn't believe what you have with Sebastian will last." At that moment, Ethan caught my eye and smiled. I felt my gut tighten. Was Patricia right? Was I leading him on? Giving him cause to doubt? "What should I do?" I whispered. "Convince him?" She shrugged. "If you're not into him, you need to make it clear, so we can move on." She nudged my shoulder and nodded her head towards Jackie, who was sitting alone on the front steps. When we went back inside, I wrapped my arms around Sebastian, and I gave him a long kiss. I didn't have much experience dating, and I was shy about kissing in public. But what if Patricia was right? What if by not showing my feelings, I was screwing those things up? Not just for Ethan, but for Jackie also. For the rest of the evening, I tried to stick close to Sebastian and pay Ethan less attention. Suddenly, I was self-conscious about everything. I'd never had to worry about stuff like this when I was younger. But with my changed appearance, I realized I needed to be more careful. A smile or a touch on the shoulder could make someone fall for me. It could create jealous girlfriends or ruin relationships. I hated that I couldn't just relax and enjoy myself without being a source of drama. But I also didn't want to accidentally be sending off the wrong signals. Just before midnight, we went outside again, with a couple of bottles of champagne, a big dish of chocolate-covered strawberries, and a box of sparklers. We walked out to the grassy park. Sebastian had pulled 2 picnic tables together and covered them with shiny gold tablecloths, but stayed far from the water. Some of the others started sharing their New Year's resolutions and talking about their plans for the coming year. I could tell the bonfire attack was on people's minds, even if the subject was avoided. Most of the resolutions involved living life to the fullest, because life was short. Declan wanted to learn to surf. Caitlin wanted to study French. I couldn't think of anything I wanted. My plans for being a singer were shattered, and I was still reeling from that loss. All I wanted now was more time. More moments like this one, surrounded by friends. Even if I had to lie to them, to keep them safe. We counted down to midnight and raised our glasses, shouting and banging pots and pans. We hugged each other and then lit sparklers. Tristan chased Megan around with his. I was trying to get mine lit, but had trouble with the lighter. The wind kept blowing out the flame. "Need a hand?" Ethan asked. He cupped his hands around the top of my sparkler so that only he could see it, narrowed his eyes and whispered something. I smelled a wisp of smoke just before my sparkler exploded into a shower of brilliant white sparks. "Show off," Sebastian muttered next to me. Ethan grinned and then lit his own. I moved my arms around, weaving patterns in the air. It was beautiful, watching everyone play with their sparklers on the shoreline. The ocean was so dark, I couldn't see where it stopped and the sky began, except for the stars. The bright lights were affecting my vision. After my sparkler died out, I was still seeing spots. I blinked a few times, but they didn't go away. Then, I felt Sebastian stiffen beside me. "What the hell is that?" Derry asked, pointing out towards the sea. There were lights out near the horizon. Colorful, glowing lights. They spread as far as I could see, for miles and miles. "Can't we see the northern lights sometimes from here?" Jackie asked. "Yeah, but I don't think they look like that," Derry said. "Plus, those are lower," Kyle said. "It looks like they're actually in the ocean, not above it." "Shh," I said. "Quiet. Do you hear that?" Everyone stopped talking. At first, I thought the steady thumping was just my heartbeat, but Ethan met my eye and nodded. "Drums," he said, "and something else." "Sounds like a horn, or lots of horns," Patricia said. "Weird. Okay, this is creepy. Plus, it's freezing out here. I'm going back inside. Who's with me?" The others followed her in. Sebastian didn't move. He was still staring out at the ocean. Jackie was holding back as well, waiting for us. "See you inside," Ethan said, waving to her. She went in reluctantly. When it was just the three of us, we could see the lights more clearly. Ethan pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. He took a deep pull, and I watched the end of the cigarette glow red. It was bright and fiery, unlike the lights in the ocean. They were subdued, pinks and purples, greens and yellows. Hundreds of them spread out in a massive line that filled my vision. I shivered and crossed my arms. "I've read about stuff like this," Ethan said finally. "Mystical lights out at sea, trumpets of the deep. It's the marrow, right?" Sebastian nodded. "Conch shells," he said, "not trumpets. They're just letting us know they're there. While we're celebrating, they're preparing for war." "Wait, what?" Ethan's eyes widened. "The marrow are coming," I said gently. "Soon." "I thought you said they were just thinking about it. I didn't think it would actually happen. They want to wipe out the human race? Seriously? What are they waiting for? Why haven't they attacked again since the bonfire?" "We should tell him," I said to Sebastian. "Tell me what?" Sebastian took a deep breath. "The general's name is Anicetus. He was looking for a powerful weapon, but decided not to wait any longer." "He's the one in charge? The leader of the marrow?" "Yes, but by accident. He was leading the army, but it was an honorary title only. The marrow haven't been to war for over 1,000 years. Who would we fight?" Anicetus started campaigning, becoming more of a politician, trying to convince people that the king was weak and that we needed to strike against the humans before it was too late for our race.
He campaigned and tried to get the council to put pressure on the king to use the weapon. And he got a lot of support. But the king refused. Not long after, the royal family disappeared. Nicetus started building up a standing army, and in the past decade has become the de facto ruler. He's so powerful, nobody will challenge him. So what's he waiting for? Ethan asked. He's waiting for his son to return and lead the charge, I said. His son? Sebastian, I said. Sebastian is his son. Ethan's eyes widened, and he took a step away from us. So I was right, he said. The bonfire attack. They were here for you. I ran away because my father's army was becoming ruthless. I wanted no part in it. Once the invasion begins, I'll be branded as a traitor and put to death. By waiting, he's offering me a chance to return. But he gave me a deadline at the campfire, and time's almost up. I have to go back. I bit my lip and tried to keep the tears out of my eyes. I knew this was coming, but we hadn't actually spoken about it for weeks. He's your father? Can't you ask him to stop? People don't ask things of my father. They obey. There must be something you can do, I said. Sebastian shrugged. If I play nice and apologize, he'll probably give me a leadership role. Maybe I can find a way to sabotage his plans from the inside, or find supporters who can oppose him. Or maybe I can leak you information at least, battle plans. You need to warn the Tuatha and get them ready, I said, turning to Ethan. Find the weapons or make new ones. I filled him in quickly on all the research I'd done. He looked at me with raised eyebrows. Also, you need to get them to back off Sebastian. He's the only ally you've got right now, and there's a war coming. They need to see the bigger picture. What about Clara? Ethan asked, turning to Sebastian. You're leaving her here, alone? I have to go back, Sebastian said. The penalty for not returning would be the swift destruction of Port Ballantrae and everyone in it. But if I go back, I can try to stall my father's plans. Or at the very least, I can find out what his plans are. I'll get away as soon as possible, hopefully in a week or two. In the meantime, I trust you can protect Clara. With Trevor dead, she shouldn't be in any danger from the marrow. They aren't interested in her. So the only people who might hurt her are your people. Hold on, I interrupted, putting one hand down on the picnic table. You both keep referring to me like I'm totally defenseless. I'm tired of being sheltered. You're not weak, but you are fragile, Sebastian said. Then make me tough. You said I have abilities I shouldn't have. If you think I might be dangerous, good. I want to be dangerous. But don't tell me to hide my powers or resist them. Teach me how to use them, so that whatever is coming, I have a chance at stopping it. Sebastian nodded. I've been teaching Clara to fight. I can keep training her until I leave, to help her control her marrow abilities. When I'm gone, you should take over. Ethan's face was grave as he nodded solemnly. The three of us stood facing the dark sea and the glowing lights. The drums and horns had stopped, but we listened to the music of the wind and waves. The lights were still there, but looked like they were dimming. The three of us against an army of mermaids, Ethan said as we turned back to the house. Unfucking believable. Chapter 39. Again, Sebastian said. He attacked me with a long stick, and I did my best to block. Parry, parry, thrust. Then he sidestepped and stuck out his foot. I went tumbling past him into the shallow water, cutting my knees on the rocks. Blood hit seawater and filled the cave with a dazzling light show as my wounds began healing. By the time I stood up, the cuts had sealed themselves, and the pain was gone, but I was still exhausted. We'd been training like this for days. Every time I thought I was improving,
Sebastian would up his game and show me how far I still had to go. Our swimming lessons had become endurance training. He made me swim until my arms felt like limp noodles. We did the sparring first, because after being in the water for an hour, I couldn't even lift the sword. I didn't complain. I'd talked him into this, but it was difficult to keep from getting demoralized. Sebastian was just one marrow, and even though I was faster and stronger than most normal humans, he could still beat me with one hand behind his back. "Let's try something else," Sebastian said finally, giving me a chance to catch my breath. "I've been thinking about it, and it may have been a mistake to ignore your other powers. I understand why Ethan wouldn't want you to use them, at least the singing. That kind of power, nobody has been able to do that for centuries. It makes me think that your grandmother wasn't just some runaway marrow who fell in love with a human. She must have been from a pure bloodline, maybe a descendant of the sirens, or some other noble family. Even so, as a minnow, there's no way you should be able to do the things you can do. But since you can, it's better you learn to control them. And who knows, maybe you have other gifts we haven't discovered yet. It would be better to find out now, rather than by accident later." "So what? I can sing them to death?" "No, the singing won't work on other marrow. But let's not forget, the marrow aren't the ones after you. In fact, if you can prove you have marrow blood, they might leave you alone. Frankly, I still don't think you should be singing, at all. What I saw at the concert, it reminded me of the stories I heard as a child. Horrible stories about powerful marrow charming dozens of humans at once. They'd use them like puppets or chess pieces, even force them to slaughter their own loved ones. Marrow don't need to do stuff like that to kill humans. They only did it out of cruelty or malice. I can't see any way to use your voice and not become the monster the Tuatha think you are. It's everything the marrow used to be when they were using the Tuatha as slaves. It's the reason the Tuatha revolted. The reason for their deep hatred of us. That's why the royal family outlawed interaction with humans." "So what then?" "Well, it's not your only gift. Don't forget what you did to Roisin with the Gatorade, or the salt shakers." "So I should throw salt water at them? Or make water animals?" "There's more to hydrokinesis than just making animals," Sebastian said darkly. "Most marrow can't charm with their voice, like you can, but they can still manipulate and control water, which makes them very dangerous." "But how? They'll drown us?" "The human body is 70% water and contains about 40 teaspoons of salt. Human blood is probably more similar to seawater than you realize. Both contain many of the same salts, mostly sodium and chlorine, which make up common table salt. And blood also contains more metal, 200 times more zinc, 250 times more iron, and 1,000 times more copper." "So what you're saying is, most marrow can charm, but can't force humans to do their bidding, not like you did, with your voice at the concert, by putting them in a suggestible trance. However, some marrow, my father included, can control a human body. It's not easy to do. Water has no will, but with a human, you need to override their own control. Your will needs to be stronger than theirs. Making water animals isn't useless. It's very important for you to develop a strong will, because otherwise, a stronger marrow will be able to take you over. They could make you hurt yourself, or someone you care about." I shuddered, picturing Ajax on the beach. Controlling my body would be a worse violation than the one he threatened me with. "Okay," I nodded. "I'm ready. Teach me how it works." Marrow have a powerful magnetism. It's in our blood. That's why our blood is so valuable to the Tuatha. We can use it to pull or push
attract or repel trace minerals and metals. Sebastian waded out until the water was up to his waist, then raised his arms so that his palms were facing down towards the water. After a few moments, I realized he was getting taller. My mouth dropped open as his legs, then feet, appeared, dripping water from his toes, hovering over the surface of the water. He started walking forward, like he was balancing on an invisible tightrope. "No freaking way," I said. "We can fly?" "It's a trick," he laughed. "I'm not really walking. I'm just using my awareness to push down against the water. Watch." He concentrated and lifted up several feet above the surface of the water. His brow was furrowed, and he started trembling with exertion before plunging back into the ocean. "Your turn," he said, with water dripping down his torso. I waded into the sea, then raised my hands above the surface and tried pushing down. Nothing happened. I could feel the water around me, feel the strength flowing into me. I let myself relax and feel the water the way I'd felt the people at the concert. Then I put my hands out to my sides again and pushed down. I didn't go up. Instead, all the water went away from me until I was standing in a hole of water. I frowned at the wet, rocky ground as a red crab scurried under a rock. "That didn't work," I said, blowing a strand of my hair out of my face. "You're not really pushing the water away," Sebastian said. "You're pushing you, the water in your body, away from the water in the ocean." I tried a few more times, but still couldn't get it. "Let's try something easier. Move this bucket," he said, filling a blue plastic bucket, the kind kids use to make sand castles. He left it sitting on a rock inside the cave, near our bags. My skin tingled with excitement. This was what I'd been waiting for, figuring out how to control my powers. I concentrated on the water in the bucket, so I could lift it up. I felt sweat bead on my brow, and my legs started trembling. The weight of the ocean made gravity feel like it was sucking me into the earth. "Stop," Sebastian said. "You can't pick up the whole ocean. You need to set boundaries. You need to feel this water, just the water inside the bucket, and form a connection with it." I tried again, but it was just like before. "Try humming," Sebastian said. "What?" "You're trying too hard. You need to relax. I think that's what singing does for you. It shuts down your mind and makes it more instinctual. Try humming, then move the bucket." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I hummed a few lines from a song I liked. Then I opened my eyes and sent all my focus on the blue bucket. It flew off the rock and splashed all over my backpack. "You did it," Sebastian smiled. "Yeah," I said, picking up my backpack and brushing off the water. "Just a little messy." "You'll get better." I opened my backpack to see how much damage I'd done. My heart stopped when I saw my mom's journal. "Shit," I said. "I forgot I'd been carrying this around. It got all wet." I pulled out the journal and shook water off the damp pages. "It'll dry. Wait. Look." Sebastian's eyes went wide as the journal started to glow. I leafed through the pages. Where the edges had gotten damp, letters were appearing in the margins. They were glowing, like the runes on the stones at Tamherfalak. "There's more," I whispered, mesmerized. "Written in mermaid blood, revealed by salt water. Gruesome, but clever." I read the text quickly, wiping more salt water on the paper to make the letters shine brighter. Letters my mother had scribbled in the margins with desperate strokes. Then I looked up at Sebastian, a thrill running through my body. "I know where my mother hid the necklace." Sebastian parked on the side of the road and let me out. I walked down the hill towards Port Ballantrae, holding the journal open so I could get my bearings. "Someone has discovered me. I think I'm being followed."
My mother wrote these words over a decade ago, before leaving Ireland forever. I've buried the necklace to keep it safe. On the last page, there was a map showing the town and Dunluce Castle. It wasn't exact, but I had a feeling I'd be able to find the spot. The map showed an X not far from the cliff, with a uniquely shaped inlet down below. I took a sharp intake of breath when I realized where I'd ended up. It was where I'd been standing the first time I saw Sebastian. I shivered, but not from the cold. How could I have known where my mother hid the necklace? I couldn't see anything out of place, but it had been 16 years. Sebastian walked down after me and watched as I slowly traced circles around the spot. Just when I was about to give up, I felt it, an energetic pulsing shooting up my legs like an electric shock. Under the ground, under the dirt, I could feel my mother's necklace calling me. It wanted to be found. I dug with my bare fingers, ripping out chunks of dirt and clawing through the dark soil until I hit something solid. I pulled out the rectangular shape and brushed it off. It was an ornate wooden box with a Celtic knot carved into the front. I had to pry it open. The hinges were rusted shut. It was late afternoon now, but when I opened the box, the contents sparkled with inner light. The necklace was beautiful. The silver gleamed like moonlight, and the blue stone was lit up from the inside with a white fire. When I picked it up, I felt a rush of energy. It was like a lost limb I never knew I was missing. I suddenly felt whole, more complete than I ever had before. Sebastian looked over my shoulder and gasped.
It's a betulia, an old one, and very rare. See the markings under the stone?
I ran my finger over the tiny engravings. There was a trident symbol and some Greek characters. Under the necklace was a page torn from my mother's journal. Colin's asked me to run away with him, but he's being weird. He says his family are part of an ancient race called the Tuatha, and they hunt marrow. He says his father and the other family heads are going to try to kill me, to harvest my blood and make their tools more powerful. I don't get it. But Colin seems certain. Terrified. He booked us tickets. He says I can't tell Aiden the real reason. We just have to leave. I handed the note to Sebastian so he could read it. When he looked up at me again, he searched my face, like he was seeing me for the first time. This doesn't tell us anything new, I said, except the Tuatha knew about my mother, and that Colin and her had planned to run away together. We still don't know what went wrong, or what actually happened the night Colin died. But if Colin was planning on leaving with my mother, he wouldn't have attacked her, so it's unlikely she killed him.
Why do you think she buried the necklace? Sebastian asked. Why leave it here? Why not take it with her?
I don't know, I shrugged. But it's a good thing she did, right? At least we have it. Could it help? Does it tell you anything about my grandmother, where she came from? Sebastian folded the letter and placed it back in the box without answering my question.
It's getting late, he said. Why don't I drop you off at home and we can discuss it more tomorrow?
When he pulled up outside Aiden's house, he seemed preoccupied. He didn't get out of the car to kiss me goodbye like he usually did. He just sat behind the wheel, brooding. I wondered if he was trying to create some distance between us, since he had to leave soon. Or maybe he was just tired. I tried not to feel abandoned as I watched him drive off. Inside, I made chamomile tea and grabbed some cookies. I'd left the box near the door, but had the necklace in my pocket. I wasn't ready to put it on yet. It made me feel different. Stronger somehow, but less myself. I stashed it in my desk drawer, then did the dishes. Aiden and I both let them stack up until there was a pile. When the sink was empty, I grabbed the box to clean off the layers of dirt still clinging to it. As I scrubbed it thoroughly, I felt something snap and move. At first, I thought I'd broken something. But when I felt for the moving piece, I saw that it was a little drawer near the base. A secret drawer. Inside was another piece of my mother's notebook, folded up into a tight square. I pulled it out and flattened it against the table. Colin is dead. My fingers trembling as I write these words. He warned me that I was in danger, that somebody wanted my blood, but I hadn't taken it seriously. It's my fault he's dead. They were after me. A shadow killed him. He appeared out of nowhere, a whirl of a dark cape. I saw the flash of a knife. Colin threw me behind him and took the blade into his chest, then lashed out with a beam of light so bright the attacker's clothes caught fire. I could smell the burnt flesh as he screamed and ran off, leaving Colin dying in my arms. I tried to save him, but I was too slow. Too late. The wounds were too deep. Morgan found us. She says I have to leave, that it's still not safe, that too many people remember the old ways in Ireland. She's sending me to America. I leave tonight, alone or almost alone. I still have a final token of love, the life swelling in my belly. A child of death and suffering, of tragic love and failed hopes. I didn't tell Morgan about the baby. It will never know of this world, or this hatred. It will be normal and loved and happy. I will give it all the things I wished for myself, but have now lost. I want to bring my mother's necklace, but if I keep it, they'll keep coming after me. Colin said it was powerful, that his people would want it. I'm burying it near Dunluce Castle, in the spot where my mother stood to watch the ocean. Maybe I'll come back for it in a few years, when I figure out what's going on. Or maybe it'll lie there, hidden, for the rest of time. I scanned the letter again, my eyes freezing on one line. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't tell Morgan about the baby. I felt sick as I looked again at the date. I was born 8 months later. Chapter 40. My world spun around me. My mother was pregnant before she left Ireland? How was that even possible? 1,000 memories flashed through my mind of the man I'd always believed to be my father. The only father I'd ever had. The man who raised me. But if I was the child my mother mentioned, then my real dad must have been Colin. And according to the note, Morgan was the one responsible for sending her to America. Which meant 2 things. 1. Ethan was my cousin. 2. Morgan had lied to my face. I rolled off the chair and sank to my knees against the cold kitchen floor. I felt dizzy, ungrounded. My history had been rewritten in one instant, and I didn't even know who I was anymore. I curled up into a ball with my arms around my knees. Miscreant rubbed up against me. I squeezed him against my chest, until he struggled to get free. Suddenly, the small house felt claustrophobic. I felt like I couldn't breathe, like there wasn't enough oxygen in the room. I went outside and grabbed my bike. The sun was down, and it was already dark and cold. I didn't realize I hadn't brought my coat until I started shivering, but I kept going. I pedaled until I was gasping for breath. I didn't know exactly where I was headed when I left the house, but soon found myself close to the road leading to Ethan's house. I turned sharply towards it. Riding through the dark woods, I imagined the long branches were hands reaching out for me, until I saw the lights of the mansion up ahead. It started to rain, and my clothes stuck to my body like a second skin. It was so cold, I thought they would freeze that way. Ethan opened the door when I knocked, and I stormed past him. I didn't care that I was dripping a path behind me on the hardwood floor. "What the hell? You rode your bike here. It's freezing outside and you're soaked." He grabbed a blanket off the couch and wrapped it around me, rubbing my shoulders and trying to dry my hair. My teeth were chattering. Now that I was here, I wasn't sure what to say. I wanted to yell at him, but he was being so nice to me. It dissolved my wrath and confused my emotions. I pushed away from him. "You're obviously upset about something.
He frowned. What is it this time? I took the secret page from my mother's journal from my pocket and held it up to him. It was damp from the rain, and my hand was shaking. Upset? I don't think that's the right word. I don't think there is a right word. My dead mother just told me from beyond the grave that she was pregnant before she left Ireland, which means my father wasn't my real father. Ethan took the note and started reading it. His face went white, and it looked like he was going to be sick. Your father? Colin was your father? That means... We're cousins. Insane, right? I had no idea, but that doesn't matter right now. Doesn't matter? How can you say that? He lifted one hand towards me, but then stopped, his fingers lingering in the air. What matters is that Morgan knew all about it, and she lied to me. What did I know about? Morgan said, entering the room calmly. Her black silk nightgown pooled on the floor around her feet. The night Colin died, you sent my mom away. You convinced her to leave. Why don't I put a pot of tea on? She said, disappearing into the kitchen. I was still damp and shaking, so Ethan added more wood to the fire and moved me closer to the heat. Morgan returned and set 3 cups of tea on the table. I didn't reach for mine. You lied to me, I said, pointing an accusing finger at her. As my anger resurfaced, I could feel the marrow blood pumping through my veins. It wanted to reach out and shake her, but I'd seen what Ethan could do, and Morgan was probably even more powerful. I could sense the tattoos she wore hidden under her clothes. Tattoos full of marrow blood. But I was stronger now, and faster. Sebastian had trained me well. Even though I couldn't fully turn, I was still way faster than any normal human. Morgan held my gaze, and I felt like a cowboy in a quick-draw contest. Finally, I looked away and took a deep breath. I needed to calm down. I answered all your questions, Morgan said, when the tension had lessened. You just weren't asking the right ones. We don't often allow outsiders into our trust, and you've certainly done nothing to earn it. Plus, it seems you are one of our oldest enemies. You're wrong, I said. I just found out my mother was pregnant when she left Ireland. Colin was my father, which means I'm half to the day. I'm family, whether you like it or not. We share the same blood. Morgan studied my face carefully before snatching the letter out of my hands. Her eyes grew wide as she read it. When she looked up at me again, her fingers flew to her mouth. The front door burst open, and I jumped. Another figure came in out of the rain, shaking his coat. He froze when he saw me, and I recognized his dark eyes. Paul. He scowled and pulled a dagger from the sheath on his belt. He held up his other hand like he was preparing to cast out demons, and I smelled smoke. I was sure I was about to become a flaming marshmallow, but Ethan stepped in front of him. What's she doing here? Paul growled. I noticed the dagger was the same kind Ethan had. The same kind my attacker was wielding when he slashed my arm. You did it, I accused. You wrote that threatening note, then you pushed me off the pier to prove I was Marrow. If it wasn't for that note, Paul said, lowering his knife, I would have killed you already. That note was a warning to the other 2 at the day to leave you alone. She wants to know about her mother, Morgan said. Her mother was a monster and a murderer, Paul said coldly. If you're talking about Colin, Morgan said, I'm pretty confident that Branagh had nothing to do with his death. In fact, I just learned that their involvement with each other was much deeper than I'd previously assumed. But she ran, and she's a Marrow, Paul said, practically spitting the word. And we've been at war for 1,000 years, Morgan rolled her eyes. I know, but things aren't always as simple as they seem. You left home to avoid the responsibilities that would have been yours after Colin's death. But it's time you learned the truth. So sit down and be quiet. I'm only going to tell you this story once, and it will have to be enough for all three of you. Paul lowered the dagger and sank into the sofa. Morgan took her place in the green chair. I remained standing at the edge of the room, so I could run for the door if I had to. Branna and Colin met in school, Morgan began. They were both outsiders at first, shy and a little strange, but they bonded quickly. Of course we knew about Phyllis. We'd discussed her at length in our council meetings. But we never had any real proof. None of us had ever seen a real marrow before. Some wanted to kidnap her and steal her blood. They thought they could renew our powers and reclaim some of our former glory. The legends warned us how dangerous they could be, but Phyllis was always charming and controlled. She never did anything to hurt anyone, so we debated. Was she a marrow or not? Did she deserve to die just to give us more power? Would the ancient rituals described in our books even work? Before we could make a decision, there was an accident with Father Murphy. Some of the Kale were furious that we'd let our chance slip away. They started to focus their attention on Branna. She was a bright girl, pretty, but ordinary in every way. We voted to wait and see if she turned or manifested any abilities. There was no use in killing her if her blood didn't fuel our magic. Branna turned 16 and her beauty became stunning, supernatural. She looked quite a bit like you do now. Her confidence grew and she became impertinent, as she realized that she could ask for just about anything and it would be given to her. Together with Colin, they became the most popular kids in school. He with the little bit of magic we'd taught him, simple charms and spells, and she with her persuasive charm. It was harmless mostly, but we were worried that their relationship could become a much bigger problem as their powers developed. And Colin had shared things with her, things about us, how our magic worked. She was fascinated with the history of the marrow, just like you are. But unlike you, there were no marrow around to guide her. She was alone. She came to visit me sometimes, to talk about the old legends. I think she came to think of me as a mother figure. The council voted again, and this time Gilroy, my husband, voted with the other members. The relationship could not be allowed to continue. Colin would be kicked out of the Kale if he didn't break it off with Branna, and Branna was to be sacrificed to make up for the blood we'd lost when her mother disappeared. I begged my husband to change his mind, but he saw this as the last opportunity to revive our race. Our powers were fading, our supplies were running low. It was meant to be a surprise, but I told Colin. They decided to run away. I promised I would help them. On the night they planned to run, I felt a disturbance. I'd placed a charm on Colin to let me know if he was in danger. It went off, and I ran to them. I found Colin on the ground in a pool of blood. Branna was sitting next to him. Her wrists looked like she'd chewed into them, and she was dripping her blood into Colin's mouth. But it was too late. She sobbed and pounded on his chest, trying to bring him back. It was heartbreaking. She was the strongest woman I've ever met. I tore her away from the body and walked her down to the ocean. I'd never seen a marrow in the water before. The magic, the healing. I was amazed. Then I brought her home. I thought about taking her to Aiden's house, but she asked me not to. She said she was in danger. Whoever killed Ethan was still out there, and they'd be back. Actually, I wondered if it was one of us, the two Atha Day, trying to grab more power for their own family. It would not have been hard to imagine. I'll admit, after seeing Branna's healing, I was tempted to save some of her blood for myself. A drop of it truly is miraculous. But if it was one of us, and they killed their own kind, their life would be forfeit. They would have broken the pact that keeps our families at peace. She already had the ticket to America, so I gave her some money and I told her to go. We didn't know who was after her, and I didn't know how to protect her. She'd already faced so much suffering. I thought a clean start, a real life, far away, might be the solution. I had no idea, she said, taking my hand, about you. If I'd have known I had a granddaughter, I never would have sent her away. I'm so sorry. When I heard you were coming back, I put that note on your door, in case any of the Tuatha Dé found out what you were and decided to go after you themselves.
You wrote that note, Paul said. Why didn't you tell me all of this earlier?
I'm sorry, Paul, that we never discussed this. You were just a boy when Colin died. I didn't know you were carrying so much hostility towards Branna, or that you'd suspected her in your brother's death. Though I guess our two races have always been quick to blame each other.
But if Branna didn't kill Colin, who did? Ethan asked. The note said the attacker moved quickly. It could have been another Marrow. That part of the note had been bothering me as well. Sebastian said Marrow didn't have any reason to go after their own kind. So why would one attack my mother?
I'm not sure we'll ever know, Morgan said. Now that Colin and your mother are dead, the only witness left is the attacker himself, and he's unlikely to confess his crimes.
So what happens now? Ethan asked. Is she still in danger?
The Tuatha Dé will have to respect the laws. If Colin is Clara's father, then she's Tuatha Dé. Even with Marrow blood, she will not be harmed once we tell the other families.
What about Sebastian? I asked. He's not like Trevor or the other Marrow. He's on our side. He wants to help. I looked at Ethan for support, and he nodded.
I can protect you, Morgan said, by claiming you as part of my family line, but I can't protect another Marrow. The Kale are too eager for another sacrifice. Also, if you insist on trying to save him, you'll be branded as a traitor to our kind, in which case, it won't matter who your father was. You're either with us, or you're with him.
Ethan made me take a hot shower and change into dry clothes before giving me a ride home. Sebastian was waiting by the front door. They traded nods. Ethan looked like he wanted to say something to me, but finally just gave a quick wave and took off on his bike.
What are you doing here? I asked.
I was exhausted and my brain felt like it was wrapped in a thick fog. I tried calling you, but you weren't picking up. I got worried. What happened? Why were you with Ethan? Sebastian followed me inside. I threw myself on my bed.
Went to Ethan's, I mumbled, because apparently the Blakes are the only family I have left.
I showed him the note and recounted what I'd learned from Morgan. That still doesn't explain who attacked your mother, or you. Are you even listening to me? Colin was my father. My whole life has been a lie. All those family portraits, bring your daughter to work day, father-daughter dances. It was all bullshit. I can't imagine how you're feeling right now, but you're still the same person you were yesterday. And the man who raised you, the man you grew up with, he will always be your father. But at the same time, this is good news. You're half Tuatha Dé. Maybe that's why you're more powerful than you should be. If nothing else, if what Morgan said was true, now they know Colin was your father. You'll be safe. At least until I get back.
I'm not so sure about that. Morgan said she put the note on the door to protect me, to warn other Tuatha Dé I was under her protection.
but someone still attacked me. Ethan said the families don't always get along. Maybe someone ignored her note earlier, but will respect the Kale law now that I'm family and the consequences are more severe. Still, why would the Tuatha Dé kill Colin? Unless they were just after my mother and Colin got in the way. But the note said they were moving quickly. I don't know. I'm so tired I can't think straight anymore. Why are you here anyway? I thought you said we'd talk tomorrow.
There's something else. Something I didn't know how to tell you earlier. But it can wait until tomorrow. You've had enough surprises for one night.
I sat up and stared at him. He was sitting at the edge of my bed, avoiding my gaze, acting very strange. Might as well rip the Band-Aid off all at once, I said. What is it?
Your grandmother's necklace. Can I see it again?
I retrieved it from my desk drawer and handed it to Sebastian. He inspected it for a few moments, then sighed.
The trident. It's the royal seal, the mark of Poseidon. And that stone, it's priceless. Only the royal family would have a necklace like that.
So what? You think my grandmother stole it? Or found it somewhere?
I don't think so. See the Greek letters? They read, Theophilia. That was the name of the youngest daughter of King Leander.
Theophilia. Phyllis, I murmured.
Right. I don't think that's a coincidence.
So she was a princess? Royal? Why didn't she just go home, back to her people?
I don't know. There's been no trace of her or the rest of her family since they disappeared. This necklace is the first sign of them. Aidan said Phyllis was injured when she arrived, and that someone was after her. It's possible that she was the only survivor of whatever happened to her family.
What does that mean for me? I asked. Sebastian's eyes were wide and solemn, like he was making an important announcement.
With your mother dead, that might make you the last living descendant of Poseidon, the rightful heir to the Marrow throne.
Chapter 41. On Monday, I was happy to go back to school. School felt safe, normal. I paid attention. I took notes. Copying whatever was written out on the chalkboard into my spiral notebook was oddly satisfying. The simple act of pressing pen to paper and seeing complex meaning emerge. I didn't want to think about anything else, especially not the fact that Sebastian's 3-month deadline was approaching. When I finally saw Sebastian at lunch, I let him speak first.
You can't just avoid me, Clara. We need to discuss this.
There's nothing to discuss, I said. You have to leave.
What about you?
The Tuatha Dé won't hurt me. I'm in no danger.
But they may not be the ones who attacked you earlier.
It was Paul, I'm pretty sure. He just didn't want to admit it in front of Morgan. Maybe he was the one who attacked Branna, too. Maybe he killed his own brother, by accident. Maybe they fought over her, one wanting to be with her, the other wanting to kill her. If so, of course he would hate me for it. I don't know. But now they know I'm part Tuatha Dé. Killing me would be a death sentence. I don't think anyone will take that risk.
I'm just trying to make sure you're safe.
I'll never be safe, I said, but at least you will be. And we don't have a choice. You have to go back, or your father will slaughter everyone in this town. It'll be 100 times worse than what happened at the bonfire. And there's nothing we can do to stop them. So you need to go back, for your safety and mine.
But everything is different now. We can stop them. You can stop them. My father only wields power because there is nobody else to claim it, but he's not the rightful ruler. and many people don't agree with his politics. If you're really the granddaughter of the lost princess Theophilia, you can stop the attacks. People will listen to you.
With the bag over my head, proving I'm a weak human? I doubt it.
You have the necklace, and you are powerful. I've seen it. I couldn't understand before how a minnow could have so much power, but I get it now. You're royal. An heir of Poseidon. We have no idea how powerful you are.
Bullshit, I said. We've been training for months, and I still can't beat you. If you can't stand up to your father, why would I be able to?
I don't have any claim to leadership, Sebastian said. Not like you. You're the legitimate ruler.
I don't know who or what I am anymore, but I'm not going to be the leader of your people. Especially if I can't turn. They'd never accept me.
They may not have a choice. It's not like we take a vote. The royal family has an almost divine right to rule. They're more powerful. The other marrow may feel compelled to listen to you.
His eyes were getting too excited. There was something else. You mean, like what I did at the concert? You said that wouldn't work on Marrow.
It won't. Not really. Not in the same way. It's more like instinct. How all bees obey their queen, without question. We still have free will. It would just never occur to us to disobey.
He put a hand on my shoulder, and I had a feeling he was begging me to understand.
You can stop my father. You can stop this war. They'll have to listen to you. Maybe not all of them, but many of them would come over to our side if you tell them to.
You really think they'd accept me, a half-breed, as their ruler, one who is half Tuatha?
Of course. Especially when you transform.
But what if I don't transform? I said, pushing his arm away. What if this is who I am? What if this is all I'll ever be? If I haven't changed yet, why do you keep hoping I'll become something else? Aren't I good enough as I am? Sebastian bit his lip and frowned. I was being childish, but I felt like he was forcing me to become someone else. I could see it in his eyes. He still hoped that I'd turn into a full marrow somehow, and it would solve all of our problems. But how was I going to stop 100,000 marrow? I saw what they could do. Travis's broken body on the beach still haunted me. The bell rang, and students got up to clean their trays before heading back to class. Sebastian looked at me expectantly, but I didn't see what else I could say. Come over after school, I said. We can talk more then. Talk. And say goodbye. Music class used to be one of my main reasons to come to school, but I no longer took pleasure in singing. I was too paranoid. I held back my voice, even when Mrs. Tierney frowned at me and asked me to sing louder. And I watched for any sign that I was starting to influence the other kids around me. It was a relief to be done and head to my next class. Brody was waiting at my locker. He smiled when he saw me, a confident, schoolboy grin that I'm sure worked on most girls.
There you are, he said. I've been looking for you all day. There's a party tonight at one of my friend's houses. His parents are out. It's going to be great. I want you to come with me.
He leaned against the lockers, smirking, as if he was expecting me to fawn all over him. No thanks, I said. I have plans. I started putting things in my locker, and I felt him come up behind me. He leaned in towards me when I turned around. I was cornered.
Come on,
he said in a low voice.
I've waited patiently, don't you think?
I looked down the hallway for Ethan or Sebastian, but didn't see anyone I knew. Brody must have thought I was making sure we were alone, rather than seeking help. When he made eye contact again, he kissed me. Hard. I felt his tongue push against my teeth. He reached around me, and I felt his fingers on the groove of my spine, drawing me towards him. It all happened in an instant. I could have shoved him away, gently. There's no question I was stronger than him now. But I was tired of boys like Brody, who thought their good looks made them irresistible. And I had other things to deal with. The future of the human race, for instance. The fact that I still had to put up with Brody's tongue in my mouth, uninvited, made me furious. I felt his nose break the second I punched him. I didn't even hit him that hard. Sebastian could take 100 blows like that, and it would still feel like I was hitting a rock wall. Brody's nose started streaming blood, and a crowd was gathering. Some kids held up cell phones, trying to get a picture. "What the hell?" Brody said, clutching his face. "What did you do that for, freak?" I went to the bathroom to wash the blood off my hands, then continued to my next class. I kept waiting to hear my name over the loudspeaker, calling me to the principal's office, but it never came. Maybe Brody wasn't eager to announce that he'd gotten his ass kicked by a girl. After school, I joined Patricia and Jackie waiting for the buses. "I heard you punched Brody," Jackie said. "What happened?" "He kissed me," I said. "So you punched him?" Patricia asked, grinning. "Okay, first, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard. Secondly, I'm sure he totally deserved it." Jackie looked worried, with good reason. I felt like I was falling apart. I didn't feel bad about punching Brody. I didn't feel anything at all, other than a profound emptiness at the thought of Sebastian leaving. At home, I filled the bath with sea salts and let myself melt into the warm water. Not for the first time, I thought about my mother. My eyes filled with tears, thinking about how scared and alone she must have been after the love of her life was murdered in front of her. Having to go to America alone and start over with a baby, I knew now why she always seemed so distant. She was like Sebastian, controlling her emotions so her powers wouldn't seep out. She was hiding, a mermaid trying to be a soccer mom and attending PTA meetings. I didn't know how she could bear it. The mundanity of suburbia, after the magic and history of Ireland. Driving a minivan. Being unremarkable. That's when I realized hiding out didn't work so well for my mother. She'd tried to play it safe and raise me like a normal teenager, and she might have succeeded if she hadn't been killed in a random car crash. She'd run away from her problems, just like I wanted to run from mine, but fate caught up with her. I was tired of being afraid, of waiting for people to go after me, tired of being bullied by guys like Timmy or Brody, who felt entitled to take whatever they wanted. But what if I'd hit Brody even harder? What if I'd killed him? He wouldn't have deserved that. I was faster and stronger now than I'd ever been before, I realized. That meant I needed to stop being a victim and start taking more responsibility for my actions. I pictured the odd faces at the concert, turning up towards me in reverence. Could I really be a princess? A ruler? Even with my changed appearance and heightened senses, I still considered myself to be pretty normal. I still wanted an ordinary human life. But I wasn't just some girl anymore. I had the power to do tremendous things. I'd seen it in the faces of Ethan and Sebastian. Awe, respect, fear. I am more than what they thought I was. I can do more than what they imagined. I may not have been as fast or as strong as they were, but I wasn't helpless. Deep in the core of my being, I felt something shift. A tight kernel of fear that had been a constant companion as far back as I could remember. I felt it dissolve. No, burn away, in the furnace of my newfound strength. I was starting to understand how Sebastian felt about humans. Marrow were a race beyond. And it wasn't just fairy tale magic. This was real power. I shouldn't be hiding, cowering, from evil bastards who wanted to tie me up and sacrifice me on a big rock. No matter who was after me, I promised myself, when they came again, I'd be ready. When I came out of the bathroom, drying my hair with a towel, Sebastian and Aiden were waiting for me in the living room. I could tell they already heard about Brody. They looked at me warily, like they thought I might start throwing punches. I sat down in silence, and Aiden handed me a cup of black tea with cream and sugar. I didn't want to talk about what happened at school, or get a lecture about controlling my anger. I just wanted to focus on what we were going to do next, and how to move forward. I needed to get a plan down on paper, even if it was just an illusion of control. I needed the comfort of old habits. Let's make a list, I said. Option A. Let Sebastian get sacrificed by the Tuatha. Option B. Run away with Sebastian. Never be safe. Grow old and die. Option C. Flee under the ocean. Even though I can't change, his people will probably see me as a monster. I crossed out all three options, and then wrote, Option D. So, what we're looking for, basically, is a way to stop the Marrow from attacking and destroying humanity, and to stop the Tuatha from killing Marrow. We need something to offer, something to trade. What do the Marrow want? They think humans are destroying the world, Sebastian said. So we'd have to find a way to change mankind from polluting. Stop overpopulation and overfishing. Are humans able to make that kind of change? Seriously. Probably not, but maybe, if they were forced to. If they knew that Marrow existed, they'd put a human face on the oceans and know how much damage we were really causing. It won't help. Millions of children starve to death, and most humans still don't do anything to stop it. If Marrow tried to take over and tell them what to do, they would just go to war and fight back. How about the Tuatha? I asked. They want more power, more Marrow blood. So why don't you offer them what they want? Marrow blood? I asked. Where would we get it? The way I see it, a war is coming, right? Even if Sebastian goes back, the Marrow will come eventually. Are you two gonna go fight with them? Killing humans? No, Sebastian and I said immediately. Then you'll probably be fighting against them, trying to stop them, right? I nodded. I didn't know what I could possibly do to stop the Marrow, but I wasn't going to let them kill innocent people. Assuming you win some of those fights, it seems like you'll have plenty of Marrow blood available. Blood that you can't use, but the Tuatha could. Make them allies, Sebastian said, a gleam in his eyes. What? No way! They're trying to kill you! They don't have anything personal against me. One Marrow is as good as any other. What if we tell them what's coming, and invite them to join forces? Promise them more Marrow blood than they'll know what to do with. You can't trust them, I said. They'll turn on us. Only if the Marrow blood runs out. What about when we are at peace? I asked. If peace, Aiden said, I won't need the blood, but we can worry about that later, if we survive that long. You said it earlier, the Tuatha are our strongest allies, so we keep them informed and armed. It's risky, Sebastian said. You're offering something you don't have, and it could turn the Marrow against you. They won't be thrilled when you hear you promised Marrow blood to their worst enemies. The marrow are already against me, against everyone. Maybe if I could turn, some of them would listen to me. But we don't have time for politics. This is something we can actually do. I don't know if the Tuatha can stop a marrow invasion, but at least we'll have a fighting chance.
Maybe, for now, if it comes to that. But if you're the rightful ruler, and you want peace, and this is the only way to get it, the marrow might understand. Some of them, anyway. Make peace with the Tuatha. Warn them what's at stake. Tell them a war is coming that will destroy humanity. At least it will buy us time.
Time for what? I asked.
I can go back to my people and try to drum up support. There are several influential members of the council or noble families who oppose my father. If they know an heir is alive, it will at least divide them. The military wouldn't be sure whether to obey my father or wait to see if the rumors about an heir are true. Meanwhile, you could go to the Tuatha and speak on their behalf. Make a truce.
But why would they listen to me? I'm nobody. I can't even shift, I said.
They don't know much about the marrow, actually, other than what you tell them. So be convincing.
What do we have to offer? I asked out loud, making a new list. 3 things. First, we're giving them a warning. That shows we're on their side. Second, marrow blood. More than they've ever had. That's all the incentive they'll need. Third, peace. Blood without war. Power without risk or pain.
We just have to position it as the only option, Sebastian said. The Tuatha may feel powerful right now, after replenishing their stores with Trevor's blood, but it won't last long, not against an army of marrow. So they either join us, or let the marrow wipe out humanity, themselves included.
Make peace, buy time, get the Tuatha as allies, and also try to stop the marrow from attacking. It sounded crazy, but it was all we had. At school the next day, kids darted out of my path. Their odd whispers trailed behind me. After brawling at Travis's funeral and decking Brody yesterday, I'd earned a reputation as a badass. Brody told everybody he got hit in a hurling match, but half the school was sharing pictures of the fight with the caption, #beat by a girl. I saw him at lunch wearing a white brace around his nose. He glared at me as Roisin fawned over him, helping him with his food. But I wasn't here to make friends, just allies. I found Sebastian and Ethan and jerked my head for them to follow me outside. We sat on the bleachers, and I told Ethan the plan we'd come up with the night before.
That's a really terrible idea, he said.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, I said. The Tuatha may be our only allies if the marrow attack. I promise them blood. Easy, guaranteed blood. It buys us some time at least. Time to plan and figure things out.
As long as they don't turn on you, Sebastian said.
But they, unlike marrow, found a way to coexist peacefully with the humans. It only took about 1,000 years of burning witches, but now things are pretty civilized above sea level. If the marrow attack, the Tuatha will defend the humans. Don't we want to empower them?
If the marrow start a war, the humans will nuke the oceans. That's bad for everybody. Instead, I'll ask the marrow volunteers to donate blood, to keep the peace. To the Tuatha, not likely, Ethan said. They did it before. They used to be family. They shared their powers willingly, until the Tuatha grew greedy.
Ethan frowned and shook his head. I was getting frustrated by all the skepticism. We're talking about the annihilation of the human race, and I'm offering the Tuatha a better deal than any they're likely to get. You don't think they'll be interested?
You'll need to get their attention, Ethan said. Prove that you can actually represent the marrow and provide the blood you're promising. They'll expect it to be a trap or a double cross.
I nodded. I expected that. It doesn't have to last forever, but at least we'll have warned them what's coming, which should make them eager for a truce, and I'll be offering them what they need the most, delivered to them, with no violence.
It just sounds so utopian. I don't see how it can work,
Ethan said. But you'll set up a meeting for me, I said, putting a hand on his arm.
I'll set up a meeting,
he repeated, sighing.
If you secure a deal with the Tuatha Dé,
Sebastian said,
it will keep you safe until they hear an answer and get the first delivery of blood. Meanwhile, I'll go back and try to round up allies. At the very least, it will buy us some time, as long as they don't just reject your offer and sacrifice you instead. I don't think that'll happen,
Ethan said,
now that she's part of the Blake family, but I'll protect her, just in case. Make sure you do,
Sebastian said.
Just remember, she's probably the only thing that can stop the marrow from killing every last human on Earth.
Chapter 42. It was snowing again. I rode Buttercup through the cedars, up the canyon to Temher Falak. Ethan walked ahead of us, holding the reins. We weren't hiding this time. Sebastian wanted to come too. He thought I could be walking into a trap, that the Tuatha Dé would take the opportunity to harness what blood they could, from me. But I trusted Morgan. She'd called me family and said I was protected. I believed her. And I had to talk with the Tuatha Dé. If the marrow were coming, we needed allies, fast. This was the only way. Besides, I wasn't without defenses. With my mother's necklace around my neck, I felt stronger than ever. Sebastian and I had kept up with our training, and Ethan taught me how the Tuatha Dé use betulia and marrow blood to lift heavy objects. And even if I still was a novice in those arts, I knew I could move faster than a normal human. Sebastian insisted I bring a flask full of seawater and my sword, just in case. It was comforting to have them with me, but my heart still pounded in my chest as we got closer. Buttercup's hooves crunched on the icy ground. A snowflake fell on my cheek, and I brushed it off. And then, we were there. With the layer of snow, the giant stones looked like lumpy marshmallows. Or frozen giants. I would have thought they were natural, except for their arrangement. I was so anxious, I flinched when Ethan appeared at my side. He raised a hand and helped me off my horse. I didn't know how to do this. I was no ruler. I could barely have a conversation with a stranger. All I knew was people were trying to hurt Sebastian, and people were trying to hurt my friends. I needed a way to keep everybody safe. To be honest, I didn't care about the marrow, or the Tuatha Dé, or the history between them. I just wanted everything to stop. I wanted to go out on a date with Sebastian without the future of the world resting on our shoulders. Why couldn't the adults just get along? Why did they crave power and take more than they needed? This is insane, I whispered to Ethan.
You'll do great,
he said,
just like we practiced.
I climbed up on the rock where I'd seen Trevor get sacrificed just a few weeks ago and looked over the members of the Kale. Most of them had their arms crossed. They weren't wearing their ceremonial robes this time. Apart from their long beards, they looked so harmless in their casual clothes, it was almost funny. I counted 7 grown men, including Paul. Ethan told me they couldn't get everyone to come. Some of the members refused to grant me an audience. Marcus Byrne, the silver-haired leader I'd seen last time, with the piercing blue eyes and grey beard, stepped forward.
Let me be the first to say, I oppose this meeting,
Marcus said in a deep voice that carried through the small valley.
Even if the girl is Colin's daughter, she's still an outsider. She shouldn't have ever been invited to the sacred spot. Still, out of respect for my predecessor Gilroy, our former Archmagus, and his wife Morgan, we gather here to listen to the girl. I'll warn you, child, if you're here to beg mercy for your marrow friends, you'll get no sympathy from us.
The men were tense, and despite the snow, I could smell a musky smoldering and see the glint of more than a few concealed weapons. I needed to be careful not to make any sudden moves. Morgan nodded at me. I squared my shoulders and started speaking. My name is Clara Daly. Some of you knew my grandmother, Phyllis. Many of you knew my mother, Branna. For centuries, the Tuatha Dé and the Marrow have been at war. There's been violence and cruelty on both sides. But I, myself, have never done anything to you, or any of the Tuatha Dé. Neither did my mother or grandmother, as far as I know. The Marrow that you hate and fear have been dead for centuries. Once upon a time, the Marrow and the Tuatha Dé were one people, living together, sharing equally. I know you need Marrow blood to fuel your magic. I know it's become scarce, and you are afraid of losing your power, your way of life. I understand the excitement, the drive. Some of you, if I wasn't the daughter of your own, would come after me. But if you attempt this, many of you will die in the fight. And for what? It'll be the last marrow blood you ever see, and your people will die out weak and helpless.
Is that a threat?
Marcus said, gripping his staff tightly. This was not what he expected to hear from me. No, it's an opportunity. Here's what you do not know. I am the rightful ruler of the Marrow, the only living descendant of Poseidon. But I am also of the Tuatha Dé. Colin Blake was my father. I have not learned your ways, but I am one of you, and I would have peace between us again. I paused a moment to let that sink in. I could tell from their expressions that they were skeptical. All they saw was an ordinary teenage girl. Marcus even smiled. He thought this was just a play to save my boyfriend. There is something else you don't know, I continued. The Marrow aren't hiding anymore. They're back. They are planning to reclaim the land and wipe out the humans. All of the humans. There were gasps and murmurs as this news registered. You may feel strong now, but you are no match for the tens of thousands of Marrow that are coming. They will rip this land to pieces. Destruction like you've never seen before. There are few of you, and your blood stores will be depleted quickly. They'll wipe out the Tuatha Dé, and then kill every human being on the planet.
Why would you tell us this?
One man spoke out, wearing a brown corduroy jacket and jeans.
And what exactly are you suggesting?
I will oppose them, I said. I will fight with you for the survival of humanity. I invite you to join me. In return, I will supply you with the ammunition you need to defeat them. Access to all the Marrow we kill. More blood than you can imagine. More than you know what to do with.
Why would you do this for us?
Another man asked. He was heavy-set and had a bald spot that made him look like Friar Tuck. All I want is a future, I said. One that isn't stained by war and bloodshed.
What happens when the war is over?
Marcus said. Things were going better than I expected. I could see the interest in his eyes. Now we were just haggling over the details. 120 pints of marrow blood per year, delivered to you. 10 pints for each family, as long as the truce lasts. But if you harm any marrow, good or evil, The truce will be over, and I will no longer be your ally. I didn't have time to discuss the details with Sebastian or Ethan, and I wasn't sure whether they'd approve, but I had to buy some time. If we actually survived the coming war and found a way to stop Sebastian's father, we could renegotiate the terms later, if we lived that long. In return, there will be peace. You will not attack our people, unless they are doing something wrong. If they are, tell me, and I will see them punished myself. They are not to harm any human beings or compel them against their will. I will punish my people, you punish yours. The blood will come as long as the peace treaty is maintained. It sounds lovely, Marcus said with a smirk. There's just one problem. Who are you to negotiate for the marrow? You're just a little girl, an American. You don't belong here, and you have no idea of the forces you're meddling with. I pulled out my mother's necklace and showed it to them. The blue stone sparkled in the dim afternoon light of the veiled canyon. You don't recognize this because you aren't familiar with the marrow, but it is the royal seal of our people, I said. Prove it, one of the men said loudly from the back. We don't need your help, grumbled another. She's one of them. How can we believe anything she says? I had to make them take me seriously. They needed a demonstration of power. I'd prepared for that too. I knew my necklace was a very powerful betulia, more powerful than the Tuatha were used to. Earlier this week, by putting a few drops of Sebastian's blood on his car and clenching my pendant in my fist, I was able to lift all 4 wheels off the ground. But here, there was so much blood, I could feel it, as soon as I entered the valley, calling out to me. Trevor's fresh blood on the main stone had crushed his body beneath it. Frozen rivers of blood spreading out in every direction. And then there was the older stuff. 100 bodies worth of blood, going back centuries. I could feel it in the roots of the trees, in the leaves above me, smeared lavishly onto each of the stones in the circle. And there, deep beneath the stones, a mass grave of marrow bodies, or what was left of them. It made me angry. I hated being here, and having to make a truce with these people who had done so much violence to the marrow. I hated needing to prove myself to them, as if I were asking for a favor rather than handing them their salvation. My cheeks flushed, and the betulia around my neck started glowing brightly, radiating teal light in response to my will. I'd struggled with Sebastian's car for 10 minutes before I managed to lift it, but with the amount of marrow blood at Temher Phallic, this would be child's play. It had taken all 12 of the kale to lift the altar stone during the last sacrifice. I raised it with a flick of my finger. The snowflakes caught in the orb of my energy and started spinning around me. I'd never felt this much power before. I wondered what else I was capable of. I raised both arms and reached out to the blood in the ground, the blood in the stones, and the trees. The earth rippled and shifted like an earthquake. The Tuatha cried out in panic. It was similar to my experience with the ocean. It was difficult to raise everything, or focus on multiple things at once. I realized I was sweating, basically trying to rip the trees out of the ground by their roots. I felt like my bones might snap under the pressure. I concentrated on just the major stones of the inner circle and took a deep breath. I felt unstable and wobbly, but managed to lift them up briefly. 12 megaliths, along with the massive altar stone, before dropping them again. The force of them hitting the ground knocked several of the men off their feet. I tried to keep my legs from shaking as Ethan helped me down from the rock. With that kind of power, Ethan whispered in my ear, "Who needs allies?" Many of the Tuatha had pulled out weapons during the chaos. Now they stood like statues, their eyes wide with terror. Marcus raised his hand to calm them and eyed me appraisingly.
It seems I may have underestimated you, he said. Since you say you want peace between us, and as the granddaughter of our former leader, Gilroy Blake, you are safe from us. For now, until you're able to fulfill your part of the bargain. 120 pints a year is about 1 pint every 3 days. We'll expect the first shipment soon.
But we don't have any marrow to kill, I said, frowning. The marrow blood will come once the war starts.
The way I understood it,
Marcus Byrne said slowly, flashing his teeth.
During the war, your claim is coming. We'll be able to gather blood freely from the fallen marrow. The 120 pints is something extra to keep the peace between the two races. Since the war hasn't started yet, and we are officially at peace, I assumed you'd be supplying us with the blood immediately. After all, isn't that what you're offering us? Ammunition to prepare for the coming war. If you don't supply it before the fighting starts, what do we need you for?
I gulped. Marcus had a point, but I hadn't thought this through. With Sebastian leaving and Trevor dead, where was I going to get all that marrow blood? I realized Marcus was testing me to see how I'd respond. He wanted to see if I'd keep my word and if I could deliver what I'd promised. I'll deliver the first shipment as soon as I can, I said, with more confidence than I felt. You can start counting from today, 1 pint every 3 days, until the war begins. The day Sebastian left, it rained. Although we'd been talking about it for weeks, I still wasn't ready to say goodbye. The Tuatha had agreed to my terms. For now. The lure of that much marrow blood, enough to reclaim the legendary powers of their ancestors, was too good to refuse. And they'd also agreed to help us fight against the marrow invasion during a full-out war, if it came to that. But it was a fragile truce. I would need to keep supplying the blood, which meant, in peacetime, I would need donors. Sebastian was going back to tell his father that he'd found an heir and call his authority into question. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it should hamper his ability to lead the marrow into a campaign against the humans. The marrow might not agree to the contract I'd made with the Tuatha, but I felt like we'd made an important first step. The olive branch had been offered and accepted. What came next was anybody's guess. I was protected, for now, as long as the other families believed I was Colin's daughter and respected the old laws. That could change quickly, but I'd be safe if I stayed close to Ethan and Morgan. And even without their protection, I wasn't afraid to be on my own. With my grandmother's pendant and Sebastian's training, I felt stronger than I'd ever been before. Not to mention the show of force I displayed at Temher Falak. After seeing what I was capable of, I was sure the Tuatha would rather have me as an ally than make an enemy of me. Sebastian had been weird the last few days. Distant. I thought we'd moved past that, after his romantic gesture with the piano, but now he was slipping back into his shell. He seemed shy, almost insecure around me. He packed light. Actually, he didn't pack at all. Where he was going, he didn't need any of the things that we take for granted. Clothes, credit cards, a cell phone. For my sake, I suspect he kept a pair of shorts on, then paused by the front door to say goodbye. My heart tightened. The thought of him leaving made it hard to breathe. Hard to stand. I put my hand out against the doorway and took a deep breath, filling my lungs, and then letting the air out slowly.
I left my keys on the counter, he said. You can use my apartment and car while I'm gone. Also, I left a small bottle of my blood. It should be about 1 pint, just in case you need something to bargain with. I'd rather you have something to trade if it comes down to that.
When will you be back? I asked.
A couple weeks, if it all goes well.
And if it doesn't?
I'll just have to make sure that it does,
Sebastian said. He kissed me on the forehead, then once on the cheek. I thought he was going to say something else. He had that pensive, brooding look he gets when he has something on his mind. But instead, he gave me a hug and turned to leave, walking barefoot across the grass towards the sea. The rain was pouring now, and there was thunder in the distance. Sebastian was halfway across the lawn, just starting to disappear behind the curtain of raindrops, when I ran after him. Sebastian! I yelled his name, and he turned around. I threw myself into his arms and held him tightly. I kissed him, a real kiss, deep and lingering. Then I looked into his eyes, for certainty, a promise of some kind, that he'd return to me, that I mattered to him. When I saw hesitation and doubt instead, I started crying. He wiped my tears away and held me against his chest. The rain soaked through my clothes, but I didn't care. I didn't want to let go.
It's not too late to run away,
Sebastian said quietly.
If that's what you want. Just you and me. We can find a corner of the world and have it all to ourselves.
Would you want that? Want me? I asked. Sebastian's eyes widened and his grip on me tightened.
How can you ask that? He said. Everything I'm doing is for you. You're the only thing I want. Nothing else matters to me. However, I also know how you'd feel if the marrow attacked and we let it happen. If Port Ballantrae and Aiden, Jackie, Patricia, everyone you love was taken away from you because of me, I can't let that happen. You'd never look at me the same again.
But after it's over, if we can stop the attack, stop the war, then we can be together. Right? Sebastian's expression looked almost pained. There was definitely something he wasn't telling me. You're freaking me out, I said. Whatever it is, I'd rather know now than obsess over it for the next 2 weeks.
It's nothing. I mean, it's just, you're a princess now, the last descendant of Poseidon. If the marrow accept you, you could become queen. There would be expectations, duties. You'd probably need to marry into a noble family. The elders would demand it. If you were to rule, especially because you're only a half-blood, they'd want your children to be as pure-blood as possible, to renew the royal lineage.
Which means what exactly?
Even if you change, you'd have responsibilities to our race, to our future. Rulers don't always have the luxury to follow their hearts.
But I don't want it. Any of it. I just want you, I added silently.
You may not have that choice. Besides, after Trevor, I'm the only marrow you've ever met. As princess, you could marry anybody.
No, I said firmly. Just no. I'm agreeing to some things I'm not comfortable with already, but I won't be told who to be with, who to love. Sebastian cocked an eyebrow, and the corner of his mouth twitched.
You love me, do you?
Shit, did I just say that? You know what I mean, I said, backpedaling. Maybe us being together isn't easy right now. Maybe dating shouldn't be the first thing on our minds. I can accept that. But I refuse to give up on the idea that someday we have a possibility to be together. Otherwise, what are we fighting for? He smiled with a spark of desire in his eyes, and then pulled me towards him. He kissed me again, and this time there was no hesitation. Our wet bodies pressed together, and despite the cold rain, his kisses burned my skin with fervent urgency. He lifted me up and our bodies melded like puzzle pieces, fitting perfectly. I kissed his jaw, his neck, exploring the taste of him, feeling his strong arms wrap around me. His lips seared a path down my neck and shoulders. The very air around us seemed charged with electricity, and the roar of the ocean behind us drowned out the thudding of my aching heart. I buried my face into his throat and inhaled his scent. Salty water, seaweed, lemon. I wanted it to last forever, just this little piece of perfection. When he set me down again, I was breathless. I felt a tremor of excitement run through my body and shivered as a gust of cold air passed through the space between our bodies.
"I'll be back before you know it,"
he whispered into my hair. He kissed me once more, on the palm of my hand, before turning to leave me alone in the rain. My heart took a perilous leap as I watched him climb down the rocks and sink beneath the pounding surf. And then, he was gone. I waited in the rain until I was sure I couldn't see him anymore, and then returned to his apartment in the Runcarry house. A dozen fresh red roses were in a vase on the counter next to a large conch shell. On the counter was a note.
"I'll be back before the last rose dies. If you need me, blow into the shell, then listen for my answer."
Chapter 43. 2.5 weeks later, Sebastian still hadn't returned. I'd gotten into the habit of going to Ethan's directly after school. On my second visit, Morgan showed me her library, a sprawling maze of shelves filled with leather-bound books and journals. Half of them were handwritten, or printed in old type I could barely read. Together we spent hours combing through the histories, looking for clues about what happened to the 4 treasures of the Tuatha Dé, or details that would allow us to make some more. We did find some rituals for creating defensive wards. A few of the sacred objects that had been passed down to Morgan came with instructions carved into their surface in tiny lettering. Most, however, called for soaking the objects in marrow blood for 3 days or more. Morgan showed me the cellar in the basement, which had space for over 100 bottles of marrow blood. Only 2 were left, and Morgan wasn't prepared to waste them on an experiment.
"One of the only reasons the Kale still exists,"
she said when we returned to the library,
"is that none of us know how much blood the other families have left. The leadership of the Kale goes to the strongest families. Power used to be measured in the extravagant displays of magic. The most incredible feats earned the respect of the community. This took place every year, but as the blood ran out, it changed to every 10 years. Now, the displays are simple and conservative, just enough to show that the head of each family still has at least a little marrow blood left, but not so much that it would be unnecessarily wasteful. If the others knew the Blakes only had 2 remaining bottles, they might form an alliance and plot against us. On the other hand, maybe they have even less."
I sat cross-legged on the floor surrounded by a pile of books, while Morgan put a meatloaf in the oven and fixed us a pot of tea. When she returned, I took a break from reading, and she picked up where she left off earlier.
"It's more conservative to make relics and magical items like jewelry or pendants, but they still need to be renewed with a drop of blood every few years, or they stop working. And there are better ways to use the blood. A drop of blood every month can nearly double a person's lifespan. Marcus is said to be over 200 years old. He was already a grown man when Gilroy was a boy. My husband used to say that Marcus never aged a bit. He always looked exactly the same.
There's one thing that's been bothering me, I said, changing the subject. It surprised me that Marcus was that old, but I didn't see how it mattered. Someone wrote a note, from a friend of my mother, to get me alone on the pier in Portrush. Someone with a Tuatha-Dé dagger. They stabbed me and pushed me into the water, just to see what would happen. If that was one of the Tuatha-Dé, that means they ignored your protective ward. Does that mean I'm still in danger?
We have secrets, even among ourselves, Morgan said. If someone did do that, they wouldn't admit it now, after finding out that you're kin. On the other hand, the Tuatha-Dé are not the only ones who hunt marrow. I've heard rumours of a group that wants to wipe out the marrow completely. They think they're on a holy mission of some kind.
She lifted her long dress carefully, climbing the wooden ladder to reach the top shelf.
Ah, here it is. They call themselves Warrim. Though it was written centuries ago, I don't know if they're even around anymore.
When I wasn't studying history with Morgan, I explored the mansion. My favorite place was up on the round towers, where I could see over the trees surrounding the Blake estate and glimpse the ocean when the weather was clear. I loved the high ceilings and antique furniture. Some wings of the house looked like they hadn't been lived in for half a century. I wondered what it must have been like for Paul and Colin to grow up, watching their family's wealth trickle away on repairs and rising taxes. At sunset, I'd spar with Ethan. I had to be careful not to hurt him. Ethan might have magical abilities, but his flesh was still soft and weak compared to Sebastian's rock-like exo. Plus, I was much faster now. When my fists were soaked in salt water, I left bruises on his body, and I could block his blows with my forearms without feeling any pain. After a few days of that, Ethan built a wooden dummy for me to torture and said we'd practice dry from now on. That way, we were just about evenly matched. I could still move faster, but my punches didn't cause as much damage. And if I blocked his attacks with my forearms, they were soon weak and useless, which meant I had to actually learn to get out of the way, dipping and ducking, sometimes even rolling to the side to avoid his blows, and then springing up to strike whenever I could. Sometimes he'd cheat, using his betulia to throw things at me, a rake, a bottle, or anything to knock me off my balance and open me up for an attack. I could also smell his tattoos smoldering occasionally. He'd use the marrow blood to make himself temporarily stronger or faster. When he did that, he'd usually have me pinned on the ground in a few moves, no matter what I did. Don't you think you should have some of that for a real fight? Nah, it's fine. A mermaid princess promised us more. He smirked, dancing around me like a boxer. He had on jogging pants and a black t-shirt that clung to the sweat on his body. Besides, I already spent most of it at the bonfire. I've never used that much before. I didn't know exactly how to control it. I'm not sure I even have enough left for a real fight. So unless we get more, and soon, I'll probably be useless anyway. Might as well have some fun with what's left. And if there's still someone after you, they aren't likely to play by the rules. I frowned. Having Ethan use up the last of his stores helping me train wasn't a smart option. I thought about the blood Sebastian left me. He said it was for emergencies, or to trade. But why not give it to Ethan? After all, Ethan was supposed to be keeping me safe while Sebastian was away. On the other hand, we were training so I'd get stronger, so I could defend myself. If I can't beat one human, even with magical abilities, How will I be any use in the actual combat? I grabbed a towel from the nearby wooden fence and wiped the sweat off my neck before taking a long drink of water.
Are you kidding? You'll kick ass in any normal fight, especially if you're using that sword of yours. Even without the salt water, you'll land a third of your punches. With the sword, you'd only need one good thrust to take me out.
But I won't be fighting normal humans. It'll either be Tuatha Dé or Marrow. I could move the stones at Temher Phallic because they had so much marrow blood on them. But I'm only half as fast as full-blooded Marrow. I'm no match for Sebastian, and he isn't even fully trained.
So don't fight. Sebastian thinks you're our only chance at peace. As a ruler, right? If the Tuatha Dé want to avoid a war, they'll have to protect you.
Do they really want peace, though? I got the feeling not all of them were enthusiastic about making a deal with the Marrow.
You offered them more blood for peace than they've been able to get in 1,000 years of war. The Marrow can simply disappear, retreat into the ocean. With peace, as long as it's maintained, they'll get fresh marrow blood, delivered to each of the families in equal measure. With no fighting or risk. It was a good plan. I'm pretty sure most of them are on board.
Except for whoever attacked me earlier. If it was even Tuatha Dé. I don't know anymore. Still, I'd feel better if I had more resources. What if I got my own tattoo?
Are you serious? A marrow blood tattoo? On a marrow?
I'm probably more Tuatha Dé than Marrow. Why shouldn't I get one? Even your grandmother has some. Morgan hid her ink from me during the first few visits, even though I could sense the tattoos under her clothes. But she'd since stopped covering up the intricate patterns that started from her shoulders and went down to the small of her back.
Well, for starters, it would probably make the other families nervous. They still see you as mostly an outsider, even an enemy. But more importantly, we barely have any blood as it is.
What if I could get more blood? I asked. Enough for my own tattoo at least, and maybe to refill yours as well. Ethan stood still and appraised me critically. His warm brown eyes reflected the tall fir trees surrounding us. He stroked his chin, and I noticed he hadn't shaved for several days.
First of all, I'm going to assume that's purely hypothetical, because if you did have some marrow blood lying around, other than your own of course, which I don't think would work anyway, it's not something we should be talking about. I think we've convinced most of the Tuatha Dé to wait and see whether your offer pans out. But if they knew you had a store of blood somewhere, they might feel entitled to it. Secondly, tattoos are usually given in a special coming-of-age ceremony. I got my first when I was 12. I'm not sure whether my grandmother, or anybody else with the necessary skill set, would agree to tattoo a marrow. A marrow princess, no less. It just seems crazy.
I didn't push the issue, but it was enough to plant the seed. Maybe I'd ask Morgan about it later. Ethan gave me a ride home after practice. The first few days, I healed my cuts and bruises with seawater. Aiden filled a couple buckets on the way home, and I added them to my bath. But as the weeks passed, I stopped using it. I needed the bruises, the pain. They kept my mind off Sebastian. The marrow hadn't attacked Port Ballantrae yet, so he must have made it home. Maybe his plan worked. Maybe he convinced his father to wait. But if so, why hadn't he returned? Had he changed his mind about me? Had his father convinced him to side with the marrow? Was everything we had a lie? I admit, in my weaker moments, I had doubts. But if not that, it meant something was wrong. That he couldn't come back. I tried swimming by myself in the afternoons, but the ocean was large and unwelcoming without Sebastian, and moving around was so slow. The salt water increased my energy so I could keep swimming without getting winded, but it took too long to get anywhere. and I was still terrified of getting close to the drop-off. Afraid that massive black hole would suck me down to oblivion. I felt so helpless, waiting for Sebastian and imagining the worst. Some nights I drove over to the Runcarry house, just to feel closer to him. I found a t-shirt that still carried his scent, and sat in the love seat listening to the sound of the ocean and watching the roses fade. After the second week, I noticed that all the roses were turning brown, except one. There was a plastic rose in the vase that kept its vibrant color. It was a cute trick. I wondered if the conch shell was something similar, a practical joke to give me temporary comfort, the illusion of hope or action, when actually Sebastian was too far away for me to reach him. It might have been funny if he'd returned. He'd smile and tease me, and I'd melt into him. I tried to tell myself he'd just been held up, but 2 weeks turned into 3, then 4. I don't know why I even bothered going to school anymore. Maybe it helped me feel normal. Maybe the noise of lessons and classes helped drown out my internal monologue, which was beginning to obsess about my future. A future alone, without Sebastian. My grades were steadily dropping, but I didn't care. Was university even a possibility for me? For anybody? I didn't know. One day Mr. Sadlier held me up after class and asked if anything was wrong at home. I didn't notice I had a purple bruise under my eye and scratches on my face until I saw my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I'd been rolling out of bed in the morning and getting ready without even checking my appearance. Some days I didn't even shower and smelled like sweat and dirt from sparring with Ethan the night before. I'd have to be more careful. I may not have cared what people thought of me, but I didn't want to get Aiden in trouble for showing up at school with bruises. At lunch, I grabbed a salt shaker and sprinkled some grains into my palm. I mixed it with a little water and started patting the liquid around my eyes. This should lessen the bruising at least. I told Jackie and the others that Sebastian went back to Iceland for a few weeks, which explained his absence, but not my moping. The first few weeks, I'd kept up the appearance of normality, expecting him to return imminently. I was excited even, thinking about how I would welcome him back. But after a month and a half, I just couldn't find the will to smile anymore. I'd been driving to school with Sebastian's classic Austin. Most days I picked up Derry and Jackie so they didn't have to ride the bus. I dropped them off after school, but then headed to Ethan's for more training. Recently he'd been making me practice with the betulia, trying to move things around like he did while fighting, but it was too hard to do both at once. I couldn't throw punches or duck when I was also trying to grab an object and toss it in a specific direction with my mind. I still didn't understand exactly how the betulia worked, either. It was a little similar to my relationship with water. I could feel the water molecules and influence their direction. With the betulia, I could also feel most metal, trace elements, or marrow blood. That's how I was able to move the stones. Ethan said almost everything has traces of mineral content, so lifting them was a matter of weight and force. He could lift leaves easily, even though they had a small amount of minerals, but couldn't lift a rock unless a drop of marrow blood gave him a concentrated patch of minerals to focus on. But he could also temporarily boost his abilities by igniting the energy stored in his tattoos. So it kind of pissed me off that he wasn't going to let me get one. I swung at him widely, and he deflected, sending me sprawling for the 3rd time in a row. "That's enough for today," he said. The humor had gone from his eyes, and he seemed frustrated with me. "One more time," I said, standing up. "Your head's not in it today," he said. "I don't enjoy hurting you, so if you're not going to block or duck, this is a waste of time. You should go home and clean up. We'll try again tomorrow." I didn't notice the text message from Aiden until I grabbed my jacket. "Come home,"
Bring Ethan. Text when you're on your way.
I showed Ethan the message. What do you think this means? I asked.
I think it means he wants you to come home.
But it's weird, right? What if it's a trap or something? What if he's in danger?
If it is a trap, I doubt they'd want me there. He smirked. Better to get you alone, right? So he probably just wants to talk about something. Why don't I drive? You can pick up the car tomorrow after school.
I nodded. Ethan was probably right, but there was still a knot of worry in my stomach after Aiden's cryptic message. I realized I'd barely spoken to him in the last few weeks. I usually went straight to my room and passed out. In the morning, he was often gone before I even woke up. Sometimes he'd go fishing, or just down to the diner for a cup of coffee before starting a job. When we pulled up at the house, it was dark and silent. All the lights were off, and I felt the hair on my arms stand on end. Something was wrong. I thought I saw a curtain flutter in the window. Was someone inside? Ethan stayed close behind me as I walked up to the front door. It was unlocked, so I opened it slowly, my heart pounding in my ears. I flinched when someone switched on the lights. I was momentarily blinded and could only see silhouettes, dark shadows crowding Aiden's living room, but I had no trouble hearing them when they shouted in unison. Surprise! Happy St. Patrick's Day, Jackie said, putting an oversized green top hat on my head and giving me a hug. She smiled at Ethan, and I glanced back at him. You knew about this? I asked. He held his hands up defensively and grinned.
It was Jackie's idea, but a good one.
Then he leaned in closer and whispered,
You've been pushing yourself too hard. Your friends are worried about you. Take a night off, have some fun. Try to enjoy yourself.
Jackie grabbed my hand and led me inside. Patricia and Kyle were on the couch, surrounded by Tristan, Megan, Declan, Kiara, and Caitlin, sitting on an odd assortment of stools and chairs. Derry was at the kitchen table with Aiden, and I caught a glimpse of Helena in the kitchen stirring a pot of something that smelled delicious. Almost everyone was wearing green clothes and accessories. The abundance of shamrocks and four-leaf clover decorations was dizzying. It was the fullest I'd ever seen Aiden's house. Jackie handed me a bottle of cider after I'd greeted everyone. Derry thought I needed to learn all about the history of St. Patrick's Day, so we launched into one of his presentations. I did find it interesting, though. Apparently, St. Patrick used the shamrock to explain theology to the pagans, and converted the whole island. Then we played drinking games for a while. I was terrible, so I quit, and I sat on the couch between Kiara and Caitlin. Where's Sebastian? Kiara asked. Isn't he coming? He's out of town for a few weeks, I answered. Should be back pretty soon, though. Oh, that's too bad. Long-distance relationships are hard. Do you keep in touch? On Facebook or something? Yeah, it's complicated. He's helping his father with some things. Family stuff. I'm not so sure when he'll be able to return. Poor you, Caitlin said. Excuse me. I stood up suddenly. Bathroom. I hid in the bathroom for a few minutes, until I was sure my emotions were under control. I wiped my eyes and pinched my cheeks, which were pale and thin. I hadn't noticed it before, but I'd probably been eating less than usual. No wonder my friends were worried about me. The benefit of hanging out with Ethan was that I didn't have to lie all the time. He and Aiden were the only people who knew what was really going on with me. Repeating the lie I'd told to Jackie, Patricia, and Derry was difficult, and deep down, I was terrified Sebastian was never coming back. But I couldn't show it. It would only lead to more questions. I had to keep it together. I got through another hour of the party. Luckily, with so many people, I didn't have to talk much. I could just listen to the music, sip my drink, and smile whenever Tristan said something funny and everyone else was laughing. I thought I did a pretty good job of pretending to enjoy myself. It was a school night, so most of the other kids headed home by 11. After that, it was more cozy. Helena had to work in the morning, so Aiden walked her out, while Derry, Kyle, and Patricia used my laptop to stream music videos. Jackie and I were sitting together on the couch, and Ethan had gone outside for a cigarette. "I'm sorry about the girls grilling you earlier," Jackie said. "We should have told them that Sebastian was away." "It's not a big deal," I said. "I just miss him." "But he is coming back, right? It's just, you seem really upset lately. Depressed even. If something happened with Sebastian, you can tell us about it. Or anything else that's bothering you. We're all here for you." I wanted so badly to tell her the truth, that mermaids were plotting to wipe out the human race, and I'd just made a deal with an ancient family of witches. Peace in exchange for magical blood. Sebastian went back to stall his father, but should have been back weeks ago. Oh, and I'm a freaking mermaid princess. But even if I could get her to believe me, she'd want to help, as would the others. Maybe even fight. And then, they'd die. Jackie's craving to save everybody. Derry's humor and geeking out on history. Patricia's enthusiasm and passion. They were everything about the world I was hoping to save, and I wanted them to stay just the way they were, which meant I needed to get better at lying. "I'm fine, really," I smiled to reassure her. She didn't look convinced. For a minute, I thought she was going to say something else. Her face looked confused, and then shocked. She reached up and touched her throat, like she couldn't breathe, and her eyes went wide, just before she fell off her chair and collapsed on the ground, convulsing. "Jackie!" I shouted, kneeling over her. She couldn't hear me. My heart was racing as I screamed for Aiden and Ethan. The others came running and saw Jackie and me on the floor. "Is she choking on something?" Aiden said. "Check her windpipe." "She's still breathing through her nose," Ethan said, checking her pulse. "This is something else." Jackie's eyes had rolled to the back of her head, and white foam was coming out of her mouth. "Has this ever happened before?" Ethan asked Derry and Patricia. "Epilepsy, maybe?" They shook their heads. Jackie had stopped writhing and was now lying perfectly still, her face shining with sweat, hair sticking to her forehead. "Do something!" I shouted at Ethan. "There's nothing I can do," he said. "Our powers don't work like that." But mine do. I remembered the story Morgan had told me about my mother, and how she'd tried to save Colin. Then, I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and opened up my wrist. I didn't care who saw. I didn't care if they were horrified. I couldn't let Jackie die. Chapter 44. The last 3 hours were a blur. Derry called an ambulance, while Aiden tried to clean the blood off Jackie's face. My blood. At least I'd managed to get some of it in her mouth. Ethan grabbed 2 dish towels and wrapped them tightly around my wrists to stop the bleeding. Then he pushed me out of the house towards the coast, which was a 5-minute walk away. I didn't want to leave Jackie, but Aiden said I'd done all I could. It was up to her now. Derry and Patricia watched the rest of us, like we'd gone crazy. At the coast, Ethan made me dunk my arms under the water. As the freezing water fizzed and sparkled against my skin, I felt a deep, biting pain where I'd cut myself. But then it faded. Ethan was uncharacteristically quiet. I was waiting for the lecture, but he just stood there, gazing at the ocean. "Aren't you going to tell me how reckless that was?" I asked finally. "You did what you thought was right," he shrugged, "and you probably saved Jackie's life. How could I object to that? What you did back there, it was brave." I doubt Patricia or Derry will think so. They are already barely convinced I wasn't batshit crazy. Now I've proven that I'm unstable. They may surprise you, but let's focus on what's important first. Which is, well, for one, I'm pretty sure Jackie doesn't have many enemies. Not ones that want to kill her, anyway. So they were after me. Again. Right? But who? I really don't think the Tuatha Dé would be a threat. After Morgan vouched for you, and after agreeing to your peace treaty, it's basically an act of war. They're not just challenging you, they're challenging the Blake family name, which means they think we're weak enough to take out, or at least disobey. Great, so my peace treaty with the Tuatha Dé is worthless. Meanwhile, Sebastian has disappeared, and as far as we know, the Marrow are still planning to wipe out the human race. I thought, by not telling anyone else, we were protecting them. But they hurt Jackie. They could have killed her. Sebastian warned me about the Tuatha Dé. He said you were bloodthirsty murderers, and I saw what they did to Trevor. But I still thought... I don't know, I thought they'd be reasonable. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know why they'd try to do anything like this. Somebody obviously isn't following marching orders, but who could it be, if not the Tuatha Dé? They're not the only enemies of the Marrow. Great! There are more people who want to kill me? There was a group, an ancient group, but they went underground centuries ago. They don't live in the open. They are secretive, clandestine. Morgan told me about them. They sound a lot like the Tuatha Dé. Worse than us. Not families. Not clans. More like a network of trained assassins. If the rumors are true. They were an order of the church once. Tonight all I care about is Jackie, I said. History lessons can wait. When we got back to the house, everybody was gone. My arms were fine now, so I grabbed a jacket and held onto the back of Ethan's motorcycle as he drove to the hospital. We found everyone just as the doctor came out with an update. A combination of belladonna and skullcap in her system, herbs which usually have a common effect, but if the dose is high enough, can be fatal. But she'll be okay, I prompted. She has to be okay. She should be fine, the doctor said, making a note on Jackie's file. I noticed she had a pink bracelet that stood out against her dark skin. We pumped her stomach and are keeping her hydrated. She should feel good as new in a few days. But how did this even happen? I asked Ethan in a hushed voice. I mean, someone had to drug her, right? Someone at the party. Maybe they put it in the wrong glass, and it was meant for me. I wasn't careful with glasses. Maybe I took hers by accident, and she took mine. But even still, how did they get in? How did we not see it? They could have poisoned some food, or a bottle before it even got to the house. Almost everybody brought some drinks. The doctor says it isn't usually fatal. Maybe they weren't really trying to kill you. Maybe it was a stupid prank. Maybe it was Brody or Roisin, and they put too much in on accident. If that's true, I said with fire in my eyes, they're going to pay for it. I peered through the window and saw Jackie's parents, hovering over her bed. Aiden must have called them on the way to the hospital. Jackie looked so frail and helpless, lying in a hospital gown, with an IV in her arm. Her red hair spread out behind her. Derry and Patricia were in the room as well, but they came outside when they saw us. Patricia's eyes were raging with anger. Derry took her arm and held her back, eyeing me warily. "It was you, wasn't it?" she asked, pointing at Ethan. "You're a witch, aren't you? Dark magic and shit. The toxology report said skullcap and belladonna. Who would even use that anymore? You did something to her. You poisoned her drink. The kids at school were right about you, about your family, hexes and spells, and the blood," she said, turning towards me. "What the fuck was that? What kind of crazy voodoo were you trying to pull?
Your wrist, Derry said suddenly, his eyes widening. I saw you cut it, saw the blood. But now,
I held my arm up and turned it over. My skin was smooth and flawless.
That's impossible,
Patricia said, her anger dissolving.
She was trying to help, Ethan said, trying to save Jackie.
And Ethan didn't do this, I added. It was someone else. Someone was after me, and Jackie got hurt. I'm so sorry. I would never put her in danger intentionally.
Why would anyone try and poison you? That doesn't make any sense. And what does your blood have to do with anything? And how the hell is your arm perfectly fine now? Sorry doesn't cut it this time, Patricia said. We need answers.
Patricia was right. I tried to keep them out of it, to protect my friends, and they'd tried to cheer me up because they didn't understand what I was going through. But Jackie could have died, without even knowing why. I couldn't keep lying to them, especially now, after what they'd seen. They needed to know the truth. I looked at Ethan, pleading with my eyes. He nodded, reluctantly. I tried to tell you earlier. I've wanted to tell you for so long.
Wait, let me guess. Mermaids again.
Patricia glared at me and headed for the nearest exit. Ethan raised a hand and all the doors near us slammed shut, blowing a stack of papers off the counter.
Hear her out,
Ethan said. Patricia's eyes nearly popped out of her head, but she stayed silent. The attackers on the beach were Marrow. They were here for Sebastian. He's Marrow too. And so am I. At least partially. Ethan's family are part of an ancient race that uses mermaid blood for magic. It can heal, and it has other properties. So they're at war, but I made a deal with them recently. Sebastian went back to try and convince the Marrow not to destroy civilization. The bonfire was nothing. They may actually try to wipe out the human race. We're trying to stop that from happening. But Sebastian never came back, and tonight proves that someone is still out to get me. When I was done, Derry and Patricia glanced back and forth between Ethan and I, hoping this was some kind of perverse joke. I know how it sounds, I said. I didn't believe it at first either. Sebastian had to prove it to me. I went out and grabbed a can of Coke from the vending machine in the hall, then placed it upright on the table. I concentrated on the liquid and salt inside. Since my lessons with Sebastian, I'd gotten much better at hydrokinesis, as long as it was salt water anyway. I tipped the can over and it rolled to the side of the counter until it fell off the edge. I caught it before it hit the ground and carefully lifted it back up and placed it on the counter again, all without touching it. Derry waved his hand over the aluminum can, searching for invisible wires.
Holy shit,
he said finally. That's nothing, I said. You should see what Ethan or Sebastian can do.
Mermaids are real?
Patricia asked finally, looking stunned. Like really real. Ethan nodded solemnly.
And they want to kill us all.
Jackie spent 2 days in the hospital. She woke up in the morning and said she was fine, but the doctors noticed some abnormalities and wanted to keep her another day. Somehow, she seemed even more healthy than she had been when she came in. Even some of her old scars had disappeared. We took turns bringing her homework, and Ethan stayed by her side most days, reading to her or telling her stories. I'm not sure whether he was doing it because he felt guilty, like I did, or if it was something else, something deeper. Once she was awake, we told her everything. It was such a relief to finally tell her my secret. I cried because she'd gotten hurt, and she cried because she hadn't believed me earlier, and for all the awful things she'd said to me. even though it was a huge relief to finally tell my friends. It also added some pressure. They all wanted to know what happened next. Who was after me? When would they strike again? Were the Marrow still planning to attack? If so, what were they waiting for? And where was Sebastian? I had no answers for them. I wished whoever was after me would fight fairly. I felt like I was being toyed with. The only benefit to come from this latest attack was that I wasn't afraid anymore. The worst had already happened. I tried to protect my friends, and I'd failed. Jackie could have died because of me. I swore I was going to find out who did this and make sure they could never hurt anyone I cared about, ever again. The day before Easter, Ethan dropped me at my house and told me he'd be picking me up early the next morning. For what? I asked. I talked to Morgan about your tattoo idea, he said. She was against it at first, but after what happened with Jackie, she agrees we should have a ceremony for you. A rite of passage. It's kind of a confirmation into the Tuatha. The heads of each family have to swear a blood oath to protect the children of each family. If one of the Tuatha tried to poison you, initiating you into the Kale should make them think twice before doing it again. If they break their oath and try to harm you, they won't be able to hide it. So I'm getting a tattoo? I asked. What should I get? And where? It's up to you, Ethan said. Something small and simple. We don't even know if you'll be able to use it the way we do. I don't think a minnow has ever gotten one before. The next morning, Ethan picked me up at 4 a.m. and drove me to Morgan's. She made me change into a thin, white garment and prepared me for the ceremony.
Paul will act as your presenter,
she said, combing my hair into braids in front of an antique vanity desk with a round mirror.
It's usually the father, but an uncle is a common alternative.
What do I need to do? I asked.
Not much. There are a couple of lines to repeat.
And then I'll get the tattoo?
The ceremony first, then the tattoo. It will take a few hours.
When I was ready, we hiked up to the top of the hill, near where Ethan and I had our picnic. Candles in glass containers edged the trail leading to the clearing. I was surprised to see I wasn't the only one wearing white. A younger girl with dark hair and green eyes was already waiting. She smiled at me, even though she looked as nervous as I felt. I trusted Morgan and Ethan, mostly, but it was also hard to forget that most of the men gathered here brutally executed Trevor just a few months ago, and not that far away. Dawn lightened the horizon, pushing the dark gray clouds aside and replacing them with strips of yellow and purple. Just as the sun crested over the ocean, Marcus Byrne raised his hands and began speaking. He was wearing a fancier robe this time, with purple lining around the hood and decorative ornamentation. Spirits of the east, west, north, and south. Families of the stone, spear, sword, and cauldron. We are gathered to welcome new members into our community. Who presents us with these requests? I do. A man standing behind the young girl spoke first. This is my daughter, Parita, of the tribe of the Cauldron. Will you teach her the ways of the Tuatha, guide her and protect her from harm, and make sure that she stays on the path of light? I will, the man said. And you, child, will you dedicate yourself to the virtues of the cauldron, to keep the hearth lit and the table full, to ensure that every member of our community never goes hungry? I will, the girl said, in a quiet but firm voice. Do you promise to keep the secrets of the Tuatha and be ever vigilant against enemies, and if necessary, to fight to defend us? I will, she said again. And you, the leaders of the 12 families, do you accept this new member into our fold? Promise to protect her and teach her the ways of the Kale, and prevent her from falling astray. We do, the gathering said in unison. Marcus held up a pin and pricked his own finger. Then let us seal this promise with our blood, shared freely to demonstrate the conviction of our bond. One by one, the 12 heads of the Tuatha stepped forward and let Marcus poke them with the pin. The Archmagus caught the drops of blood in a hand-carved wooden cup and added some fresh water from a tall crystal vase. He dipped his finger into the vessel, then marked a symbol I didn't recognize onto Parita's forehead. Then as the sun rises on this new day, may you shine brightly and renew our community with your light and love. Parita stepped back and took her father's hand. Then Marcus beckoned me forward. My turn. Who gives away this girl into the community? I do, Paul said. This is my niece, Clara, of the tribe of the spear. Will you teach her the ways of the Tuatha, guide her and protect her from harm, and make sure she stays on the path of light? I will. And you, child, will you dedicate yourself to the virtues of the spear, to keep your senses sharp, your weapon ready, and defend the community from all harm, both from within or without, to protect those weaker than yourself, and, if need be, to die so they might live? That last sentence made me hesitate. They expected me to sacrifice myself so the Tuatha could live? How was that any different from what they did to Trevor? I glanced at Ethan and saw him nod slightly. I will, I said. Will you dedicate yourself to the virtues of the spear, to keep your senses sharp, your weapon ready, and defend the community from all harm, both from within or without, to protect those weaker than yourself, and, if need be, to die so they might live? That last sentence made me hesitate. They expected me to sacrifice myself so the Tuatha could live? How was that any different from what they did to Trevor? I glanced at Ethan and saw him nod slightly. I will, I said. Do you promise to keep the secrets of the Tuatha, to be ever vigilant against enemies, and if necessary, to fight to defend us? I will. And you, the leaders of the 12 families, do you accept this new member into our fold, promise to protect her and teach her the ways of the Kale, and prevent her from falling astray? We will, the crowd answered. It may have been my imagination, but it sounded quieter this time. I scanned the faces around me. More than a few looked less than thrilled to be here, but nobody refused to come forward and finish the ritual. Marcus marked a symbol on my forehead, with the blood of the Kale. It tingled, and I hoped my skin wasn't sparkling like it did in the salt water. Then as the sun rises on this new day, may you shine brightly and renew our community with your light and love. Just then the sun broke through the clouds on the horizon and bathed us in light. I had to squint my eyes against the brightness. When it was over, people lined up to hug Parita or pat her head, while her father shook hands with the clan leaders. I was less popular. I stood to one side, with Paul, Morgan, and Ethan. Marcus was the first to approach me. Don't worry about it, he said. You did well. The others will come around. Obviously, this is controversial, initiating a marrow into our community after thousands of years of war. But Morgan is right. If you're Colin's daughter, a descendant of the spear, you belong here. Plus, the blood oath protects both sides. Morgan told me about the recent attack on you. If one of the Tuatha are disobeying the commands of the Kale, we need to know. Lawlessness benefits no one. And now that you've sworn to protect and serve us, the peace treaty you negotiated earlier is more binding. You cannot betray us. There was something icy in his demeanor, a smug smile that put me on edge. If you don't trust me, why agree to this?
Because I'm looking towards the future, Marcus said. The others are satisfied with the last sacrifice. It's more marrow blood than they've ever seen. They think that's enough. I, however, do not. Especially if the marrow are planning to attack us again, as you say. So, let's call this a gamble. I'm gambling on your ability to fulfill your promise. You're gambling on us not turning on you and your friends. It's a risk for both of us, but we do live in exciting times.
Ethan told me by joining the Kale officially, I'd be protecting myself, but I couldn't help wondering whether he'd miscalculated. I might be safe, for now, but if Sebastian didn't return soon, I had no idea how I was going to get the marrow blood I'd promised. And I had no doubt now that Marcus would collect. Chapter 45. 6 more weeks passed, with no sign of Sebastian. No note, no message, nothing. There'd also been a total absence of missing girls or unexplained shark attacks. Maybe the marrow had decided to hide out on the bottom of the ocean for another 1,000 years. With time, the sharp ice-pick-through-the-heart pain faded into a dull throbbing. I tried to embrace my new normal and accept that Sebastian might never return. The Tuatha Dé were my family now. In class, I admired the new tattoo on the inside of my left wrist, a crescent moon made with Celtic knots. I loved that it also looked like a dolphin's tail. After my initiation, Ethan's family had gone back to Morgan's estate for a welcoming party. Ethan's mother, Kate, had sandy hair and a quiet charm that made me feel comfortable right away. I picked her brain about the Tuatha Dé history. She was enthusiastic and eager to share everything she'd read, but couldn't offer anything concrete in regard to the legendary relics I was hoping to use against the marrow. Not that it mattered anymore. I was beginning to feel like the marrow, Sebastian included, were just some kind of crazy dream. One I couldn't get out of my head. When Sebastian was here, my world had felt small. It was just him, and me, and the ocean. The touch of his skin, the warmth of his body next to mine. Each delicious minute we were together became an eternity in my memory. He was my anchor, my mooring. Without him, the world seemed too large again. My human life, school and homework, paled in comparison to my new life of magic with the Tuatha Dé. And while those 2 worlds were already more than enough, the same 2 worlds that Ethan had juggled all his life, I alone had a third. Because part of me was marrow. I was the monster the Tuatha Dé were training to defeat. That world was unfathomable to me, as deep and terrifying as the ocean. I tried to keep the marrow in me locked up, in the darkness, where it belonged. But sometimes I felt it stirring, knocking on the door of my soul from the other side of my being, reminding me that it was there, squeezed away, and it wouldn't stay hidden forever. I couldn't share these thoughts with Ethan, or Aiden, or anybody. Sebastian was the only one who would understand. But he was gone. So I poured them into my typewriter. The typewriter that I got with my dad, who was not my father, when I was a child. The typewriter that had come to symbolize all the things I would never become. I took out some of my frustration in gym class. I was now easily the best in the class at any sport. Punching a slow-moving leather ball was a lot easier than sparring with Ethan. My skin didn't sparkle in the chlorinated pool, so I'd even started attending swim class again. Miss Baxter was surprised to see me, and a little stunned when I did 10 laps faster than her top swimmers. I trained hard, by myself sometimes. Ethan was getting sick of me, but I enjoyed the pain, the struggle. I made dozens of water animals in the cave pool, horses that ran around me in circles, elephants that balanced on top of each other, even stampeding buffaloes, knowing that it was all useless. At the end of the day, hydrokinesis wasn't one of my more useful powers. Tossing water at the marrow wouldn't do anything but make them stronger, and it wasn't likely to cause any damage to human enemies either. But it took concentration, and it left me exhausted, which is all I could ask for. Otherwise, I'd drive myself crazy, wondering where Sebastian was. I quit choir class for good. My voice was just too powerful. Even when I was holding back, sometimes I'd catch Mrs. Tierney zoning out, so I stopped going. Sometimes I'd listen outside the door and mouth along with the lyrics. At night, I went up to Dunluce Castle, when nobody was around, and sang my heartache into the wind. I sang for Sebastian, for my parents, for myself. Typing wasn't enough anymore. There was too much inside me, raging to get out. I needed to unburden myself into the dark night at the top of my lungs. My friends had stopped asking when Sebastian was coming back. They tried to keep my mood up by inviting me out to coffee, organizing events and parties, or taking me out to the movies. One day, we even went to the old amusement park in Portrush. We ate popcorn and cotton candy and rode mechanical rides. Some days, the sun was shining, and I felt fine. Other days, not so much. In May, they started talking about the Debs ball. "It's kind of like a prom," Jackie said, "or at least our version of it." "The official Debs is just for graduating seniors," Jackie said. "This is an unofficial one that we can attend. It's an excuse to wear a fancy dress and get your hair done." "Don't forget to rent a limo and get shit-faced," Kyle said with a smirk. Patricia had been begging us to let him in on the Mermaid secret, but I told her we should wait. After all, if the marrow weren't coming back, why tell him anything? "Debs is kind of a big deal here," Patricia said. "So we're thinking, you could go with Derry." "On a date?" I asked. "On an adventure," Derry said. "Come on, it'll be fun. I promise I won't dance circles around you. You might even learn something." "But don't you have anyone you'd rather take?" Derry shrugged. "I think I've had enough romance for a while. It would be an honor and a privilege to escort the most beautiful girl in the school to the ball." "Well, when you put it that way," I smiled. "But what about Jackie?" "I asked Ethan," she said, popping a grape into her mouth. "But don't worry, we'll go as a group. We'll all be together." "I see," I said, picking at my food. "It's important to us, and we wouldn't want to go without you. So you'll come? We can go shopping for dresses this weekend." I nodded, but tuned out as Jackie and Patricia started discussing what kind of dress they wanted to wear, or what shoes would go with it. Going to a formal dance didn't sound like fun to me. Seeing all the couples would just make me miss Sebastian more. I saw Ethan in the corner of the cafeteria. He jerked his head towards the door and headed outside. "Excuse me," I said. "Gotta get ready for class. I'll talk to you after school." I found Ethan next to a tall oak tree in between the buildings. "What's up?" I asked. Ethan rubbed the back of his neck. He looked so nervous, I panicked. "Tell me what happened," I said, grabbing his arm. "Is it the marrow? Are they back?" I'd been waiting for weeks for any news. "No, nothing like that. No marrow," Ethan said. "It's just... Marcus asked me to send you a message." No marrow, my mind repeated numbly. No Sebastian. "A reminder," Ethan continued. "1 pint every 3 days. It's been 2.5 months. That's 10 pints of blood."
But the marrow didn't come back, I said. I know that, but Marcus isn't going to let it go. Morgan vouched for you. You're a Blake now. He agreed to your terms, but he'll call in the debt, one way or another. Clara Blake. I'd promised something I didn't have, and now Marcus was going to use my debt against the Blake family. There were 375 milliliters in a pint, and 750 milliliters in a bottle of wine. That meant Morgan had about 4 pints of marrow blood left in her basement. Even if Marcus took everything, it wouldn't even be half of what I owed, and the debt would just keep stacking up. I'd sold the whole Blake family into bondage. There are 8 pints of blood in the average human body, I said. Firstly, I don't want to know how you know that, Ethan said. Secondly, even if you drain yourself, which I'd never let you do, you'd still be 2 pints short. But I could take out a pint at a time, I said. A pint every 3 days, then heal in the water. For how long? Ethan asked, crossing his arms. As long as it takes. It's better than letting that bastard control your family. Our family, Ethan corrected. And we don't even know if your blood works the same way. My guess is not, since you're only quarter marrow. So I'll need to give 4 times as much. Ethan shook his head and frowned. We'll figure something else out. At least let's take a little bit of my blood and test it, I said. We should know how strong it is, just in case we need it. Ethan agreed, reluctantly, and we made plans to meet after school. In my next class, I wondered whether this was Marcus's plan all along. He'd basically turned me into his own personal bar. Marrow blood on tap. Plus, he'd have me under his thumb. And if I refused to pay the debt, he'd go after the whole Blake family. Thinking about Marcus fueled my anger. I was still furious about what happened to Jackie, and also frustrated that Sebastian hadn't come back yet. No, frustrated wasn't the right word. It felt like I'd lost a limb, a piece of myself. The fact that I didn't know who to be angry at made it worse. For weeks, I'd tried to keep my emotions in check, as Sebastian always told me I needed to. I understood what he meant now. When I got angry, my marrow blood stirred, like a puma stretching its muscles. I was rippling with power. I could hardly sit still in class. I felt everything around me. Every mood swing my classmates experienced. Every piece of metal or trace minerals in the room. My skin was practically crawling, like my whole body was rubbing against a chalkboard. I was barely keeping it together, so when I ran into Roisin under a covered walkway between buildings during break, I snapped. Hey Clara, she called. I heard they're serving fish in the cafeteria today. I know how you love to fill up on fish. I couldn't believe she was teasing me about Sebastian like this, in public, after blackmailing us to keep quiet about it. I hated that she had a secret she could taunt me with. Hated her. I thought I'd covered up the pain of Sebastian's disappearance. I thought I'd been doing well. I was more experienced now, more in control. But at that moment, all the weeks of loneliness came bubbling up to the surface. Shut up, I said, my eyes flashing. My voice was laced with rage, and it felt like I was breathing fire. Roisin's jaw clenched so quickly, I heard her teeth snap together. Her eyes widened as I took control of her body. 70% salt water, Sebastian told me. I could feel it now. It was just like moving the bucket of water on the shore. Roisin looked cute in her uniform. Too cute. A spring rain had made the soil damp. A thought flew through my mind, and before I could catch it, Roisin was already moving. She bent down and grabbed 2 fistfuls of mud from the wet ground
and then wiped her palms all over her white uniform. Then she smeared mud across her face and neck. She even licked one of her fingers, her eyes wide and blank. Students gathered around us to watch. A few laughed nervously, while others pulled out their phones. I released my hold on her and watched panic and humiliation flood her eyes as she looked down at her dirty hands and ruined clothes. I was suddenly horrified by what I'd done. I turned quickly and fled the scene, but not before making eye contact with Ethan, who was standing on the outside of the circle of onlookers. He looked as shocked as I felt. I headed through the school quickly and pushed through the back doors. I didn't want to be around anyone, so I ducked into the chapel. It was almost empty. After a few minutes, I felt somebody join me. "Come to tell me what a monster I am?" I asked, thinking it was Ethan. "Not my place, miss," said a soft voice behind me. I turned to see Galen, holding his hat in his hands. "You saw what happened, I suppose?" I asked quietly. He nodded. "Not the first time I've seen something like that, neither." "Not the first time?" "You asked me about your mother before. Brianna Daly. Won't likely forget that girl, not the name. I'd only been working here a few years. I always thought I was pretty good with the kids. Then one day, I heard shouting. Turned the corner to find Brianna and Olivia, Miss Lynch now, yelling at each other. Was about to interrupt and send them back to class when Olivia froze up. Looked like she was having a seizure. Thought she might need the paramedics. But then she started dancing, like a ballerina. After that she bent down, kneeled before Brianna, tears in her eyes, and bowing until her forehead touched the ground. I've never seen anything like it, not in all my years, until today." I didn't do it on purpose," I said. "Not really. I didn't even know I could do that." "I'm grateful to you, though," Galen said. I looked up in surprise and noticed how pale and blue his eyes were. Most days I thought I'd imagined it. Thought I was a little addled upstairs. Never was very sure of myself after that day. I heard the rumors about Phyllis. Never put much stock in them. Until you got here and asked me about the Fomeri. Started researching them. Learned what they could do. Then, just now, what you did to that other girl. Let's just say, it's nice to know that I'm not a weak-minded old fool. "But you don't think I'm terrible?" I asked, embarrassing her like that, controlling her. I shuddered, imagining what it would feel like if Roisin had the power to take over my body. Galen shrugged and got up to leave. "Not my place to say. If there's one thing I've learned working here, it's that teenage girls can be right mean sometimes. They can do things they regret, but they're also capable of making remarkable kindnesses. Don't let one mistake define who you are. It's your choices, not your actions, that matter the most." I didn't agree with Galen's last bit of advice. Weren't our actions the same as our choices? Did he mean what we did deliberately mattered, and what we did unintentionally did not? I didn't buy that. I understood now why Ethan didn't want me using my powers, and why the Tuatha Dé hated the marrow so much. There was no good way to use this kind of power. Being able to control someone like that was the most violent invasion imaginable. There is no justification for that kind of violence. I wanted to tell Roisin I was sorry, but I didn't know how. If she thought I was a freak before, now she had proof. What would she do when her friends asked her what happened? Say I made her cover herself in mud? Who would believe her? I skipped school the next day and went straight to Sebastian's. Part of me had been enjoying my tough girl reputation, but only because I didn't think it was real. But now I could feel it. The marrow in me. I felt what I could become. When I lost control like that, I didn't even recognize myself. I pushed my fingertips against the window pane. It was gray outside, and a light shower left raindrops on the glass. Damn it, Sebastian. Where are you? I grabbed the conch shell he'd left and held it up to my ear. It was a large, pink shell with perfect spirals and sounded like the wind and the sea. I was pretty sure it was just a shell, and Sebastian had been teasing me about using it to call him. But I took it outside anyway. It took me a few tries before I could make any noise with it, but I finally made a trumpet-like sound that carried out over the water. I was just turning back into the house when I heard a response. I thought I'd imagined it at first. It was so far away. The second time I heard it, I ran towards the water, pulling off my shoes and diving in head first. I didn't know exactly what I was swimming towards. I was so surprised that anything had happened after blowing on the shell. I wasn't thinking straight. My arms cut cleanly through the waves as I swam faster and farther away from the land. I heard the sound closer this time, and my heart sank as I realized it was just a seal. But the cry was so forlorn, so empty. I kept following it. It sounded like a cry for help. I found the baby seal near a floating buoy. Its mother had a plastic packing band wrapped so tightly around her body, it was practically embedded in her skin. It looked like it had been that way for a long time, and the skin around it was infected. The band was caught on some scrap wire from the buoy. She'd probably been stuck here for days, starving. My eyes filled with tears as I ripped through the plastic to set her free. I thought back to all the trash I'd seen at the beach bonfire. Cans and bottles, plastic bags. I wondered if some of this trash was our fault. "I'm so sorry," I said, freeing the seal. The baby seal nuzzled up to me, and I wished I could take it home. I hoped the mother would be strong enough to protect it until it got bigger. I swam back to the house, angry at the human waste and stupidity. For the first time, I understood how conflicted Sebastian must have felt. He ran away because he refused to lead the Marrow armies against the humans. But what if the Marrow were right? What if humanity was a plague, endangering the entire planet? If they couldn't stop polluting by choice, maybe they needed to be stopped by force. Even if the Marrow didn't attack, how long would it be before humanity destroyed itself? I went shopping with Jackie and Patricia a few days later, not fully knowing what I was getting into. We got coffee and hit the shops in Coleraine. "I've been to a couple high school formals," I said. "It'll be like that, right? Slow dancing and spinning lights?" "Sure, something like that. I'm just looking for something that's going to burn up my Instagram," Patricia said, flipping through dresses on the rack and pulling out something red. Most of the dresses were puffy and glittery. Flashy attention-seeking. I didn't want attention. I watched them awkwardly until Jackie rolled her eyes at me. She grabbed my hand and dragged me to the end of the aisle. "Stand here," she said. "Hold out your arms. Now don't move." I held still as Jackie picked out dresses and draped them over my arms. Once there was a pile, she nodded towards the dressing room. "Don't forget to show us each one," she said. We tried on dresses for about an hour. Patricia found a strapless, purple dress covered in sequins that looked like something an actress might wear to an awards ceremony. Jackie found a vintage-looking ball gown with a glittery silver top and a long turquoise satin dress. "Can't I just wear jeans?" I asked. I wasn't excited about any of the clothes I'd tried on, though that may have said more about my state of mind than the dress in question. "Hold on," Jackie said. "I saw something else that might work." She hunted through the racks and pulled out a light blue dress. It was understated rather than flashy, but gorgeous. The Arctic blue chiffon had a subtle sparkle that reminded me of Sebastian's tail, and the top was white lace with sequins that clasped around my neck. I tried it on and twirled in the mirror. The lightweight fabric hovered above the ground before settling. My dark hair spilled over my shoulders, and I noticed how well the dress brought out my eyes. "It's a little on the nose, isn't it?" I asked. "If you mean it makes you look like a mermaid princess, then yes." "This costs a fortune," I said, checking the price tag. "Are yours this expensive?" "The Debs is kind of a coming out party," Patricia shrugged. "Announcing yourself to the world, as a woman. Most girls save up and go big." "I can lend you some money if you can't afford it," Jackie said. I hadn't told Jackie and the others about my treasure hunting adventures yet, so they didn't know I still had a pile of gold coins at my house and some jewelry that was probably worth 100 dresses like this. I was sure they heard about what happened with Roisin, but they weren't bringing it up, and I didn't want to broach the subject by admitting we'd paid Roisin off to keep our secret. "It's fine," I said. "I have enough. It just seems like kind of a waste, especially since Sebastian isn't here to see me in it." I didn't want to be a downer, though, and ruin the experience for my friends. So I paid for my dress, and we made plans for the big night. Apparently, dinner was included at the venue. Jackie wasn't thrilled about the idea of getting picked up on Ethan's motorcycle, so I offered to drive. When I got home, however, I saw Helena's white van parked outside. She'd been spending more time at our place recently, mostly just afternoon visits, but I wondered if anything more happened when I was at school. "Don't be silly," she said when I asked to borrow the van. "I'll drive you. You don't want to be driving in your dress anyway." "Okay, sure," I said. I felt bad about asking, but it would be a lot easier if I didn't have to worry about driving and tripping over my dress at the same time. The night of Debs, I was actually excited for the dance. The dress fit me beautifully, and I loved the way the fabric swished around my heels. Almost like the tail I'd probably never have. Patricia said Debs was about announcing yourself to society as a woman. I wasn't sure about all that, but there was no question I'd changed in the past few months. I wasn't the same person I'd been when I left America, and I was starting to think that wasn't such a bad thing. As an afterthought, I grabbed my mother's necklace and fastened it around my neck. The blue stone matched my dress and filled me with confidence. Helena grabbed her keys and followed me out the door. We were going to pick up the others at Jackie's place before heading to the dance. "Wait a minute, dear. You have a tag on your dress? Let me just help you take that off." I felt a sharp prick, and at first, I thought Helena had accidentally poked me with the scissors, until I saw the needle. Then, everything went black. Chapter 46. I woke up seeing stars, and not just the ones in my head. I was sitting in a dark corner of Dunluce Castle, the wide open sky above me, the rough-hewn stones of the ruined structure pressing into my back. I tried to get up, but my arms were restricted. I gazed with fuzzy eyes at the heavy metal chains, several inches thick, that bound my wrists. I reached up and discovered a metal ring around my neck as well. I could taste rust and brine from the salty air, and hear the roar of the ocean crashing into the cave below us, singing a duet with the howling wind. "Sorry about that," a voice said from the darkness. "I wasn't going to take any chances." I looked up to see a figure step into the starlight. Father Murphy. I shook my head, my tongue slow and swollen. "You?" I managed to croak out, pulling weakly at my chains. "A little known fact about the name Murphy," he said.
It means sea battlers. I'm glad you're awake, actually. I was hoping we'd have a chance to chat. Beautiful night, isn't it? Only a silver moon. That should make you a little more compliant. Though I'll admit, I was expecting more resistance. This almost feels too easy. He leaned down close to me, holding my wrist and pulling out an antique dagger with a white spiraled handle. With a sharp twist, he dug the blade into my arm and slashed a deep cut from my wrist to my elbow. The blood began spurting out of me. Then he wrapped my whole arm in a plastic bag and taped it off at the top. I apologize for the mess. The first time I did this, I used a silver chalice. It was far too dramatic. This'll work much better.
You sent the letter from Dorothy? I said. You pushed me off the pier.
You should be grateful I tested you first. Murder is a cardinal sin. I needed to make sure I wasn't putting myself in danger. But luckily, you aren't entirely human, which means this doesn't count as murder.
His twisted logic made my head spin. I took a deep breath of the sea air to clear my thoughts. You poisoned Jackie, I said with narrowed eyes.
That was actually Helena's idea. She was tired of waiting. Thought we'd just put you all to sleep and sneak you out. After what happened with my father, I wasn't about to make the mistake of underestimating you.
You almost killed her, I growled.
There are always casualties in war.
What war?
The most important war of all, he said. The holy war, the fight for our immortal souls. The marrow are monsters from the deep, but come with a singular gift, the power to heal. We use this power to attract acolytes. Helena, for example, is a devotee to our cause. Her son was dying of cancer. She asked me to pray for him, but I could do better. I could actually heal him, thanks to a few drops of your grandmother's blood. For gracing her with that miracle and saving her son's life, I've earned her undying loyalty.
Who were these people? Why were they doing this to me? I took a deep breath and reached out into the water with my mind, searching for allies in the darkness, hundreds of feet below. I found a school of fish, but they were too small and scared. Then a bunch of shrimp. Courageous, but not enough power. I kept looking and found a family of sharks. Better, but they couldn't help me way up here. I took a deep breath and expanded my mind deeper, reaching farther than I ever had before. Then I felt it. There was an immense fin whale, almost 80 feet long, a mile off the coast. I reached out to it, trying to communicate. Help. Please, help. I pictured Sebastian's face clearly in my mind, hoping the whale would understand. Seconds later, I heard a booming whale song that trembled through the water like an electric current. Miles and miles away, I sensed the cry being picked up and repeated even farther, beyond my ability to sense it. I breathed a sigh of relief. If Sebastian was out there somewhere, maybe my message would reach him. In the meantime, I just needed to keep Father Murphy busy and stay alive. My eyes fell on the dagger with the white handle. It looked just like the one Ethan carried in his backpack. It was a Tuatha weapon, meant for harvesting marrow blood. Where did you get that knife? I asked. Funny you should ask that, actually. Father Murphy continued, oblivious to what I'd just done. Colin gave it to me the night he died. In a matter of speaking, I grew up with your mother, seeing her and Aidan in church. I was only a few years older than her. I wasn't sure whether she was special, like her mother, so I waited. I even volunteered as a chaplain at her school just to observe her. When she turned 16, the changes were remarkable. She started hanging out with Colin Blake, whose family practiced black magic. It was the confirmation I needed. Marrow were the spawn of evil, rising from the depths to tempt mankind into sin and destruction.
It made sense that they'd be drawn together. Then, one day at school, I heard them talking about running away. I needed to act fast. I gathered my father's tools and set a trap. I left a note and asked her to meet me alone, but Colin followed her. He attacked me with this knife, Father Murphy said, wiping my blood off the weapon until it gleamed in the starlight. He was strong, but didn't count on the marrow blood I'd been saving. It gave me the strength I needed to avenge my father. I snatched the blade out of his hand and plunged it into his heart. Then I went for Branna, but I underestimated Colin. He summoned witchfire and flung it at me. If not for the marrow blood in my system, it might have killed me. Instead, I got this. He rolled up his sleeves and unbuttoned the top of his shirt, revealing burn scars on his chest and arms. "You killed Colin," I said. "You killed my father." "On accident," he said. "Haven't you been listening? I only wanted your mother. I'd been waiting years, preparing for that one moment, and Colin ruined it. Branna fled and I never got my one chance at revenge." "What did she ever do to you?" I asked. "Surely you put it together by now," Father Murphy said, raising his eyebrows. "After all, this is a small town. People love to gossip." I stared at him blankly. "No, it started with your grandmother, Phyllis." It was all old texts and mythology until Aidan found her washed up by the sea. They were wed and had a child together, your mother. Phyllis would spend hours on the cliffs, gazing out at the ocean, her dress fluttering in the wind. That's how I remembered her, growing up in Port Ballantrae as a boy. My father always knew there was something unnatural about her. She was far too beautiful. He wanted her with a desire that nearly drove him mad. But the whole town loved her. For 4 years they sang and danced and were happy. Only my father knew what she really was. He'd read the stories about the marrow and their supernatural powers, but he still saw Phyllis as a weak and frail woman. One night, he waited until she was alone and followed her up the hill towards Dunluce Castle. Not far from here, actually. My eyelids were getting heavy listening to Father Murphy's story. My pulse was slow and weak as the blood drained out of me. I was hyper-aware of the coolness of my dress against my skin and the rough stone under my bare legs. "I was 10 when he killed her," Father Murphy confessed. "He brought me along to catch the blood, but Phyllis was stronger than he anticipated. She took my father's life with her own." "Serves him right," I said. "With his dying breath, my father told me to kill the girl. He meant your mother, Branna. She was just 4 at the time. Asking a 10-year-old boy to kill a 4-year-old girl. I just couldn't do it. Not at first. Instead, I enrolled in seminary and used my father's contacts to secure a position in the order." "Order?" "The Marrow Hunters. We call ourselves Warham." "Marrow backwards," I murmured, as my weary brain scrambled the letters. "Clever." "I trained until I was one of the best. When I was 21, I officially joined the order, and I was sanctioned to redeem my father's death. It was my test to earn my place. It should have been easy. It would have been, if it weren't for Colin. After that night, Branna was gone, living in America with a fake name. It took 15 years before we found her again." "Wait, what?" My brain felt like it was pushing through molasses. "What do you mean found her?" I asked. "The Warham are everywhere. We do extensive profiling to find marrow who are secretly living among us. You'd be amazed what you can find out about a person online these days. Credit history, driver's licenses, insurance. It's all there. I convinced them to spare you so that you'd get sent to live with your grandfather. Sent back to Ireland with me, so I could finally finish what my father started." "It wasn't a car accident," I said,
with dawning realization. You killed my parents.
Not me personally, but the worm, yes. I was told it went smoothly, a little bit of tinkering with the brakes and the steering. Drained her blood in the morgue before burial. Nothing as messy as all this. They used a needle, back of the thigh. Coroner would never spot it. I think you might have even bumped into my colleague at the funeral. He said he'd stopped by.
I remembered the handsome priest with the mysterious smile. What had he said? That I was strong, like my mother? I didn't feel strong. I strained against my restraints, stretching my fingers towards Father Murphy. I'd have clawed his face off if I could. He killed my parents. All of them. Not only my mother, but also the dad who'd raised me and the father I never even knew about.
The worm have weapons of her own, you know. Handles of black onyx, with a gold hilt that looks like a pair of angel's wings, passed down from one generation to the next. I never got mine. It was lost the night my father died. Killing you will redeem me in the eyes of my colleagues, and they'll present me with a new one. With a warm blade and your blood to make me faster and stronger, I can take out your finned boyfriend as well, when he returns. I'll be so powerful, I can even destroy that whole disgusting community of witches and cleanse Port Ballantrae once and for all.
Please let me go, I begged. The marrow are coming. They're going to destroy humanity, and I'm trying to stop them. I'm no threat to you.
Saving humans is our job, Father Murphy said. And batting your eyelashes won't help you. I don't fall for that trick the way my father did.
Do you have to kill me? Can't you just cast out the demon?
You are the demon, he said. The evil is in your very blood. But once I draw it out, I will use it for good.
He took something from his pocket, and I saw the gleam of a razor-sharp blade. I realized then that I was going to die, but I was barely conscious enough to care. The blood loss made me weak and unfocused. My mind drifted, churning up figures and images from the last few months. 10 pints of blood, 7 dead bodies, 4 legendary relics of the Tuatha Dé, 1 solitary saved seal. A human can donate a pint of blood and then regenerate more, but losing 3 or 4 pints would be fatal. I wondered how many pints Father Murphy had already taken out of me. I felt myself rising out of my body. The struggle, the fear was gone, and I felt a sense of peace. I realized I'd been afraid my whole life, but I was past fear now. In my mind's eye, I could see the entire area of the castle, the cliffs, the dark waves of the ocean, as one landscape in my mind. My eyes focused on the crescent moon above us. It reminded me of something. My tattoo. Sebastian's blood under my skin. Father Murphy searched me for weapons, but ignored both my tattoo and my mother's necklace. I could still feel it around my neck. Why hadn't he taken it? Because he didn't know what it was. I don't think he knew anything about Tuatha Dé magic, other than the healing powers of marrow blood. He didn't know what else it was capable of. What I was capable of. Father Murphy killed my parents. I could have forgiven that. Maybe. It had already happened, but if I died now, this heinous man was going to take the bags of blood he'd stolen from me and use them to destroy everything I cared about. I thought of Sebastian's face, his warm eyes and teasing smile. There was no way I was going to get out of this. I'd already lost too much blood. But if there was any way to take Father Murphy down with me, to remove him from this world and save Sebastian from a similar fate, I had to take it. I may be chained up in this stupid castle, but I wasn't without options. I could feel the seawater in the cavern directly under us, and the infinite sea surrounding this tiny peninsula of rock and dirt. I had powers Father Murphy couldn't possibly understand, powers I'd never fully believed in until this moment. But now, I was ready to give everything for one crystal clear purpose. Save Sebastian. I just hoped it would be enough. I clenched my fists together and ignited the tattoo on my wrist. I felt it burn as the power awakened. The crushed betulia and marrow blood fusing together in dangerous combinations. The castle walls lit up like daylight as the tattoo burned brightly.
"What are you doing?"
Father Murphy growled.
That's impossible."
He rushed at me with his knife, slashing at my throat. I kicked him in the stomach, and he fell to the side groaning. I tugged at the chains. I still wasn't strong enough to break through them, but my mind was clear and focused. I reached out again into the water, searching desperately until I found the whales. There were 3 of them now, all enormous, their vast bodies waiting silently in the water. I curled my fingers into fists and called to them, picturing what I needed them to do. Their powerful tails churned through the water, sending them speeding towards the shore. Father Murphy was on his feet, charging towards me with the knife. I flared my tattoo again, filling my body with power, and yanked one arm free of the chains, just in time to grab his wrist. The dagger hovered just inches above my eye. Then, the earth shook, knocking us both sideways. Stones tumbled as the land shifted and moved beneath us.
"What was that?"
Father Murphy cried, his eyes wide with fear. My mother's necklace was glowing, and I felt charged with energy. My tattoo burned, illuminating my features with flickering blue light. "You may have me," I said calmly, "but I can't let you live." The earth trembled again as the second whale rammed against the cliff below, widening the mouth of the cave and shaking the foundations of the ancient ruin. A whole wall disappeared next to us, and we were left standing on the edge of the cliff, the white water frothing below as the whales circled around for another assault. Father Murphy peered down in disbelief at the massive forms, and then his mouth dropped open as the stars disappeared. Drops of salt water fell on my face, spreading comfort and warmth through my body. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. It was a slice of eternity, a picture frozen in my memory. Father Murphy dropping his dagger in horror as the immense shape of the whale rose above the castle. Myself smiling in the darkness, my blue dress torn and dirty. The tattoo on my wrist still glowing with searing white heat, and the soft blue glow of my grandmother's necklace, the royal betulia, as I summoned all my strength and called upon my full power for the first time. I'd pulled up a swimming pool worth of seawater and used it to extend the forward momentum of the whale, lifting it higher than any whale could have naturally jumped. It was just like the water cooler full of Gatorade, and when it was directly over the castle, I let go. 80 pounds of whale crashed into the ruins of the Dunless Castle. I heard a loud crack as the ceiling of the cave below us collapsed. My stomach went into my throat as we plummeted downwards. I plunged into the cold water and sank with the stones and rocks as they slid into the ocean. The seawater immediately began healing my wounds. The sparkles and colored lights were brighter around my arms than I'd ever seen them, bubbling furiously to fix the traumatic damage. I panicked as I realized without my swimming cap, I couldn't breathe underwater. But I'd used up all my magic. As I sank deeper into the deep blue water, the sparkling lights around my body dimmed. I was done healing, but I was also out of air. My blue dress trailed behind me, the thin fabric billowing in the water. A rainbow-colored sheen of scales that reminded me of a peacock. Wait, what? My eyes widened as I tried to kick my legs, and saw only the magnificent tail that wrapped around my lower body and sliced cleanly through the water. I gasped and felt the salt water rush into my lungs. The pain was unbearable as I filled up with ocean. After all these years, I was finally drowning for real. Rather than dying, however, I felt oxygen re-enter my bloodstream. It felt like a glowing flame, spreading through my body, making it stronger. A surge of energy hit me, and I realized I'd finally changed. I was a mermaid, a real one. But now I was chained to a massive chunk of stone that was sinking to the bottom of the sea. I wondered if I'd end up like that seal, trapped and starving to death, a casualty of human greed. But then, I saw a pale white figure swimming towards me through the endless abyss. It had been so long since I'd seen him, I was sure I was just hallucinating after my traumatic experience. But when he smashed through the restraints and ripped open the metal cuff around my neck, I knew he was really there with me. Sebastian. Somehow he'd gotten my message. I started sobbing, from relief and exhaustion, as he carried me to the surface in his powerful arms. Epilogue. I couldn't stop admiring my tail. It was dark green and purple, with flecks of blue and gold that sparkled like glitter in the sun. If you keep smiling so much, your face might get stuck like that, Sebastian said, pulling his upper body out of the water and splashing water at me. We were on the rocky island off the coast that I'd begun thinking of as our island. It was so small, it didn't have a name and wasn't on any maps. It had been 3 days since I single-handedly destroyed one of Ireland's most famous historical icons. Of course, the media thought it was some kind of localized earthquake. The truth was much harder to believe, even for those of us that knew magic was real. After Sebastian brought me back to land, he let me dry out until my tail was eggshell thin, then snapped it off in pieces, like he was unwrapping a present. The salt water healed my wounds, but I was weak from blood loss and barely conscious. He and Aiden tucked me in, and I slept for 16 hours. When I woke up, Sebastian was at my side. "Where were you?" I demanded, a single tear dripping down my cheek. He brushed it away with the back of his finger. "I'm so sorry," he said, squeezing my hands in his. "My father locked me up as soon as I got back. I thought, if he knew there was a surviving heir. But he already knew. He killed the royal family. Phyllis escaped somehow, and he's been looking for her ever since. He thanked me for tracking you down, and then put me in a dry chamber. Before I confronted him, however, I told some friends about you, to get the word out, to challenge my father. There were protests, even riots. I got a message to a friend of mine to find you and tell you what happened. He'd been waiting for his chance when he heard the wails and knew something was wrong. So he organized a team to break me out. We're all on the run now. Outlaws, according to my father." "I can't believe you're really here," I said, stroking his face with the palm of my hand. "I thought I'd lost you." On the second day, the Coast Guard recovered the body of Father Murphy. He'd washed up on shore missing his leg. It looked like a shark had taken more than just a test bite. Since he was fully clothed, they assumed he must have been in the castle when it collapsed, though nobody could guess why. I was glad he wasn't a threat anymore, but I knew we hadn't heard the last of the Warren. I spent all day swimming with Sebastian and filling him in on what he'd missed, which wasn't actually that much. Then, in the afternoon, we met up with the others at the Runcarry house. Jackie made Ethan come look for me at Aiden's when I didn't show up at her place. After Sebastian brought me home, Aiden let the others know I was okay, but they were still anxious to see me. "I'm sorry I ruined the Deb's ball," I said after Jackie, Patricia, and Derry had given me long hugs. "There'll be other dances," Jackie said. "We're just happy you're safe." "You should have seen me in my tux, though," Derry said. "I looked amazing." Ethan gave me a lingering look. I could tell he was mad at himself for not protecting me, for getting distracted at the dance. I squeezed his shoulder. Later I'd find time to tell him that my tattoo had saved me. At the moment, however, I didn't want to think about my harrowing night in the castle. We cooked hot dogs on a grill over an outdoor fire and celebrated our victory. I told the others that Father Murphy had been the one after me from the beginning. Aiden looked crushed when I exposed Helena's involvement, but he tried not to let it show. We all knew this wasn't the end of our problems, but we were going to enjoy the win while we could. There was no telling how long it would be before we got another one. "There's one more thing," Sebastian said at dusk. We were standing alone near the water, away from the others. He had his arms wrapped around me, like he was afraid to let me go. "Before I knew that my father was the one responsible for the disappearance of the royal family, I told him about your grandmother's necklace. I was trying to convince him of your claim, so that he'd have to listen to you. He wasn't too concerned. He said the marrow would never follow anyone with legs. But now that you've turned, you're a real threat to him. And he'll stop at nothing to get the necklace. It's the key he's been waiting for to start the war against the humans." I nodded. So what if I had a target on my back? I was both Tuatha Dé and Marrow, and soon I'd be at the center of a conflict that just might consume civilization. But I wasn't the same girl I'd been when I came to Ireland, and I wasn't alone anymore. Looking around at my friends on the beach, their smiles illuminated by the campfire, and standing with Sebastian as the sky turned purple and the sparkling stars reflected on the dark waves, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Something I wasn't sure I was ever going to feel again. Hope. When my parents died, I tried to shut the world out. I didn't dare dream about a future where I could be happy again. But then I met Sebastian, and now I had friends and a family who accepted me, even though I was different from them. "I told you once you couldn't lift the whole ocean," Sebastian said, with stars in his eyes, brushing my hair behind my ears. "I'll never doubt you again. I have no idea what you're capable of. I look forward to being continuously surprised by you." His kiss felt comfortable, like a favorite jacket you never wanted to take off. I knew exactly how the curves of his body fit against mine, and I had the shape of him memorized. Behind us, the warm glow of the Runcarry lights beckoned in the distance. Gazing out over the ocean, I saw a long shooting star burn across the sky. I watched its bright tail reflect off the dark blue water of the ocean. The future was still uncertain, now more than ever, but it was worth fighting for. And somehow I knew, whatever else was coming, no matter how powerful the forces against us, somehow we'd find a way through it. The end. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this story, please take a moment to post a quick review. For news release updates, more information about author D.S. Murphy, and exclusive sneak peeks of your favorite YA fantasy, visit www.urbanepicks.com and sign up for our newsletter. You'll also get the chance to beta read our books for free in our private readers group.